and down period, I believe. As in comes Hadley again, trying not to deliver a full toss this time. And it's squirted through towards the slips, I think maybe off the bottom of the bat. There was a howl from somewhere, but it's a dot ball, and Yorkshire 5 without loss. That over was interrupted last night by bad light around about 6 o'clock, just a minute or two before 6, and that proved to be the end of play for today, where we lost some 15 overs. So it's 104 overs today. We're in it for the long haul, and lunch is at 1:10 to get the most important information out there.
Finley Bean then on strike, faced just 4 deliveries last night and yet to get off the mark. He's going to be facing Tim van der Hoogten from the river end of the ground. First ball, straight enough, turned to leg, and there is no run. Lovely bright skies this morning, still breezy. But the local TV forecast that I saw in the hotel room this morning was suggesting that the worst of the weather has now passed, and tomorrow would be the best day of the 4 as far as this match is concerned. But I think there's going to be plenty of sunshine today. It's just not going to be that warm, is it? Only just creeping into double figures temperatures. Here comes Van der Hoogten again. There's an appeal from the cordon to a ball that beats Bean and wraps him on the thigh pad, but that would have probably gone over almost 2 sets height wise.
I think that was a warm-up appeal, just clearing their throats. Yes, it really is a sparse crowd, I'm afraid, despite being bank holiday weekend. But the temperatures really have been not conducive to sitting outside for any length of time.
Van der Hoogten then in again over the wicket. Bean turns this one to leg once more, thinks about a single, timed that quite nicely, but reeled in out there at mid-on. No run, so 3 slips in place. Got a point to cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, so ring field, and then just looking out of the combox next door window I can just see, with a bit of a stretch, a long leg as well. Van der Hoogten making his way in once more down the leg side. He strays this time. There's a bit of a fun appeal, I think, from the back of the stumps from Chris Cook as he takes that. No run, so we'll try and establish what's going on with regard to the Johnny Bairstow situation going forward, and I can give you a definitive answer on the situation with regard to his injury and going forward, because kindly Anthony McGrath has just replied to me as Bean pushes out into the offside, no run. So he says he tried, this is Johnny, tried for most of the day yesterday to hit balls indoors, but his thumb is too sore, doesn't want to risk being out for longer. With the new rules, he will miss next week, but should be fine for Sussex at home the week after. In fact, Sussex at home is not the week after, is it? They've got a week off for that. So missing out on half this game, all of next week's, then there's a week's rest anyway, and then hopefully ready for the Sussex match at home. Will Luxton in and batting at 5. Thanks to Mags for that, as Van der Hoogten is slanting one across Finley Bean, final ball of the over, which was a maiden. So it is 5 without loss after 3.
Yes, I mean, it's unfortunate really from Bairstow's point of view, isn't it, that the regulations mean that, whereas, you know, he's having a bruised thumb, obviously, since it's not a break, it would probably have been all right for next week normally, but those regulations have been put in place to stop counties pushing the margins of the rules, I suppose, and bringing in subs just for tactical reasons. Here's Hadley in, bowls, and Lyth turns on the leg side, and there is no run. And it's just yet another complication that we'll have to get used to. Previously we've had subs just for COVID or concussion. Glamorgan have used that only once, I believe, for concussion, as far as I can remember, with Ben Callaway taking a nasty tumble on the boundary ropes and being substituted by Dan Douthwaite, who then wasn't allowed to bowl because he wasn't a spinner. Hadley in, bowls, and driven by Lyth, just past the bowler, but not past mid-off. Yorkshire previous use of injury subs, and Jonathan?
Just the one that I can recall, which was involving Finlay Bean, who's out there at the minute. Now, it was early in the 2024 season from memory, up at the Riverside against Durham, and Saud Shakeel had been signed by Yorkshire for a couple of matches. So Finlay, still relatively early in his career, was left out of that match in favour of a top-order international batter.
As Hadley is in and bowls to Lyth, who rides the bounce nicely, steers it down to third man for a single, 6 without loss.
I remember it was an ironic sort of situation because he'd started the season really well, and in fact he ended up that year, Finlay, just short of 1,000 runs, and you kind of look back at the match and think how unlucky, because he was left out in favour of an international who then he twisted his ankle running between the wickets, I seem to recall, and I think there was also a glancing blow on the helmet, and there were some suggestions that Yorkshire played the rule, if you like, because he ended up standing down for the second innings, Saud, because of the blow on the helmet.
In comes Hadley, bowls, and that's played nicely by Bean. Back past the bowler again, but again a scampering Dixon at mid-off fields.
Now, obviously, in those situations, you can't say that, but people were casting aspersions at Durham that they'd seen Saud Shakeel drive out of the ground, having been subbed out of the game for concussion. But I didn't see that, so I can't say that whether it was true or not, but that's what people were reporting at the time, and there was a bit of disgruntlement at Durham about it. And Finlay came in and I think batted in the second innings and got 20 odd from memory.
In comes Hadley, right arm over, bowls on leg stump. I think that's into the pad of Bean. It's a 1 to the Yorkshire total. It will indeed be signalled as a leg bye.
But he had such a good season, and Shakeel did virtually nothing, I think, in the 2 games he played, or the 3 innings he had, something like that. And although Finlay might have been out first ball in the innings that he missed, that's cricket. But yeah, he probably felt a little bit unlucky that he missed out in that match for half of the game, and he finished within about 20 of getting his 1,000 from memory that year. We can check out the specific details if you really want.
You get the gist. 7 without loss. Hadley from this Cathedral Road end is in and bowls outside off. That's a better line and length, and it's left by Lyth. 7 without loss at the end of the over. We've had 4 overs of the innings. Glamorgan operating with just the 3 seamers in this match, so Andy Gorvin is the only other seamer. Say that because even looking at the occasionals in this game, Kieran Carlson is a regular occasional for his off breaks. Colin Ingram bowls very little these days, if at all, but he's a leggy. Asa Tribe is an off spinner as well. Sean Dixon has no bowling record to speak of, and Eddie Byram bowled absolute tripe the only time I saw the last time I saw him. We did 2 wickets at Surrey once, bizarrely.
Here's Van der Hoogten to Bean, who drives pleasantly but straight to mid-off, so not yet off the mark.
But that game at Surrey was a game in which I think well over 1,000 runs were scored. It was something like 1,400 runs for 14 wickets over the course of 4 days, and Byram got 2 of them. But you usually don't see him bowling unless it's in the very last over or 2 of a match.
Van der Hoogten in and bowling, and Bean again pushing to mid-off, and again no run. I
remember mentioning that to Matt Maynard, who was then the coach at the end of a an interview, and he said, "Oh, that was a back of the hand delivery. Neglected to add that it bounced twice, and should have been called no ball, but the umpire wanted to go home." Nice morning at the moment, but wrap up if you're coming down later. It's Parky out there.
Van der Hoogten in, driven nicely by Bean. He's got it past the bowler. There's a chase on, and the ball is going to win the race to the boundary. Lovely straight drive to get yourself off the mark, Finley. 11 without loss, Yorkshire, midway through the 5th here. These, you would think, I know the sun's shining, Nick, and it's still breezy, but in terms of bowling conditions with a relatively new ball, these will still be probably the best bowling conditions of the day, won't they? There'll still be a little bit of overnight moisture in the pitch. There was some overnight rain around the city as Van der Hoogten is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Bean. So from Glamorgan's point of view, they definitely want to get in and among in this morning session. And from Yorkshire's, I think it's really a case of just accumulating what you can early. And you'd be pretty confident that things will get better from a batting perspective as the day goes on.
Johnson, by the way, has survived a Saturday night at a room in the Cardiff city centre.
Van der Hoogten in, round the wicket. Bean has nicked one and gone. First wicket down. Finley Bean just offering a little push at it, and he has nicked one behind and been caught by Chris Cook. 11 without, oh sorry, 11 for 1 I should say, and Bean 4 from 17 deliveries. Didn't have an enormous amount to go to his left. I think he might have tumbled as he took the catch, Chris Cook, but it was a relatively comfortable one. There you go, those who were looking at the replay. It was just the angle in, wasn't it, from Tim Van der Hoogten that's drawn him into having a little push at that. So not the start to 2026 that Finley Bean would have wanted.
Yes, had to play it, but was a little bit, just a touch squared up, and that accounted it for it catching the edge. It was a very definite edge. He waited for the umpire's decision, well, as he's entitled to do so, but it was a definite deviation on the video replay. And so Tim Van der Hoogten, Glamorgan's leading wicket taker with 34 last season in 13 matches, has his first and Glamorgan's first of 2026. Here comes your Aussie from Doncaster.
Yes, I'm Whiteman. Let's see how he shapes up. Got a lot of experience, obviously. Down under in Western Australia, captaining that side, etc. Let's give you the tail of the tape for the man as he walks out to the middle. Mentioned the other day, just had a brief hello with him as he was making his way into the lift down here. Sam McFarlane Whiteman, 34 years of age, as you say, born in Doncaster, left-handed batter, has kept wicket, has made it to the dizzy heights of Australia A in the past, hasn't quite got himself a full test cap, but 123 first-class matches. Obviously they play so much fewer over there.
Well, it's a lot in Aussie terms.
Yeah, because of the Sheffield Shield being such a compressed competition. 7,000 first-class runs, the highest of 193, 17 first-class tons to go with 33 50s. And this will be his 15,000th ball faced in first-class cricket. There you go, and he's blocked it from Tim Van der Hoogten. So he survived it. That's a lot of balls faced, and just one for an English county. Warm applause for Tim Van der Hoogten, and he deserves it after that good delivery to see the back of Finn Bean. 5 overs in, Yorkshire 11 for 1 in response to Glamorgan's 302 all out.
Yeah, Tim Van der Hoogten, Australian born, but didn't quite make it in the first class game there. I think he had a game or two. And here comes another Australian in the shape of Ryan Hadley, who runs in and bowls to Lyth, who leaves that one through outside off stump. Sadly, not a spectacular first-class record by any means. Played just the 15 matches. This is 16th. Taken 36 wickets in that time, but did play for Australia A against England Lions back in December, so his career is obviously thought to be promising. And on that occasion, Ben Callaway was one of his 2 wickets, playing for England Lions. Hadley in, bowls, nice delivery. It's driven back, it flicks the stumps at the non-striker's end, but bounces away fairly gently, and there's no chance of them getting a single as Sean Dixon is alert at mid-off. 11 for 1 Yorkshire in reply to Glamorgan's 302 all out, which took up 120 overs. So 11 wickets down in the match, and we're already rather on the 3rd morning. So they've got a bit of time to make up in terms of the pace of the match, as Hadley bowls a short pitch ball that goes through to the keeper. Dug it in, an effort ball, but it didn't get much response from the pitch, rather looped through. So outright pace, as we suspected, and as so often in Cardiff, is not necessarily the order of the day. Hadley, a tall man, around 6'5", and confirm he's taller than me, having said hello to him briefly as the teams warmed up. As he bowls again, this is forced into the offside, and that might go to the boundary. Sliding stop from Callaway keeps them down to 2, and Lyth moves on to 8, and Yorkshire on to 13 for 1. It's a shortish boundary on the grandstand side of the ground. Is still in the shade at the moment. It may be one of the better viewing points later on, but not as yet. Certainly if you have to watch from either side, then that's a lot shorter on that side. Hadley in bowl, and Lyth leaves it go through. A few oohs and ahs. As there's quite a point made on social media by Nick last night. He says, Nick Gulliford says, really poor to see so few people again with no football and no big rugby on in the area yesterday. If I lived locally, I'd be there. Where is everybody? If the Oval can get 5,000 to 6,000 for county games, surely that Cardiff can get more than 200. Don't blame the weather. Hadley bowls. That Nick Gulliford's little rant. It is disappointing as the final ball went through to the keeper. It is disappointing the crowd level. Ben Bonney message 2 cold days in Cardiff Central in Sophia Gardens, and was then tuning in from Cardiff Central, presumably on his way home. So good to be back. Yeah, sadly the numbers are small again today, but the temperatures are low again today. And you never know with holiday weekends whether it should boost the attendance or whether people have obviously family commitments and aren't able to attend who would normally do so. Let's hope it's warmer by the time of Glamorgan's next home game or whatever.
Van der Hoogten is just stopping at the start of his run and having another turn. Sam Whiteman yet to get off the mark, and that remains the case as he drives firmly to mid-off. He's going to need to get himself in and used to these conditions, which are vastly different to some of the pitches and temperatures he's played in Western Australia, I'm sure. Grumpy Neil's messaged in saying, is there a reason why he isn't taking the gloves as a regular keeper Yeah, I've mentioned it a few times already in the last 2 days. Grumpy Neil. As Van der Hoogten's in and bowling, and Whiteman drives again. Timed it nicely. Straight to mid-off once more. No run. And that reason is that I think there's been some finger-related issues because of his keeping back home, and it was pretty much signposted when he signed. And I'm not saying definitively that he'll never keep for Yorkshire, but I think it sounds unlikely, because obviously if there's any more finger damage, then that might prevent him from batting, and he's batting at 3, so clearly that's the big job he's here to do, as he turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Evans says he's watching from New Zealand, was at the ground this time last year for our opening defeat to Leicestershire. What a difference a year makes. Must be quite late in New Zealand. It's plus 13, I believe. Or it was when I was there in January.
You're having some fun over there, weren't you, Nick?
That's another story.
Van der Hoogten in and bowling to Whiteman. It's wide of his off stump and happy to leave.
I watched a lot of their Super Smash competition on telly, and one game live, Otago Volts against Northern Brave.
Otago Volts?
That's the name of the T20 side, though I think they're going franchise for next season, the T20. I'm not quite sure why.
Do they play supercharged? Does the cricket match it? Electric? Here's Van der Hoogten in, and that's turned to leg by Sam Whiteman, and there is no run.
They got stuffed by Northern Brave, the match I watched in Dunedin. The women's team is called the Otago Sparks, to continue the electrical theme. But
there's a fairly obvious answer as to why, I presume, but I'm not aware of it. Is there a massive power station nearby or something like that?
I didn't get that far, if there is.
22 minutes past 11 then, this third morning. First blood to Glamorgan with that wicket of Finlay Bean in Van der Hoogten's previous over. He's just finished this one with another drop into the offside by Whiteman, who has yet to score. So good start by the hosts. They've gone from 1 without loss Yorkshire to 13 for 1 after 7 complete overs of their innings. Adam Lyth is on 8.
On social media, here's Jonathan Deutsch. I'm Nick Webb 2017 on X and Blue Sky. James Lumber has message saying, enjoying the commentary, helping to erase the hangover. Looking forward to seeing Crane and Kellaway bowling in tandem later. Any prospect of Marnus having a run out this season? Marnus Labuschagne, who has played a bit for most seasons for Glamorgan since 2019. Hadley in bowls, and that is turned on the leg side by Lyth to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Labuschagne is currently involved in the PSL, Pakistan T20 stuff. I haven't heard any potential dates for Labuschagne. There's usually some Australian internationals in the middle of the British summer, and also the Australian sides like their players back in mid-August at the latest, so not sure if there's a window for Mr. Labuschagne this season. Hadley bowls and Lyth leaves outside off stump through to the keeper.
Just a point as well, thanks to Graham Hardcastle, who of course pens the Yorkshire website. He's a couple of rooms away from us down the corridor, but he's messaged to say that he's checked with the match referee here, and Johnny Bairstow's 8-match mandatory stand down, if you like, is 8-day mandatory stand down, 8-day mandatory stand down is 8 calendar rather than 8 playing days.
Okay.
So that'll be the same for everybody who goes through the same process for whichever county during this season.
As Hadley is in to bowl, and Lyth plays it off an angled bat down to third man. They go through for a single, 15 for 1, Lyth to 9. Match referee being Simon Hinks, former Kent batter, is it? Anyway,
Probably.
so technically, if someone gets crocked early in the next match, if it's from the date of the injury, then if someone got injured in the 3rd or 4th day, Bairstow could come in and as an injury replacement. Oh gosh, we'll be into football territory with naming the subs for the match, won't we? You do wonder whether sides will have to take more players away with them or and not release them, because often you get players being released to, you know, have a Premier Club match or a second 11 game or something, but whether counties will have to keep more players available with the first team. Hadley bowls, turned off his legs nicely by Whiteman for his first Yorkshire run down to fine leg, so he's up and running, and it's 15 for 1 in this 8th over.
Yeah, there wasn't too much A-up about his accent when I spoke to him in the lift the other day, despite being Donny born. It was more, "G'day, mate."
Good morning to Hugh Griffiths in Bracken, who has emailed glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Says it looks like lots of bowling for Mason Crane today. Hopefully follows his 50 with a 5-wicket haul. That would be a rarity for a leggy in the first round of the season. Hadley bowls, plays that one firmly through mid-wicket. Van der Hoogten makes ground to his left and fields, and again keeps them to a single. 3 singles off successive deliveries, 16 for 1. The third member of our commentary team today is Rob Phillips, making his county championship debut, so please welcome him on board, and he is at Rob Phillips here on X.
It's good to see some youth policy as well in the BBC Wales ranks.
Absolutely.
Have you been trained in the academy, Rob? the Cricket Commentary Academy?
Rob has done T20s for us before. As Hadley's in, bowls to Whiteman, who plays an exaggerated Labuschagne-esque leave to that one through outside off stump. I'll do one more over from this end and then give way to Rob. As we've got an extra 10 minutes on the session, so we're just over half an hour per commentary stint this morning. We're through till 1:10.
Tim van der Hoogten is going to continue at the river end then. And if you are joining us just in the last few minutes and missed the first bit of play, well, happy Easter. Not so happy an Easter for Finlay Bean, unfortunately, because he was a lovely boundary down the ground, and then very next ball got a good nut from Van der Hoogten from round the wicket. He was drawn into playing it on the angle and nicked it through to a tumbling Chris Cook. Took catch going to his left. 17 balls, 18 minutes, and that one boundary. Finlay Bean's 4 runs, and he was out the 5th ball of the 5th over of this Yorkshire innings, 8 of them now complete. And in comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Lyth, who drops it into the leg side. No run. He seems to, so far at least, Adam Lyth looks just like the Adam Lyth we've come to know and love as those who follow Yorkshire. I think we're probably all guilty of ageism in cricket, in our sporting terms, not just cricket. I bet you've said on commentaries before in rugby and football, you two lads, that so-and-so's got to 33, he's at the veteran stage, that type of thing. And obviously Adam Lyth, 38 by the end of this season, as he's forward and leaving that.
No, but a lad. We've got Colin Ingram, 40 years old, and Chris Cook, 39 years old, in the Glamorgan ranks.
It will, when he does eventually hang up his boots, as all these players will. It'll be one thing that I'll miss, I think, from the commentary box, is watching him bat. You know, it's a pleasure to watch him play. Just a lovely touch player. And I do think he has got better with age, as he is forward and pushing out into the offside, and there's no run, certainly against seam bowling. When there's some pace on the ball, super player to watch. He's faced, 25 deliveries in this knock so far for his 10. He's not yet been confident enough to get his hands through a ball and play that signature extra cover drive, and that's credit to the bowlers so far. Here's Van Houten coming in again around the wicket, and Lyth watchful, plays to mid-on, there's no run. He'd be one of those players where we talk about batters playing the ball as late as possible, you know, really good at waiting till it's right under the eye line, and that's often why he ends up just leaning on the ball rather than striking it for it to make its way to a boundary. I know there's going to be a few people now saying shut up Doidgy, because you know what's going to happen with the next ball. I can't do much about that. Here he is round the wicket and in, and it's wide of off stump and short of length. Another easy leave from for the man from Whitby. 16 for 1. As Nick said, you can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge or jonathandoidge.bsky.social. It's starting to stick, is that Blue Sky handle?
Yeah, I had someone yesterday saying you couldn't find you on Blue Sky.
I'm definitely there. Van Houten switches to over the wicket for this final delivery of the over and still can't get one through. Lyth with a pleasant defensive push. I'm also on Instagram these days, by the way. That's Jonathan Doidge 1, although I'm still not entirely sure what communications are like on there, to be fair. You put a post up with a photograph and a few words and you don't tend to get much in the way of cross communication on it, in my experience anyway.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Andy Gorvin.
So Glamorgan's third and only other seamer, Andy Gorvin. And the seamers will have to get used to plenty of work. Hadley, just the 4 overs. So they're obviously going to be using him in short bursts, and just 3.2 overs today because he bowled 4 deliveries last night before bad light descended. So Andy Gorvin, medium pacer. Last season he played 7 matches, mostly in Cardiff, and took 20 wickets at 22. He was actually top of Glamorgan's regular bowling averages. Gorvin bowls, well, it's a little over pitch, turned way to deep backward square by Whiteman for a single, 17 for 1.
I seem to remember him causing Yorkshire a problem or two in the past when he's come on.
Yes, he's a skiddy wicket to wicket medium pace bowler. Came into the game relatively late. He's from Hampshire originally, I think spent time in their academy. As he bowls, and that's again on leg stump, and again turned round the corner, this time by Lyth for a single, 18 for 1. But he is half Welsh, Andy Gorvin. He's got a Welsh parent. Played for the Cardiff universities, and has done well since coming through quite late. Made his Glamorgan debut, in fact, at the age of around 25. As he bowls, and this is played defensively by Whiteman to point, and there is no run. A lot of visiting commentators have referred to him as a youngster, because he does look one of those irritating people who look very fresh-faced. He's 28 now. Chris Cook looks younger than his years, still behind the stumps. Mark Wallace did. Might be something about the Glamorgan wicket-keeping role. Gorvin in, bowls on off-stump this time, and driven by Whiteman. Up to Hadley at mid-off.
You know, that's going to be the latest television advert now, isn't it? You know, not oil of whatever. Take up the keeping gloves at Glamorgan.
Keeps you young for years.
Off you.
Yeah, it just breaks all your fingers, but your face will be all right. 18 for 1. Gorvin. Legs kicking up, races away, bowls and driven into the offside. Dixon is the fielder at cover, and there is no run. So Gorvin finding his line, but if they get through the offside, it's a shortish boundary. And when the wicket is that far towards the grandstand, I think I'd feel happier having a sweeper on that side of the ground. Should be the covers at the moment with the two left-handers. Gorvin bowls. It's left by Whiteman as it goes through low outside off stump. A few more words from Jonathan and he'll be joined for the first time in the red ball game by Rob Phillips. Good luck, Rob.
Thanks, Nick. So Van der Hoogten is going to continue. There was obviously always a possibility maybe that he might come off and Ryan Hadley might switch to the river end, but that is not the case immediately, at least. Adam Lythe's going to be on strike. For those joining us more recently, the big news of the day, Johnny Bairstow is out of the second half of this match due to that thumb injury. He's been officially replaced like for like by Will Luxton, who will bat at number 5 as Van der Hoogten round the wicket induces a thick outside edge for Adam Lythe. It's gone for 4 wide of the cordon. That's how thick the edge was. But for the first time in his innings so far, he was squared up there. The Yorkshire opener. Those watching it will get a second view of this, but that was probably as straight as middle stump, and he's turning it away to leg, but he's gone for 4 wide of the slip cordon. So 22 for 1. Lythe first false shot is on to 15. 280 runs behind that 302 all out set by Glamorgan yesterday. And Van der Hoogten making his way in towards our commentary position. We're at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. This time Lythe plays with much more confidence to point. No run. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Jonathan. Nice to be here. Lovely to be here, actually. It's chillier than it looks, though. It's a lovely bright morning here in Cardiff. And the clouds are high, plenty of blue sky. But I looked up through the bedroom window, not too far away from here, and I thought, oh, this will be lovely to walk around in a break. But it's really chilly, isn't it?
Very much so. Van der Hoogten in again. Lythe waiting and playing that one again out to point. No run. Yeah, you sort of I looked out this morning when I drew the bedroom curtain back in the hotel from 11 floors up. I thought, oh yeah, lovely bright day. You could see down to the water down the bay area. I thought, this just feels a bit more pleasant, but yeah, once you get it outside to the car, definitely need more than a
get
couple
the
of
heater
layers
on. Yeah.
Van der Hoogten's in again, wide of off stump, and Lythe not drawn into playing a shot.
He really is a nagging bowler, isn't he, Van der Hoogten? I think we're settled on Van der Hoogten now, are we? My Dutch is not what it was. But he just pegs away, doesn't he? And got his reward with the wicket of Finlay Bean, caught behind.
Turns again then, at the end of his run. Makes his way in past umpire Russ Warren. Good delivery this time, because he does draw Lythe into a rare dash at a ball. He felt he could make contact and make some runs out of that one, but he couldn't. So angled in and it nips away. It's well wide of off stump and could have left it, but even the experienced old head of an Adam Lythe was drawn into that one. Good delivery by the Glamorgan opening bowler, who's once more in, and this time straighter, and Lythe solidly behind it. So 11 overs now complete. 10 balls yesterday, and the remainder of those 11 overs so far this morning in 40 minutes of cricket. 22 for 1 with Lythe on 15 and Whiteman on 2. And just to say, before you pick up, I was talking about the Bairstow issue. Just repeating this for those who are joining us more recently. If you're not aware, Johnny is out of the match because of that thumb injury. Couldn't hit balls as he would have liked in the indoor school just away to our left yesterday with the pain from that, and obviously wouldn't want to make it even worse and be out even longer. Will Luxton comes in as a like-for-like replacement and will bat at 5. Johnny now has to stand down for a mandatory 8 days. That's under the new rules for this season, meaning that he will miss next week's Headingley opener against Hampshire. Then Yorkshire have a week without a fixture, and the aim is obviously to get him right for the Sussex match at Headingley the week after that.
So in runs Gorvin, and played behind, just on the leg side. It's gone four runs actually, nobody near that. So Whiteman moves on to 6. Yorkshire 26 for 1. It's really tough luck on Johnny Bairstow, isn't it? Because obviously he's got connections here through Welsh Fire, and just 36 overs on Friday night, and it cost him his part in this game. Gorvin in again, and that's that time driven by an increasingly confident Whiteman through the offside for another 4 successive boundaries, so that's 10 to him, 30 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played.
He's growing in confidence, isn't he?
Just lent on that, timed it superbly.
Gorvin looks a little forlorn as he walks back to his mark. 2 successive boundaries. Runs in now from the Cathedral Road end, and this time Whiteman can just parry that away on the offside, no run. Yorkshire 30 for 1.
On the Whiteman front, Ben Liversidge has messaged in saying I think he stopped keeping after complications due to a fractured finger in 2017, so quite a long time ago. He says I looked it up when he was announced as I wondered what signing a wicketkeeper batsman meant for Bairstow.
And on Nick Webb's query earlier, Simon Hinks, the match referee today, was ex-Kent and Gloucestershire. Gorvin runs in again. This time that's a straight ball which is played out on the onside, and there is no run. 8,700 runs in first class cricket, and after his retirement he worked in sports administration at the University of Bristol.
Comprehensive. Thanks, Rob. I can sleep tonight.
Oh well, I'm sure you're feeling better for that. Gorvin runs in. Plenty of energy in his run, but that's turned away behind square on the leg side, down to fine leg. Just the 1 for Whiteman, who moves to 11, 31 for 1.
I was delayed getting to sleep last night, shall I say, by a domestic going on in the corridor outside my hotel room.
Welcome to Cardiff, my friend.
I heard what you said.
I never said.
I heard what you said.
Gorvin in again, and this time played away on the leg side comfortably by Live, who's remains on 15, 31 for 1. I was actually out in Cardiff on Friday night.
Oh, that's your fault, is it?
Yeah, birthday party, and one tonight as well.
Oh, well, I tell you what, you're an animal.
I get invited to all the best places, but we ended up in a karaoke bar on Friday night. Yeah,
I walked past one of those. Actually, I probably should have gone in and done my party piece. You know, Copacabana. Treated the Welsh public.
And what's your song of choice?
Copacabana.
Oh, Copacabana, okay.
It's one of those things that's, I did it once in a cricket club end of season do type of thing, and then it stuck, and so, you know, I've got to answer these requests. What can I say?
Well, of course,
Rob.
of course. And change of bowling at the Taff end. Ben Callaway had a decent 50 in the first innings, Glamorgan's first innings. Now he's going to turn his arm over. He's ambidextrous, of course. He bowls right arm and left arm spin. He's coming round the wicket right arm, which is his method of choice.
Yeah.
Whiteman plays that away. No, just the 1 run. He moves to 12, 32 for 1.
He's in again, wide of the crease, and Lyth plays that away backward of square leg for 1 run. There are other songs at karaoke that have been done, but that would be kind of the one where everyone wants to laugh at me and goes, "Go on, Dodge, you sing that again." They usually all leave the clubhouse as Whiteman props forward.
Well, if things get tedious here today, you never know. My song of choice on Friday, which I regaled top flight of a Cardiff hostelry with, was UB40's Can't Help Falling in Love with You.
Now then, down the ground from Sam Whiteman, lovely shot. Callaway stretches out across to his left, but it's gone just to the leg side of straight. And just a measured little punch flick almost, really, from Whiteman, the way he's played that. But you liking what you're seeing so far of him in terms of his setup and the way that he's waiting nicely for the ball. 16 apiece now to these two, 37 for 1. There's a stifled appeal there, maybe thinking it was pad before the definite sound of bat. I Can't Help Falling in Love with You. Was that Andy Williams, first of all?
That's right. Yeah, I can't do his version. Thanks. I can't do UB40's very well.
Callaway in again, and Whiteman pushes out into the offside for Kieran Carlson to do the fielding. End of the over, 37 for 1. Do we have a sort of left arm average and right arm average for Ben Callaway then?
I think his
Now, I'd like to call upon my
That's a firm reply, wasn't it?
My colleagues from the house, please.
That's got me out of a hole.
And then on top of that, of course, a left arm average from each end and a right arm average from each end, and then the away average as well with both, please.
Well, Nick, it's a long day today, so maybe you can give that some thought in your breaks. He tends to bowl the left arm just for T20s and short form cricket. But it's quite a skill to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite a skill to have.
It's impressive.
So Govan is going around the wicket now to Lyth. Lyth waits, just plays that square to point. No run. 37 for 1, Yorkshire. Lyth and Whiteman both on 16. Govan took some tap in his last over from Whiteman, who's just stood on his bat at the moment at the non-striker's end as Govan hares in. He's really quick, and that's beautifully struck. That was a lovely offside drive from Adam Lyth, which will take him to 20, 41 for 1. He's looked in very little trouble this morning. Lyth looked really comfortable out there.
There was just that one delivery that he had a flash out from Tim van der Hoogten a couple of overs ago from the river end. But otherwise, as you were from last season.
As Nick has been saying, it's a short boundary that side, but there was no stopping that anyway. I don't think a sweeper would have had to been in exactly the right place as Govan comes in again. Played it on the leg side short. No run. 41 for 1. You would think today Yorkshire will just bat through and see if they can set up something tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously...
That'll be their plan, won't
yeah,
it?
if they're going to do that, they have to score, don't they, at a certain rate, really. Without going mad, they'd certainly want to score at a faster rate than Glamorgan did to try and get a lead of some sort before the end of today.
Govan, and that's beating the fielder, and that will go out for 1 run through the covers. Another to Lyth, who moves to 21, 42 for 1.
They're kind of already doing that, aren't they, at 3.07? I know it's not an enormous leap, but it's the start.
Well, Glamorgan went at 2.5, didn't they?
Yeah. So, you know, when you think about the players still to come, James Wharton, he's capable of scoring quickly if the balls are there to hit.
Gorvin around the wicket, and Whiteman can just give that the full face of the bat into the covers, no run.
Will Luxton coming in for Johnny Bairstow, very much the same, very wristy attacking player, and more besides. So they've got the firepower there, Matthew Revis, to score quickly if they want to do that. But obviously, first of all, they're a long way behind at the moment. They wouldn't want to be risking wickets for scoring rates at anything like this stage.
And these are probably the best conditions we've had so far for batting, I would suggest. It's going, it took an edge, but it just stopped short of the slips that time. A little bit of venom in that delivery, but to no avail. 42 for 1 Yorkshire, Adam Lyth 21, and Sam Whiteman 16.
Yeah, we've seen both of them now against seam bowling. You know, I can say very confidently Adam Lyth is a very good player of seam bowling, and I think his record absolutely underlines that. If there is a challenge for him in the game, it has been against spin, depending upon who that is. He's a little bit more careful in how he goes about his business generally against spin. And he's facing it now in Ben Callaway. And he has pushed that one and looks for a single. Whiteman was supporting him, but it was a striking batter who turned it down, and that's fair enough. It was, there was an element of doubt that wasn't worth the risk. So 42 for 1. Adam Lyth on 21. We've got mid on and mid off, set back a little deeper. Carlson's brought himself in at short extra cover as Callaway's in again, and Lyth, he does want to keep it ticking here, doesn't he? He's looking to score. Couldn't get it past the bowler this time. Van Hookton sweeping out in the covers. We've got a point, a slip, short leg, a straightish mid wicket who's fairly tight on the one as Lyth works one round the corner, and that was the other man I was going to, who's coming in to do the fielding now, which is number 11, Andy Gorvin. So single to Lyth. Gorvin's out at deep backward square on the boundary edge. Of course, the field can remain set more or less because we've got two lefties. Whiteman waits, and he punches this firmly straight to Carlson, who has always impressed me in the field from the first moment I saw him fielding down here.
He just looks lively in the field, doesn't he?
He reminds
me what you want your fielders to look. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Callaway in again, and Whiteman drops the bat on this one. What he reminds me of, he's got that enthusiasm of a junior cricketer who's good in the field. You know, in that sort of position, he's always on his toes, super enthusiastic, and he is quick in the field. I imagine he'll save a fair amount of runs as the season goes on. Probably pick up a few run-outs as well along the way. Here's Whiteman driving to the sweeping Van Hookton, final ball of the over. 1 run to him. 17 now to Sam Whiteman. 22 to Adam Lyth. We're approaching the hour mark in terms of play on this third morning. Yorkshire have moved from 1 without loss to 44 for 1. That 1 wicket fell when the score was on 11. It was that of Finlay Bean, caught by Chris Cook behind off the bowling of Van Hookton for just the 4.
Yeah, as you were saying, Jonathan, Adam Lyth looks like he wants to get on with it and maybe set a total tomorrow, providing they get through today. Conditions are a lot easier than they were, say, on the first evening. Gloomy. Well, it's not gloomy today, it's really bright. It's windy. The trousers of the players are really buffeted with the wind. It's not great fun out there, I wouldn't have thought. However, Gorvin runs in, balls to Whiteman, who meets it with a straight bat, no run.
It's one of those days where you probably should be out there with some sunscreen on because the sun is shining. But
Yes.
you don't know whether to put sunscreen or wintergreen
Yeah.
on the patches that are exposed.
Well, I picked up my partner's daughter and her partner from Heathrow, and they've been away in much warmer climes, and they felt it when they came moving from the airport to the car last night. As Gorvin runs in once more, and Whiteman puts that away, leg side, no run. 44 for 1, Yorkshire. Flags are flying proudly. Have they sorted out the Glamorgan flag? I think they have, haven't they? Because it looked like somebody put their underwear out on the first day, didn't it? But on top of the pavilion there. But it's been restored, and the Welsh flag is at half mast. I don't know why, but there we go.
That's the size of their underwear. I'm thinking Sissy and Ada from the old Les Dawson show.
And Gorvin, that's cut away by Whiteman. No stopping that through point 4. 4 runs. 17 for him now. 48 for 1 now, Yorkshire. 21, sorry, that takes him to 21 as Sam Whiteman. He's glories in the middle name, as you said, McFarlane. That's a great name. And he's thoroughly enjoying himself.
Yeah, we're talking about Adam Lyth waiting, and he played that right underneath his eyes, didn't he? Cut shot.
Beautiful cut. Gorvin runs in again, and this time shows a straight face, but it squirts off down the leg side. It's gone for 4 runs. Maybe give him a bit more credit than just squirts off. I think he
played for that.
Turned it down that way. Yeah, he did. So Yorkshire reached their 52 for 1, and deliberately no chance for Callaway then.
They've just started to naturally really tick up the rate.
Yeah, Gorvin none for 24 and 3.4 overs at the moment as he moves into Whiteman once more, and a solid drive, off drive, brings him another 4 runs. That's 3 4s on the bounce for Whiteman.
He looks to have a lot of time, and you clearly can't give him much of any room. It's not like he's been spraying it, Andy Gorvin. They've been just a stump width outside off, really. I think more or less all 3 of those strokes, different strokes as well. Each time.
He's certainly powerful on that offside as Gorvin moves in once more, and that time not a 4, just a parry, and there's no run, but he plundered Gorvin then for 3 4s in that over. Whiteman moves to 29, Lyth to 22. Yorkshire 56 for 1 off 16 overs.
Good morning to Kate. It'd probably be afternoon over there. In fact, she's in Seville today. Just the 30 degrees in Seville, she says. Not a patch on the 42 in Adelaide. I sat and watched a couple of days Test cricket with Kate in Adelaide before Christmas, and it was 42 roasting on one of those days. And even when it dropped to something like 20 odd later in the match, I still got burnt to a cinder.
Well, I was in Australia last year as well.
Here's Callaway continuing from the river end to Lyth, who drops out into the offside, no run.
Or rather, this year, got there for New Year's Eve, had a month out there, took in the last day of the final Ashes test at Sydney Cricket Ground.
Callaway loops one up, and Adam Lyth will probably feel he's missed out there, full bunger. He's whipped it away into the leg side, but it's been fielded in mid-wicket by, I think it's Sean Dixon in there. 22 still to Adam. Good morning to Mark Bailey as well, who's messaged in, as that is dropped into the offside by Lyth, and there's no run.
What I would say about Australia is that you really do get the feeling cricket is huge there, isn't it? Really the sport.
Yeah, as Lyth turns this one to wideish mid-on, and we'll get through for a single. 27 for 1. Lyth 23 with that 1, and Whiteman 29. Yeah, it's it feels big that somehow media coverage of sports over there and rugby league, and as a fan of that sport, that's enormous. Good delivery from Kellaway, and that's drawn the first false shot from Whiteman, who's been dropped at slip. Didn't quite get to the pitch, had a flash at it, got an outside edge, and it's been grasped there at slip by Colin Ingram, away to his left. Never
get a
easy.
hand to it,
yeah,
but
he got a
couldn't
full hand
hold
on it,
on.
didn't he? He was one-handed with his left hand. And Kellaway in again, and Lyth will pick up a single, Whiteman having got the 1 with the drop chance. So end of the over, 59 for 1. Lyth on 24, and Whiteman, having survived that, is on 30.
You wonder how costly that might be. I mean, they're never easy catches in the slips, but you get a hand to it. He was travelling, to be fair, to Colin Ingram.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Ryan Hadley.
And Ryan Hadley had a few overs at the start of the day. Is now back from the Cathedral Road end. In fact, he had 4 overs for 10 at the start of the day. Seemed odd just to get the 4 overs, but maybe they felt Govin was taking too much punishment. Certainly Sam Whiteman took a liking to him.
Yeah, it felt like it was a bit too easy for him, didn't it, that last over?
So he comes in, and Lyth has cut that, but straight to cover. No run. 58 for 1, 59 for 1, Yorkshire. Trailing by 243, but going along nicely at the moment at 3.44. As Hadley returns to his mark. Right arm fast medium, they say. And that's played away by Lyth, no problem with that. Tucked him up a little, but comfortably played out into the leg side, no run.
Tony Sweeney's been in touch, says, wonder if Finn, meaning Bean, will keep the gloves for next week. His place, says Tony, was probably in jeopardy for the games that Joe and Harry are available for.
Hadley turns, Lyth waits, 2 slips. And that was arrowed in towards the stumps. Lyth just patted that down, no run.
That's going to be an interesting selection call, really. Obviously, your number 2 keeper in the club is Harry Duke now.
Yeah, I know. As you were saying, chances are now that with these substitutions, teams are going to have to take bigger squads on the road, aren't they?
You would think so, yeah. That's going to be the way of thinking, isn't it?
I mean, what do
They
they
won't
take?
wanna leave
13,
themselves a
14 players
disadvantage.
normally?
Yeah.
13?
14 came down here, I think, for Yorkshire.
Hadley now into bowl around the wicket. Lyth plays that back to very short mid-off.
Yeah, there would have been 14 because the 11 that started the match, plus Will Luxton, Ben Cliff, of course we've seen both on the field, and Dan Moriarty is down here as well.
There's a discussion. One of the umpires looking at the ball, I think. I'm not sure you're going to get much change out of the umpire after so few overs, 17.4 overs, but there we are. It was Kieran Carlson, the captain, just showing the ball to the umpire. As Hadley goes in and beats the bat that time, but a few oohs and ahs, but no damage done. 59 for 1. I mean, rugby league teams and rugby union teams must take a cast of thousands when they go away.
Yeah. You've got to have some cover just in case somebody pulls up in the warm-up, and then that happens fairly often, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody will tweak a hamstring while they're warming up.
Hadley in again around the wicket. And big shot for LBW, but nothing given.
Yeah, it was stifled, wasn't it? It
Yeah.
wasn't a confident appeal. It wasn't all arms aloft and a full bellowing and imploring the umpire to raise the finger, but we'll just make an inquiry. Bat Adam Lyth holds it up to say that he edged that onto his pads anyway, hence the stifled appeal. I'm just going to make a mention at this point, Rob probably will be tuning in back up in Yorkshire to Mel Wiles. Hopefully you are, Mel, and hope you're okay. Mel lost his wife Jane recently during the winter. Jane and Mel, big Yorkshire supporters who've been following them around together for a long time, as Sam Whiteman plays forward to this Kellaway delivery and there's no run. So yeah, just to say I hope you're okay. Got to know Mel and Jane pretty well with our travels around with the county in the last 7 years.
Best of luck for me as well.
Kellaway coming into bowl again. Whiteman on strike, and this time plays a nice sweep, 45 degrees. Man at square leg is round to do the fielding, and they pick up 2.
Went a long way across to pull that around then, didn't he?
Yeah, now, the story with Jane, when I walked into the ground at Scarborough for one of my first matches, she wouldn't mind me saying this, absolutely not at all. I got a call back from her sitting as I walked in, and she obviously found out that I was the new commentator. As Whiteman tries to play the same again, but this time a bit more precariously, and she sort of went, "Oi." Now I got the job because unfortunately my predecessor Dave Callahan passed away as well, March of 2018, and she said, "I were friends with Cally. We used to go out for dinner with him. You've got a hard act to follow." That was Jane, and I didn't know her at the time, as Whiteman punches that one out into the covers, and fielded by Van der Hugton. They pick up 1, and as I got to know her, obviously that was just Jane,
Yeah.
She as we like to think in Yorkshire, stereotypically call a spade a spade. But I did get the seal of approval. It probably took me about 3 seasons to finally get.
You're going to earn your spurs.
You're all right, you.
Yeah.
You're all right, yeah. As Lyth pushes one into the offside, no run. But yeah, I've spent some happy hours in various bars after days' plays and that sort of thing over the last few years. And she will be missed with that approach to life. And sometimes you as Lyth works one off his legs round the corner for a single. I couldn't get to Jane's funeral, unfortunately, last month, but it was one of these where these days they put them online.
Right.
So I did
you
watch
could watch.
it. Yeah. And sometimes you don't know somebody that well until you find that you learn more about them at those sort of occasions, don't you? And actually, I'm not going to say what was said because that might, be what Mel wants to remain private. But basically, remarkable person, remarkable sort of story.
Well, I'll tell you the story. What happened to me on first meeting? I went to cover rugby on the South Wales Argus, Newport Rugby Club. Before the regions came in, this is a long time ago, as Ryan Hadley continues from the Cathedral Road end around the wicket, and it's stroked back on the onside by Adam Lyth, and I was told to go over to training and meet the captain and coach. The coach is Charlie Faulkner, famous Wales prop,
Yep.
and the captain was famous stroke infamous Mike Watkins, the Newport hooker, and Wales hooker for a few occasions. And so I went across. They were having a chat at the bar after training, So I said, hello, Mr. Watkins. My name's Rob Phillips. I'm the new man on the Argus. Come back to that as Hadley runs in. And Lythe has to hop a little, but plays it back gently. No run. Yorkshire 63 for 1. And then he did this, he had this habit, Mike Watkins, with referees, players, whoever, of putting his arm round you and walking you away to places. And he said to me, oh, you're the new man on the Argus. Yes, I said. He said, well, you got your job to do. I've got my job to do. I'm the captain, he said. Look forward to working with you, but I'll probably have to lay you out one day. But he said, and this is what really encouraged me, he said, of course, it'll be nothing personal. Thanks, Mike. Hadley again, into Lythe. 2 slips. Lythe plays it short on the onside. No run. 63 for 1. It was quite an introduction, let's put it that way. And to be fair, he didn't lay me out at all. And we stayed in touch when he moved to Thailand. Stayed in touch and passed away not too long ago, as Nick Webb will know very well.
Yes, I had some really good interviews off Mike Watkins.
He was good,
a couple of quite awkward meetings at press conferences.
Yeah. Hadley continuing his run in past the umpire, bowls now. Lythe's firm bat, but Hadley puts down his left hand to stop the ball. No run. 65 for 1 Yorkshire. Lythe is on 25. Whiteman is on 33.
Charlie Faulkner, when he was coaching, I asked him about some upcoming game, what he expected, some vague question. He said, I think we'll play to our strengths and their weaknesses, and they'll probably play to their strengths and our weaknesses. Thanks, Charlie.
I learned a lot of Charlie, though, about rugby. I'm not really cut out to be a prop, but learned a lot about it. Hadley balls again, and this time Lythe has one leg up in the air, pulls it around on the onside, and no run. 65 for 1. He's found a bit more rhythm in this spell. Is Ryan Hadley, the debutant for Glamorgan, New South Wales, Australia A, Sydney Thunder. Just mops his brow with the little bandage on his left arm, and he's just pushing the square leg back, and now the square leg comes back in again as Hadley runs in over the wicket. Lythe turns it to the aforementioned square leg, back into the wicket keeper. No run. 65 for 1.
Yes, this is slightly ominous for Glamorgan in terms of the ease with which Whiteman has settled into his work, and Gorvin has probably taken off sooner than they would have expected. Looks as though they can bowl Hadley in short spells, but Glamorgan really need all their bowlers functioning if they've only got 5 frontliners.
And with only 3 seamers, you can't protect one, can you? Hadley bowls again. Lythe clips it down and stopped on the boundary at fine leg.
That's really good tumbling stop by Mason Crane down there.
Really good.
Crane, who will be a major part of Glamorgan's attack in terms of wicket taking. He can be expensive on occasion. Remember, not sure if it was 24 or previously, up at Headingley, where he actually went for 10 and over in his first 9 overs or so. The first day he bowled, and then came back, held his nerve, and ended up with a 5. And he said, I was quite proud of that, actually, after what happened the day before. He ended up with something like 5 for 150.
Yeah, and of course he contributed, 51 with the bat, so...
Third first-class half-century, but it's his colleague in spin, Ben Callaway, who's wheeling away at the moment, and forward comes Lythe and defends on the offside, and Callaway will have to play a lot of the holding role, you suspect. He was bowled by one that turned from Dom Bess, so he'll be encouraged by that. But Callaway may have a few long spells this season. As Lyth laps it away gently, and the ball is trickling down towards fine leg. They'll run at least 2. They might think of a third. They will have an easy third because Ryan Hadley had a long way to go. With Lyth just coming across his stumps and playing that little sweep shot. Matt on Blue Sky said he was wondering, given potential increase in attention for Glamorgan players from international selectors, any risk of Crane catching the eye this season? Been excellent when fit at Sapphire Gardens and solid batting too. Is there still a chance? As that's a faster ball from Callaway that Whiteman on the back foot just about digs out. Glamorgan were encouraged by that. Yeah, well, you would hope that more people would be watching Glamorgan in terms of the national selection process. As Whiteman turns the next ball around the corner down to fine leg for a single. But there isn't a national selector as such at the moment.
No, but
so good day to Brendan McCullum if you're watching in New Zealand.
Yeah, well,
I hope you are.
I was also listening to Rob Key being interviewed on 5 Live a few weeks ago, and he was saying that they've got eyes and ears around the grounds and coaches they regularly go to. And
Callaway in bowls and forward comes Lyth defending.
And he actually mentioned by name the Glamorgan coach Richard Dawson as one that they go to for, I assume, scouting reports and updates on players. So he's being watched by the right people.
As Callaway bowls and Lyth forward, plays slightly tentatively on the onside, but no run. 70 for 1 at the end of the over. Lyth 29, Whiteman 34. And the management do have, obviously, every game on video and highlights and whatever available to them. But
it's just not a great look if you don't turn up,
is it? No, it's not a great system not to have enough England advisors who are providing neutral viewpoints, because a lot of coaches will say, yeah, pick my boy, he's playing brilliantly.
Quite.
I mean, some will be realistic, and I don't know which camp Richard Dawson would fall into, or Anthony McGrath. But yes, could do with a few more neutral and objective eyes on the county scene.
Well, Ryan Hadley won't worry about that. He's running into Whiteman, who shot for caught behind, but umpire, I think it came off the pad.
Sounded pad-ish, didn't it?
Yeah. But I just think I've just got another look at this as no noticeable sound or touch off the bat.
Let's just flick the pad on the way through down the leg side. Good take by Chris Cook.
Very good. And shout will keep you warm. Although it's really nice and sunny now as the seagull goes overhead.
It looks nice and sunny.
It
is nice and sunny,
chilly.
but it's nice and sunny and still cold on most of the ground.
Quite. Hadley into the left-hander, Whiteman. Hurries him a little. Just plays it out short on the onside to square leg.
There is a nasty little breeze nipping round, I can assure you of that. Having just done a lap of the ground.
Oh, right, well done. Keep going.
Keep the steps up. But it's not ideal for being outside and sitting still for long periods of time, I can tell you that.
No.
Unless you get out of the wind.
Hadley in again. Whiteman waits, bat aloft. That one goes past him on the offside, nowhere near the stumps though. 70 for 1 now, Yorkshire.
Whiteman's got slightly peculiar leave, hasn't he? Like Labuschagne, there's a bit of a flourish, and gets his bat somewhere sort of near the line of the ball. He looks to be playing over it rather than just withdrawing the bat towards the body.
When he's
Slightly risky.
Yeah, the leave is like a baseball player's leave, isn't it? If one gets up, you'd imagine he might get a touch, but it doesn't seem to be a great deal in the wicket, does it? Not for the seamers, and the conditions are not fantastic, as Hadley tries to prove me wrong, but he's turned away down through fine leg, and that is 4 runs to Whiteman. Dealt with that pretty well. He goes to 38, Lython's 29, and Glamorgan 70. Yorkshire 74 for 1.
There's been too much down leg side from Gorvin and Hadley, hasn't there, from this Cathedral Road end?
Well, I was only thinking he hadn't done too badly, Hadley, in the second spell, and then, of course, the next ball goes for 4, so I'm glad I didn't say anything.
It's hunt the ball time for Mason Crane. Has he got it quickly? Yes, he has. This is one of the delights of Sophia Gardens, that players have to be subjected to a bit of the hunt the ball stuff that every village cricketer.
Where's the ball boys, Nick? I'm used to multi-balls. Hadley into Whiteman, and big shout again, but umpire unmoved.
Yes, they seem to be reasonably convinced of that. Yes, it was caught behind, went through to Cook. Not sure if there was any deviation off the body, maybe off the thigh pad, I think that one.
It went between bat and pad.
As we see the view from behind, and that tells you why they are appealed, because there was some contact, but it was with the thigh pad or the bottom of the jersey.
Cook and Tribe went up for it, didn't they, with some vigour?
Yeah, you would in that circumstance. You know it's flicked something.
Whiteman's on 38, faces Hadley again, and firm, lovely straight drive, and that's going to go for 4 just underneath our commentary box. Whiteman is a dangerous operator now, 42 off 48 balls, and that was punched just on the leg side for a straight drive.
Yes, up to those nice new white pickets down.
Almost out through the gate.
Yeah, it's a new fence all around Sophia Gardens since last season. So the first bit of leg spin as Crane takes over from Callaway at the River Taff end. Callaway inducing just the one edge. I mean, I was watching from the far end. Did that go anywhere near slip, the edge that Callaway
yeah, he got a hand to it,
right.
Ingram, and couldn't hold on to it. It was a sharp chance, as it always is to a spinner.
Yeah. Ingram remains there. There's a short leg in place now.
This is going to be interesting, because Don Best got a bit out to the pitch, didn't he, on yesterday?
Well, Crane should get some turn, mostly leg spin with the occasional googly, i.e. off spin, as he bowls now, and that is down leg side. It's flicked something, maybe leg buys, maybe off the keeper's pads, and they're racing back for 3 runs. Whiteman, a keen runner, and it's just signalled as buys. So another great start for Chris Cook to the leg spinner.
He won't be buying the umpire a drink tonight, will he?
No, I mean, umpires should be kinder and give leg buys if there's any doubt at all. That's my view, since that's not debited to anyone. Crane in bowls, and Whiteman pushes forward, defends to Tribe, who, as usual, is the man under the lid at short leg.
You don't keep wicket by any chance, do you, Nick?
I've been known to. Probably those days are in the past, but I have great sympathy for keepers in my commentaries. Oh, that's poor ball from Crane. and should have been stuck into the stand really, but it wasn't. As Cook did well to take that one cleanly.
He had to dash across to his leg side then, didn't he, to
Yes,
take it like that.
Wide delivery, wide-ish anyway. Crane bowls, and that's driven by Whiteman. Short extra cover, no run. 81 for 1. So Crane played just the 5 first-class matches last season. Got injured during the T20 and at the start of the season. As Whiteman gets a thick inside edge to that one, down towards fine leg, and again Hadley has a long way to go, and they're able to go through for a couple of runs, but wasn't a confident shot. It nevertheless takes Whiteman on to 44, having long since overtaken the more cautious Lythe, despite the veteran opener obviously having had 4 and a bit over start. 83 for 1. Crane bowls. Whiteman goes for the sweep shot and will get more runs, and this time it will run away for 4. So an expensive over. 9 runs off it, including the 3 byes. But that is what happens with leg spinners. They're attacking bowlers, and Crane going will be a wicket-taking threat rather than a containing bowler. 87 for 1 at the end of the over. Last season, Crane, by the way, had 23 wickets in just the 5 matches, an average of 26. As we're going to get another blast of Van der Hoogten before lunch. 2 spells in every session, Tim Van der Hoogten. He'll better get used to it.
Well, he's so reliable, isn't he, and effective. As takes the ball now in discussion with his captain, Kieran Carlson, from this Cathedral Road end. Have you ever asked him how he says his name, by the way?
Yes, I did at the... well, this is where it comes from. I did when he arrived.
And he
said, well, properly it's Hoogten, but a lot of people say Guten, you know. It's like Labuschagne, Labaskachne, which is the proper Afrikaans version or something like it.
So he's into Adam Lythe now around the wicket, and Lythe plays that to point, no run.
Just Timmy to his teammates.
I once asked the Swansea City player, spelt Angelrangel.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
How would you say that, Nick?
I did know once when I used to read Radio Wales bulletins, it's something like Angel Rangel, isn't it?
Well, he was variously called Angel Rangel, as Van der Hoogten comes in again, straight drive, and Van der Hoogten gets a touch, knocks onto the stumps, but Whiteman is well within his ground. And he's also been called Angel Rangel or Angel Rangel.
That's probably the wrongest of them, isn't it?
So after a game at Coventry, I said to him, how do you say your name? And he went, Angel. I said, what does your mother call you? And he went, Angel. And I thought, well, if your mother doesn't know. As Van der Hoogten is turned away on the leg side by Lythe.
Would that be some sort of Catalan or Basque?
Yes, he's Catalan, yeah.
Complication.
So Roberto Martinez, the manager who brought him over, is Spanish, so therefore he says Angel Rangel. But in Catalan, apparently the G is a hard G.
Every day is a school
Here's your
day.
Spanish lesson for today. Who needs Duolingo? Van der Hoogten in again. Lythe waits and goes down the leg side, that one. This time taken comfortably by Chris Cook. No run. 87 for 1.
Yes. Most difficult teams, in my experience, for commentary, Fiji and Georgia.
Yeah, I've done Georgia.
There's a lot
on the
of
football side.
A lot of syllables in both, and most of them are Villian Georgian.
Yes. Van der Hoogten in again. Lythe's Drives that firmly to the covers.
I wouldn't care to be a
no
tennis reporter because they, of course, you get so many different nationalities in the space of a
I used to
report
dread
if you're
reading
trying to do the
bulletins during Wimbledon.
summaries, and because you get all, once you get, if it's in one language, then you sort of try and get into the rhythm. If you've got a load of names from different parts of the world.
Well, I'll give you a name drop in a moment, Nick, and as Van der Hoogten moves in again, another firm drive by Lai, but he's not getting through. That one was straight to mid-off, end of the over, and it's 87 for 1. Whiteman on 48, Lai on 29. I once asked Ole Gunnar Solskjaer when he arrived at Cardiff, how do you say your name? And he said, well, if it's Norwegian, you say Solskjaer. Barry Davis, the old football commentator, used to say that.
Yeah.
But he said, if I were you, he said, just call me Solskjaer, it's much easier. Thank you, Ollie. Well, actually, he said, indeed, just call me Ollie if you want.
Bit informal in commentary.
Yeah, quite.
Right, Crane to continue into his second over. And Tribe has now moved from silly point, short leg rather, to leg slip. Crane bowls, and the big appeal for LBW is out. Whiteman has gone for 48, a fine innings on his Yorkshire debut, but he has to go the first ball of Crane's second over, and he has trapped LBW 87 for 2. Well, that was one that Glamorgan badly needed, and a big bloke for Yorkshire, and the replay shows that he was back in front of his stumps, and I think that was one of the more easy LBW decisions that Mr. Warren will have this season.
Well, that's what leg spinners do, isn't it, Nick? They are very much attacking bowlers. We were only saying that Sam Whiteman on his debut was looking comfortable, very comfortable indeed.
Sam Whiteman
And
LBW to Mason Crane.
Crane has struck in his second over. Not the best first over, but that clearly was a sighter. And 87 for 2, and it's fair to say, Nick, that Glamorgan needed that.
Yeah, they were struggling a bit to contain that partnership, which added 76 for the second wicket. And Whiteman struck 9 boundaries, faced just 54 balls. And I think Yorkshire supporters through the course of the season will enjoy watching Sam Whiteman.
I think they will. And of course, without Johnny Bairstow now, so Will Luxton will coming up 5. It'll be James Wharton.
You would expect
next.
so.
The incoming batter for Yorkshire is James Wharton.
So Wharton, then Luxton, Hill, Revis. I'm not quite sure the order of those. Jonathan will tell us better when he's back on. Bess, Van Beek, White and Code.
That's a big boost for Mason Crane, though. As you were saying, Nick, and you were talking to him last night, weren't you, after play, that interview available on the social media, that he didn't play many championship games last season. And this is a real bonus in some ways, playing this early.
Absolutely.
And striking in his second over. That will make him feel mightily good.
I think Glamorgan have taken the view that he's one of their most effective bowlers, and even if conditions that don't particularly suit him in the first month of the season, then he's going to be in the squad, at least in he'll be in the squad for the away games, no doubt. He'll play at least in Cardiff. They might not play him so often away from home. First right-hander, and back on his stumps goes Wharton and defends it to cover. The helmeted Ace of Tribe is now back to a short leg position, having gone to leg slip for the left-hander. Seeing a couple of sweep shots come out early on. Crane bowls, and that one looked as though it might have kept a bit low, but he's putting a few revs on the ball. Mason Crane is actually bowling quite quickly at the moment.
Wharton has gone back to both those deliveries, hasn't he?
Yeah, that didn't bounce an awful lot, and it did turn. Probably pitched middle and was played off stump. Crane bowls again. That's played away just wide of slip. Trickles down towards third man. They hasten back for a second. They're running hard this morning, Yorkshire, to be fair. And Hadley is having to do quite a bit of work in the field. So that's 2 to get Wharton off the mark. 89 for 2 Yorkshire in reply to Glamorgan's 302 all out here on BBC Sport Online. Looks more like a second day score, but we're in the third day of the match. Plenty of time on day one. Another big appeal. They like it, and so does the umpire as Wharton pushes forward in its second strike for Crane. And it's 89 for 3. Wharton has gone for 2. Well, that one probably the umpire had a bit more to think about, because he was pushing forward. But Glamorgan liked it instantly. And let's see on the replay for video stream viewers. That one I think might have been googly or going straight on. It certainly deceived him.
Well, he played back, didn't he, to 3 of the deliveries before, and his other 3 deliveries, but then he tried to move forward, but
at first sight that looked like the googly.
It did. Well, Mason Crane, the man of the moment. 2 wickets in.
James Wharton was
Yeah, again.
to Mason Crane for 2.
Oh yes, very big googly.
Yeah.
So well bowled Mason Crane. 2 wickets in the over. And Chris Cook was absolutely convinced straight away behind the stumps. 89 for 3. First bowling bonus point for Glamorgan, so it's now 2 all in terms of bonus points, and Wharton trudges back up the stairs, and we'll see if Luxton will come in at 5. Jonathan, of course, would be recognising him from his walk down the stairs. Your Welsh commentary team has to wait a little longer for the announcement. Yeah, it is Luxton batting at 5, as we expected Bairstow would. George Hill is actually on the score sheet at 5, but that's just a guesstimate usually. So Luxton, who, in case you missed our earlier making the point at the start of play, he is now a permanent part of this match, as Johnny Bairstow decided that he was in too much pain from his injured thumb to be able to safely bat, and so he's out of the match. And Luxton will bat in both innings. Presumably wouldn't be allowed to bowl if he were a bowler, but I don't think that comes into the equation anyway, because he's meant to be sort of like for Bairstow, even though he doesn't have to keep. Finlay Bean will do those duties again, and Glamorgan bring in 2 slips now. Carlson crouches as Luxton prepares. Crane bowls down leg side, oohs and ahs. It wasn't a great delivery, to be fair, but he's bowled a couple of pearlers in that.
Planned, Nick, that.
Don't think he'd be bowling for a stumping with a guy's first ball.
So,
but anyway, it's Crane who has 2 for 8 next to his name on the board, and it's 89 for 3.
And it will be the nagging pace of Tim van der Hoogten from the other end, but that's really put a spring in the step of the Glamorgan players. 2 wickets in an over for Mason Crane. Looked absolutely delighted to get those, and you feel Whiteman, well, I imagine Colin Ingram's feeling a lot better now with the departure of Whiteman. Wasn't an easy catch up first slip, but it did go down. 2 slips for van der Hoogten. Adam Lyther's been watching the little bit of carnage at the other end, turns that down the leg side. The fine leg is there now. That'll just be 1 for Lythe, and the new man Luxton will face Van der Hoogten. Who will go over the wicket to the right-handed Will Luxton. 3 matches last season. 116 runs. Average 23.20. Strike rate 48.73. Just feeling his way into this Yorkshire side as Van der Hoogten bowls down the leg side, beats everything. Collected by Chris Cook.
Good afternoon to Lily in North Yorkshire. Adam Lythe, steady as always, she says. A great 48 by Sam Whiteman and a good partnership, but Yorkshire in a bit of trouble.
90 for 3. And you compare that with Glamorgan's 28 for 4 on the first evening.
Yes.
As Van der Hoogten into the right-handed, Luxton again, a little bit wide this time. Cook takes again. Just want to keep the pressure on now, won't he? The opening, 2 openings from Crane.
Yes, they've got to get rid of Lythe, and he's not scoring very quickly, but playing the anchor role that Ingram did for Glamorgan.
35-year-old Van der Hoogten moves in. That's played through mid-wicket for at least 1, and they'll come back for 2. So Luxton gets off the mark. 92 for 3 now, Yorkshire.
Other scores in Div 1. Hampshire have slumped to 116 for 8 at home to Essex. Hampshire will be Yorkshire's next opponents. In fact, even that's a slight recovery. 91 for 8, 65 for 7 at 1 point. 3 wickets for Sam Cook, the 1 test man. 2 for Jamie Porter, 2 for Shane Snyder.
And the Hookton in. That time it's a straight ball, which Luxton plays away to short cover. No run.
The match at Grace Road is sprinting on. Sussex 215 for 6 in their second innings, but that's a lead of 331 over Leicestershire. 72 from Dan Hughes, the Aussie, at the top of the Sussex order.
As Luxton waits again for Van der Hoogten. Drove through the covers, and then nobody's going to stop that. That was a confident shot, and it goes for 4 in front of the pavilion. 96 now for 3 Yorkshire, and that's at the end of the 26th over.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten not conceding too many boundaries in this spell, but Langston lent into that shot very pleasantly indeed. It's surprisingly, given the bright weather here, raining in Taunton, where Notts are 274 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 347. Fairly easy, evenly poised game, but it's been interrupted by rain. And the other Division 1 match at Edgbaston, where Glamorgan head in the middle of next month. Warwickshire, wow, 408 for 4 in reply to Surrey's 328 all out. Crane in to start a new over. Bowls, and that is punched into the offside by Lythe. Waited for that. Good stop by Eddie Byram at cover. Warwickshire run scorers 144 for Dan Mosley, 94 for Sam Hain. 50s for the 2 openers as well, Yates and Davis. Crane bowls and turned away on the leg side by Lythe. He'll pick up a single down towards backward square. 97 for 3. Lythe to 31 not out. Division 2, Worcestershire 155 for 3 in reply to Derby's 625 for 8 declared. A double century for Martin Anderson. Crane bowls, and he's beaten Luxton there with some sharpish turn. There's the match delay up at Durham because of storm damage. Durham 83 for 2, leading Kent by 221, but no spectators allowed in the ground today, and the players haven't been allowed able to start either. As Luxton stepping back, attempting to cut, making no contact, tumbling stop from Cook. 2 slips and a short leg now around the bat.
He's making life very uncomfortable, isn't he, Mason Crane?
He's looking lively. Balls again. That one, though, is driven through the offside for a single by Luxton, because Glamorgan, as I suggested, have got a bit of insurance in the form of a sweeper on the cover boundary. 98 for 3, Luxton to 7. At Lords, Gloucestershire struggling 192 for 7 in reply to Middlesex's 445 for 9 declared. 5 for Toby. Roland Jones keeps on rolling them out, the veteran seamer. There's big appeal for LPW there, no shot played, but the foot was miles outside off stump. No shot played, so can be out, even though it hit outside off, but it was too far outside off for that one. And umpire Warren,
outside off.
umpire Warren couldn't really get the trajectory of the ball because it pitched shortly before it hit the pad. Finally, in the roundup of this county scoreboard, Lancashire 5 for no wicket against Northants after bowling the visitors out, the hosts out rather, at Northampton for 258. McManus made 75 not out. Anderson 5 for 66. Bailey 4 for 51.
Yeah, someone was making the point on social media yesterday that Anderson took the wicket of James Sales and also took the wicket of his dad, David Sales, as Van der Hoogten is driven away through extra cover for 4 runs by Luxton.
That's a repeat of the last ball in the previous over, wasn't it?
Yeah, he looks a bit
stylish. Bit too much width from Van der Hoogten.
He was, yeah, just a little wide. And they were wondering just which other bowler had taken the wickets of father and son. Maybe one of the Cowdreys. Maybe the Cowdreys might have fallen to a bowler. I don't know.
Could be.
As Van der Hoogten moves in again, we'll want to get this more online. It's slightly leg side, but it's well stopped at mid-wicket for no run. A short mid-wicket. And that was Ben Callaway. I think we might see 2 spinners second this afternoon, Nick.
Wouldn't be surprised if it happens at some point. Obviously, they both being used from the river end at the moment.
Van der Hoogten again into Luxton. Gently forward out to point, no run. More accurate from Van der Hoogten after 2 boundaries.
Yes, I mean, we make a thing of it, but he's halfway through his 9th over. He's still 1 for 20.
It's not
pretty
bad,
economical,
is it?
isn't
Yeah.
You'd settle for that sort of figure. It just happens so rarely that he strays offline that we remark on it.
And he's 35 now. Wearing 64 as Luxton waits. Bat aloft, as is the want these days, and that one goes straight past. Easily collected by Chris Cook.
Jonathan Deutsch will rejoin us after the end of this over, and I'll swap sides. He cuts up rough if he didn't get his favourite.
Jonathan likes to be on the right of the commentary box. I was listening yesterday.
Well, he does here, but
it's not a fad, it's a thing. As Van der Hoogten moves in once more. And again, that's just parried out to the offside. No run. 102 for 3 are Yorkshire. As we come to the end of Van der Hoogten's 9th over and the 28th over of the innings. Mason Crane striking twice in 1 over to remove Sam Whiteman for 48 and James Wharton for 2. Both the LBW shouts earlier, Van der Hoogten picked up his wicket of Finley Bean. Balls over the wicket, turned out, and that will be no run. So 102 for 3 Yorkshire, and Jonathan Doidge rather stopped in their tracks a little by those 2 wickets.
Yeah, a nice smooth handover as well, and just unbelievable. Anyone would think we're professional broadcasters, chaps.
I usually fall over something during the course of the process. Or throttle someone with their headphone wires. So don't get used to smooth professional handovers. You'll be disappointed.
It was, yeah, you're right. It stopped in the tracks. 2 wickets in the over. 102 for 3. Mason Crane going to continue at the river end of the ground, bowling to Adam Lyth. So 200 the deficit. Just waiting for a field change.
Oh, I do love fielders clustered around the bat.
Is this you or me?
This is me. Crane, 3 overs, 2 for 10. Balls and Lyth forward. Driving on the offside, fairly gently, out towards deep point. Van der Hoogten just lollops in and sends it back to the bowler underarm. So it's 2 slips under short leg for the right-handed Luxton. Crane bowls, gives that one a huge amount of air, and it's driven straight to mid-on. There's no run. He's put a few revs on it, tended to bowl fairly quickly for a spinner in his first couple of overs. That one is driven through the offside for a single by Crane, by Luxton, off the bowling of Crane. Glamorgan with the sweeper over on that grandstand side of the ground. Luxton's leaning nicely into his off drives early in his innings, having been brought into the match this morning officially as the sub for Johnny Bairstow. Lyth waits, Crane bowls, no shot played as it goes through to Chris Cook. There was a big LBW appeal, but it was fairly speculative when Lyth booted one away in Crane's previous over. Crane in again in the Sapphire Sunshine. Oh, that's on leg stump, and it's tucked away down towards mid-wicket comes square leg. That was on leg stump. So a little bit of freedom for Lyth there. 3 singles off the first 5 balls of this over. There's Crane in again. Bowls. Oh, down leg side. There's a pulled shot that I think has struck the pad or bottom edge and will run away for 4, just trickling over the boundary. It was off the pad. So 4 onto the Yorkshire total. Not a great delivery, that one. And Luxton able to play the pull shot with some impunity, and got 4 runs for his team anyway as he booted his way. 109 for 3.
Pretty chilly out there. Been across the opposite end of the field. Those who can see the streaming pictures, they can see Sean Fisher in the middle there in his white and brown, I think it is, top. One of the Yorkshire supporters on tour. Just away to the right of them, sitting with some of the other speckies. And it's a bit parky, but still nice to have some sunshine. But I had 4 layers on out there. That's the sort of temperatures you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a nasty little breeze, isn't there, still whipping around the ground, or most parts of the ground. It's difficult to find a place that's in the sun but out of the breeze, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. I'd rather be in the sun and still feeling chilly, but with a little bit of something to take the edge off it, than sitting this end in the shade at the moment. That's going to be a hardy soul to be down at this Cathedral Road end today. Andy Gove in bowling from here, and Adam Lyth turning that first delivery of the over square on the leg side And there's a single. Yorkshire lad says, what are the chances of Jonathan Tattersall being loaned back to Yorkshire by Leicestershire for a couple of games? Chairman of the Johnny Tattersall Appreciation Society. He's Yorkshire lad, Mark Bailey.
So would it be Duke keeping wicket next week, do you reckon?
Well, yeah, I certainly think that the chances of Tats coming back on loan would be very slim, to 0. And you'd have to, having made that decision, wouldn't you, turn to your second keeper, Harry Duke, as Luxton steps back and cuts this really into the covers, picks up 1. So it's whether or not, I mean, obviously Finlay Bean's done the job here. Will they want to stick with that, maybe? And maybe keep the 11 that they've got now playing in this match? Or will there be other changes afoot? There's obviously Jai Richardson as well. As this is pushed into the offside by Lythe, and there's no run.
Yeah, is he in the country as yet, the Aussie fast bowler?
Apparently arrived on Wednesday, I think. So I think he's acclimatising by the sound of things, and presumably will be ready to roll for Friday against Hampshire. Gorvin, right arm round the wicket. Lythe just leans on this pleasantly, plays it squarish on the offside with a punch of a shot. 1 run, 35 to him. Richard Malinder says, morning JD, my first view of Sam Whiteman today. Looks a fine player. Luxton started well, and Lythe just doing Adam Lythe things again. At the moment of writing, it looks difficult to see how a positive result can come out of the game. Let's see though. Thanks Rich, good to hear from you. As Luxton plays nicely off his legs to backwards square, and we'll pick up 1. So good opportunity for Will Luxton again here. They've been sporadic so far in Championship cricket, and you'd have to say largely because at the points he's been given those opportunities he's not fully grabbed them, but he's a talented player, we know that. We've seen that in particular with his white ball knocks. Got a superb ton at rugby school against Warwickshire in the summer of 24. As Lythe plays 1 into the offside again, and there is no run to complete that over at 1-1-3 for 3. They also blasted it all round Old Trafford, which is never going to do anything but endear you to Yorkshire supporters. In a T20 match last year with Johnny Bairstow, Yorkshire actually came away from Old Trafford with a win, unheard of in my time commentating there.
It's just looking at Jai Richardson's last match, which was Western Australia against New South Wales. Also featured Ryan Hadley, who's obviously got a better travel agent. I mean, it finished on March the 17th. And just wonder, there's probably a good reason why Richardson wasn't here quite in time to feature in this match. Anywho, we will proceed for another 12 minutes until the lunch interval as Crane bowls, and he's bowled him, has he, round his legs, I think. Luxton has gone for 14, 113 for 4, and Mason Crane is on fire. Well, well, well. Didn't look like the greatest of deliveries. Luxton tried to swat it away, but he's gone. And Crane getting an awful lot of turn. And that one has come back a long way from outside leg stump and taken leg stump. Well bowled Mason Crane. He's got 3 for 13, 113 for 4.
Yeah, big turner from probably about 2 stumps outside leg stump. And, well, there you go. If you're going to sweep, you've got to make sure you make some contact. He's got the front leg is pretty much coming straight down the wicket, and he's trying to get over the top of that and obviously get it away around the corner. But once you miss, if that ball is turning, then you could be in trouble, and he was. So he's got himself going, but got himself out, And 113 for 4. Glamorgan are going to start thinking they've got the opportunity in this game.
Yes, it's moving on a little more quickly than most of yesterday's play did, both in terms of runs and wickets. Crane 3 for 13. And having done last night's media duties, we'll see if he fancies maybe doing another night on the back of his half century.
The incoming batter for Yorkshire is Matthew Revis.
So Revis at 6. Van Beek or Hill next?
I suspect it'll be George at 7.
Mm-hmm. But Batwell down to 9, you'd say, Yorkshire at least? With White and Code as the tail enders.
Yeah.
Expect a few runs from the others?
Yeah. I think Johnny said to me in his video at the start of the match, after the toss, that he'd let Jack and Ben decide who would be 10 and 11. I suspect Ben will want to be 10. So Jack will probably be 11. And obviously Ben Code can crack a few runs, but at this stage you're not wanting to start worrying. You shouldn't be worrying too much about who's going to get runs in the tail. You've still got batters in and they've still got a job to do. Yes,
there was a Glamorgan side, I think it was in the early 90s, that probably had 3 number 11s in it, and I can't remember if it was Alan Butcher or Hugh Morris as skipper at the time, so I'll fight it out, boys. Not sure whether they would have been bidding to be number 9 or looking to stay as number 11 to lower expectations. 113 for 4 then, here on BBC Sport Online, as Crane with his tail up. 3 for 13, into bowl to Revis, who pushes forward and is beaten by that one outside off stump. Chris Cook takes the bails off just in case he'd overbalance, but he hadn't. Revis goes down and does a bit of gardening just to show that it was entirely the fault of the pitch that he was beaten by that one, and nothing to do with the merits of the delivery. Crane in, doesn't deliver this time. Whether Revis pulled away or Crane lost his stride, I'm not sure. Maybe just a little bit of late chat between the infielders. Crane back at his mark. In he comes, bowls, gives that one air, driven gently into the offside, but scampering stop by Callaway. And there's no run. 113 for 4. We go until 10 past 1 in case you're wondering. After this morning session, Yorkshire will be happy to the 113 runs, but Glamorgan will be happier with the 4 wickets. There have fallen 3 of them to Mason Crane. 1 to Tim van der Hoogten. As Crane in, bowls, and almost playing on there, Matthew Revis. Didn't know much about the trajectory of the ball after it had left the bat. Playing defensively, and the ball dribbling back, and the infielders getting very excited again. 2 slips and a short leg. Revis making Crane wait. He's keen to hurry him up, not give the batter time to settle. Lyth leaning on his bat. That's shortish. Revis turns it away on the leg side and will get off the mark with a single down to backward square. 114 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. Lyth just to face the last ball of the over, having watched the wreckage from the other end. Crane eagerly twirling the ball from one hand to another. Trots in now. Bowls to Lyth, who works that one down to Sean Dixon, who's in an interesting position at close-ish backward square leg. Just a bit closer than the umpire. End of the over, 114 for 4. Probably 2 more overs until the lunch interval, or maybe even more, because it looks as though Ben Kellaway is going to swap ends.
Yeah, just giving something to think about for Matthew Revis just out there, and Adam Lyth, who can sometimes be calmed by spin. See how that one plays out, but yeah, who'd have thunk it? First match of the season. Don Bess picked up 3 with his off spin, Mason Crane with his leg spin, and some definite turnout there. And of course, not many leg spinners around when the game is played, and the way county cricket's played, that's long since disappeared as a regular art, shall we say, in the game. So a batter's not that used to playing against it. Oh, Kellaway's dragged this one down, and Revis has, fortunately for him, not missed it. Chris Cook having a dive to his left. Yeah, I think probably just put a line through that one, Ben, and start again. And Matthew Revis will be just pleased he managed to get some bat on it, because it was a complete and utter freebie. Really was.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded facing that delivery. It's probably the only one of the morning that I wouldn't have got out to. Put away to fine leg for 4.
So Revis on to 5, 118 for 4. Kellaway bowling right arm, by the way, at the moment, is off spin. And Revis tucks one away into the leg side for a single. Matthew Revis made his debut some years ago. He was a very, very young player. And another player really whose opportunities were sporadic for long enough, but he's properly grabbed his chance in the last couple of years, and certainly last season with the bat. He was a top order batter in his younger days. He's obviously brought bowling at adult level to his game in the last 4 or 5 seasons. Again, that's been a work in progress as Lyth works one to leg. With a couple of stellar knocks last year, did Rev. He's on strike here, short leg in place, goes back to this Kellaway delivery that's wide of off stump and drops it out into the offside. Showed good temperament. The pair of these have got that. 120 for 4, 2 to come in the 32nd. Revis forward and blocking. Yorkshire just want to make sure they get through this next. What'll be probably 7 deliveries. 1:07 on the clock. Changing the field will just slow things down for a few more seconds as 1:08 ticks over, and Kellaway and bowling, and Revis defending once again. You'd put it down at this moment in time as a slightly disappointing session as far as the White Rose is concerned, because of the loss of wickets. There's been no issue with scoring runs, has there? It looks so difficult for the first couple of days. Slow pitch, scoring at under 3 and over. They've got it up to nearly 4 and over, but as I think I mentioned earlier, they wouldn't want to sacrifice wickets for an improved scoring rate. Not at this stage of the match anyway.
Yeah, so Glamorgan as a team talk about playing positive cricket, I think, was influenced by the pitch, by some accurate Yorkshire bowling. There weren't many freebies, if any, as Crane is in to bowl to Lyth, who drives to mid-off, and there's no run. Freddie Jones, season's greetings to you. Great to hear Rob's dulcet tones on commentary. It's not his first foray into cricket, it is his first championship game. As that one is beating the defensive prod of Lyth. Just trickles away off an edge, I think. 120 for 4. And Rob will be in charge of the first couple of away games and half the third, as far as Glamorgan commentary is concerned, as that is booted away, caught by an eager tribe, just in case there'd been some sort of flick of the glove, but it hadn't. Lyth not afraid to outstretch the right leg on that occasion, pitching miles outside off. Crane in again. Bowls. Lyth forward defensively. Crane looking as though he's expecting a wicket every ball with hands in the air. So the story of the morning for Yorkshire Bairstow, a fine partnership of 76 for the second wicket between Adam Lyth and Sam Whiteman, who made 48. Whiteman the first of 3 victims for Mason Crane, as Lyth is forward to defend. Early wicket was that of Finlay Bean, caught behind off Van der Hoogten for 4. Whiteman made 48, Wharton 2 and Luxton 14. And we will retreat for luncheon. We'll be back at 1:50 here on BBC Sport Online and the Glamorgan website. Crane bowls and Lyth drives gently to mid-off. Maiden over to finish the morning session. Yorkshire 120 for 4. Lyth has 36. Revis has 6. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
I've got some latest scores from around the country where play has and hasn't been possible. In fact, I say hasn't been possible because of damage caused by Storm Dave. There's been no play before lunch at Chesterton Street. Covers were blown off during the night. There was also some structural damage, and there are concerns as to whether there'll be any play there today. So that's the game between Durham and Kent. It's lunch everywhere else, starting at the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire are 139 for 9, still trailing Essex by 322. At Taunton, they did have a couple of interruptions because of rain, but they've reached lunch and knocked to 274 for 6, still trailing Somerset by 73 runs. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire have gone into the lead against Surrey. They're now 435 for 4, so they're leading by 107 runs. At Northampton, Northamptonshire were dismissed by Lancashire for 258, and now in their second innings, Lancashire are 18 for 3. So Lancashire lead by just 144 runs. At Lords, Gloucestershire at 205 for 9, still trailing 40 runs. At Grace Road in their second innings, Sussex at 235 for 6. So they're leading Leicestershire by 351 runs. And at Derby, Worcestershire have moved on to 155 for 3 in their first innings, but they're still trailing Worcestershire by 470 runs. A reminder that score sheets for this game are available completely free of charge from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's also where you can purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan Yearbook. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castell Howell stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. And you can also purchase snacks from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. Thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government, there are lots of new displays as well as interactive units for you to look at and to use. One of the new displays is a very special tribute to the late Hugh Morris. There's also a short film looking back on Hugh's life and his massive contribution to cricket. And we're very grateful to Hugh's family for making available the items on display as well as the images in the film. A special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket has also been produced and is available for purchase either from reception or in the museum itself. And it costs just £10 with all proceeds going to Velindre Cancer Hospital. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, as well as other items and souvenirs which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And finally, don't forget that next Sunday here at Sapphire Gardens, the Glamorgan women start their campaign in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Their opponents are Gloucestershire, and play will be getting underway at 10:30.
said last night, I thought, Christ, I can't think Gera suddenly in that position. 6 points clear of it.
You know, if you get, probably one would be not.
What's that game on Friday night? It was a live game on BBC. I don't know if they're on it or not. Optimistic as ever.
You know me. I was talking about you said I'm not sure that it doesn't balance suddenly.
Well, it's a typical Mason Crane, isn't it? You know, he could come on and go for 150 or 13, 12 overs, or he could come on and take 6 to 20. We've got that version of it. Yes, but it's shot. But he pitched about 12 inches outside of it. He's holding round the legs. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, the shot he played. I think he's idling. I think he's seen the ball outside that eye. And then expected, I'll go. By the time where he put the bat with the ball and then shot in the other direction.
It's just a pretty different ball, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what he thought.
Yeah, understandable.
So Michael there, ball me showing me told
By 6 o'clock.
to resume the Yorkshire first innings after lunch, Adam Lythe and Matthew Race.
Welcome back from Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan versus Yorkshire in this first county championship match for the respective teams in 2026. 120 for 4 Yorkshire in their first innings, having bowled Glamorgan out for 302, finishing that innings off yesterday. But it's certainly been Glamorgan's day so far, Rob.
I think it has, yes. 120 for 4, 3 wickets for Mason Crane, the leg spinner. Great figures for him at the moment. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 14. Double wicket over as well, which dismissed Sam Whiteman, who looked really good for his 48, the debutant for Yorkshire, and James Wharton. And as I was saying earlier, who says spinners are just for the heat of the high summer?
Here's Ryan Hadley at the Cathedral Road end then. Right arm over the wicket. Ooh, Revis drawn across and then does pull the bat inside the line. Rob Phillips and myself, Jonathan Dodge, by the way, with you for this first spell of post-lunch commentary. Nick Webb, our colleague, has gone for a lap.
On his stroll.
And why not? You can get in touch. I'm on at Jonathan Dodge, or Jonathan Dodge 1 on Instagram, or jonathandodge.bsky.social.
I found that difficult to
Blue Sky.
find, actually, your Blue Sky account, but or one of them.
In comes Hadley again. Orange soles flapping behind on his boots. And Revis turns that into the leg side to a couple of oohs from the home fielding contingent. Yorkshire began the day 1 without loss. Lythe on 1 and Bean hadn't scored at that point, and Finley managed to make just the 4 with a straight drive of a boundary before he was out next ball. Cook bowled Van der Hoogten for that 4. 11 for 1 at that stage. 87 for 2 when Sam Whiteman, who put together a pretty good looking 48 of 54 balls, was LBW to Mason Crane from the river end of the ground. I was outside when it happened, and at an angle. You always like to see these things, don't you, from straight on. As Hadley bowls and Revis defends, but I thought on seeing it on the video replay that looked a fair enough goal.
Yeah.
There was probably some more doubt for me about the James Wharton dismissal, which looked like the googly pitched about off stump and hit him more like middle, and you wonder on the angle whether it would have hit or not, but umpire Rob Warren felt it would and raised the index finger, so Wharton gone for 2. That was just 4 balls after Sam Whiteman. And then Will Luxton managed to miss a sweep to a delivery wide of leg stump from Mason Crane that then bowled him round his legs for 14. Short ball here from Hadley. That could be a boundary. No, it's going to be cut off down at third man. Nicely played cut shot by Revis. Brings him 2. 122 for 4. He's on to 8.
Yeah, I'm on at Rob Phillips here on X, as we now call it, and same on Instagram, and I'm on Blue Sky as well, and Threads. You just can't avoid me, unfortunately.
We'd not have it any other way. I'm trying to get the monitor back on here. There we go. Hadley in again. Oh, now then, that one looks like it keeps low, I think.
Did.
And Revis more or less toe-ended it as it went behind him through to Chris Cook. Those who've got the benefit of a replay, you'll see it again round about now. It's difficult to completely discern what happened, but
it did keep
low.
low. We've got another look at it now, and yeah, it hardly rose at all. Just got the toe to it.
So Revis will be thankful he didn't go firmly at that. That's often one of those deliveries, isn't it, where it gets the inside edge and clatters into the stumps. Final ball of the first over back. Hadley delivers it now. There's a stifled appeal to a ball that feels like it's going down leg and thuds into the thigh pad or pad flap. No run, so end of the over. Still 180 behind here, Yorkshire, and obviously under a bit of pressure now, having lost those 4 wickets this morning. Still to come with the bat. Well, we think probably George Hill next, and then Don Bess, and then there is Logan van Beek, Jack White and Ben Code in whichever order.
Mason Crane.
Not surprisingly, Mason Crane is opening up at the Taff end, where he took those 3 wickets before lunch, and they were going along pretty well, Yorkshire, weren't they, until he struck with that double wicket over. And to be fair to him, Adam Lyth has seen the happenings at the other end, and he's been pretty imperious at 36 not out. He's facing now as the left-hander. Leg slip and an ordinary slip there, and he cuts that away for 1 run down to deep cover. So Yorkshire move to 1, 2, 3 for 4, and Revis will face the leg spin of Mason Crane. 2 slips for him, and Tribe in on the leg side, very close. Crane goes in and drifts past the off stump, no run. He's got a mid on, a deep mid off, 2 in the covers. Sweeper on the boundary on the leg side, and he's driven that, and that's beaten everybody. Lovely drive through wide mid off for 4 runs. That will make Revis feel a lot better. He goes to 12, and Yorkshire 127 for 4. We were saying, weren't we, Jonathan, that the idea today was for Yorkshire to build up some runs tomorrow to put Glamorgan, give them a sticky time, as Crane beats Revis that time.
Yeah, I mean,
wicket keeper.
I think route 1 really, the way that we see 4-day cricket play, will be Yorkshire score enough runs and quickly enough to get a lead of sorts, and then try and put some pressure on Glamorgan batters second time around.
Straight drive into the covers, collected, no run.
There is, of course, there's always the possibility that, you know, you're all out behind, but you bowl really well and bowl the opposition out cheaply second time and then have a chase. So
yeah.
it's not the,
it's
end
not
of
the
the
only
world.
scenario
No.
that, no. Crane comes in again. He's looked really effective so far. Picks up from his own bowling. And that completes the over. 127 for 4 after 35. 71 overs remaining today. Revis on 12, Lyth on 37.
Yes, there's still a long time cricket-wise, isn't it? Today and tomorrow to try and bring about a result. He is feeling, and we said this in the com box before we went on air this morning, it's feeling like it's going to end up being a stalemate, but given that Glamorgan have picked up those 4 wickets this morning and may continue in that vein, then that certainly starts to heap the pressure on the visitors. Ryan Hadley going to continue from this Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's got 2 slips in place. The player backward of square on the leg side, the 2 players. One is deep backward square. Looks like Kieran Carlson. He's directing fielding operations. He's probably 15 metres in. And there's a fine leg, mid on, mid off. A Point who's coming into play and fielding now. Plus a third man. It's quite wide. And a cover. It's not, you don't notice so much from here with the foreshortening, but when I went and sat around the other end, it's quite a short boundary, isn't it, from where Adam Lyth is batting now, with his back to the river, and the boundary down there.
Yeah, well, in T20, the ball is often in the river. It's hittable that way.
Here's Hadley, and Lyth fancies an attempt at a single, then turns it down, having knocked it in that general area in the offside. Margaret Jackson, good afternoon to you, saying, please excuse my ignorance, but why are Root and Brook not playing, please? Well, we kind of went through all that one yesterday, Margaret. Officially, they're ECB centrally contracted players, and it's the decision of the ECB as to whether they're playing or not. Well, that's the official line that's proffered. Hadley making his way in again, short, gone. Good delivery by Hadley. It had some pace about it. He banged it in short, and he's just tempted Adam Lyth to have a little bit of a nibble, and he's been caught at first slip, and Yorkshire have lost a 5th wicket, and the pressure begins to build. 127 for 5.
Well, there was real venom in that delivery, wasn't it? And it got up almost the first time Hadley has got that out of the pitch.
Yep. The catcher, by the way, Colin Ingram, I think at first slip, had obviously put one down earlier in the day, hadn't they, off Ben Kellaway.
Lyth kicks the turf in frustration, having played at that.
Yeah, he's been so patient, hasn't he? He's left the ball well. He's been circumspect, really, and then picked up on the opportunities he's been offered, but he's been out there a long time in terms of balls faced. 98, Rob, for his 37. And having just gone back out there after that break in concentration for lunch, yep, he'll be disappointed.
Well, he was doing the right thing, wasn't he? Anchoring the innings, and just dabbled at that one. Though it did veer into him, and Hadley showed his teeth then, took his first wicket in Glamorgan colours, 1 for 23 in the 9th of his overs. He will feel a lot better in himself over that, because it'd been pretty innocuous up to then.
Dragons are level with Stade Francais in Paris.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow shortly.
Meanwhile, it's the 3rd day of Glamorgan's first game back in the top flight of cricket's county championship. They're playing Yorkshire, and Nick Webb is at Sophia Gardens.
Glamorgan well placed with Yorkshire 127 for 5, and Glamorgan have just got rid of the stubborn Yorkshire opener Adam Lyth, who was holding things together with a solid 37. Earlier Sam Whiteman hit 48, but the star of the day for Glamorgan, Mason Crane, with 3 quick wickets, 3 for 19 for the leg spinner. In reply to Glamorgan's 302, Yorkshire 127 for 5.
Thanks, Nick, and there's ball-by-ball commentary resumed.
Thank you, Nick. Perfect summation as ever. And Glamorgan will feel that a few more quick wickets and they will have a decent lead.
Yep.
Not many saw that coming at 11 o'clock this morning.
No, they've definitely created an opportunity for themselves here. You know, we were talking about the new ball being so effective, and then it's hard work taking wickets after that point. Well, they've done it always, and here's Hadley then for the first ball of the season to George Hill, who works off the hip, and he's immediately off the mark with a single. George, 25 now, playing his 64th first-class match, and that was his 2,748th first-class run, averaging just over 30, and he's got 4 first-class tons to his name, so he can play.
It was aerial for a while, that shot, but optimistic shots from Glamorgan fielders, but don't think he was in big danger then.
In comes Hadley once again, penultimate ball of the over. Revis works that one nicely to leg, and they'll pick up a single.
I think there's a few more in here this afternoon. Not that many, I'd have to say, but one or two have been attracted by the nice sunshine, even though they're in their top coats. There aren't many shirt sleeve supporters out there. They're all wrapped up, but enjoying the sunshine.
Hadley back at his mark. We welcome listeners to Sports Extra from Sophia Gardens then. Ryan Hadley has just picked up the wicket of Adam Lyth, who was stoic for Yorkshire at the top of the order. Here's Hadley for the final ball of the over. George Hill, the new man in, playing just his second delivery. Blocked that one solidly. Hill on 1, Revis on 13. It's 129 for 5 now, Yorkshire, after 36 complete overs of their first innings. Glamorgan, a reminder, 302 all out back end of yesterday. And Yorkshire going off for lunch at 120 for 4. They lost Finlay Bean for 4, Sam Whiteman for 48, James Wharton for 2, and Will Luxton, who's the sub replacement for the injured Johnny Bairstow. He went for 14 in that morning session, and they would have wanted a decent period of consolidation after lunch, but 10 minutes or so into this middle session of day 3, Adam Lyth got a short ball from Ryan Hadley. I said good delivery at the time because he banged it in. It was a bit of a shock tactic, I think, but actually, clearly he could have left it. He guided it to Colin Ingram at first slip and was gone for 37.
Crane into Revis, who plays it back down the pitch. No run. 129 for 5. And Crane very much started the deterioration for Yorkshire. Leg spinner comes in once more. Revis step back. Grunts and groans as he did step back. But he played it comfortably enough. Got up on him a little. We keep saying it, leg spinners are very attacking bowlers, aren't they? And he really does ask questions, Mason Crane. In again. Revis plays forward gently this time. No run once more. Crane picks up. And you can see he's eager in his work now. He's got discoloration on his on the back of his trousers where he's been rubbing the ball. Revis steps back momentarily. I wonder whether one of the slips said something then. He's both the umpires are marching towards that end, and I think somebody's being told to keep quiet. Was that? Yeah, was it Kieran Carlson maybe?
I think so.
That second slip. Here's Crane once more. Revis got it past Crane that time, tried to tip her onto the stumps, but missed it. It's picked up before it gets to the boundary. One more run to Revis. He goes to 14, 130 for 5.
Russell Warren with his snood or whatever. It looks like one of these delivery drivers that go flashing past you and nearly killing you in the street, doesn't it? At the moment, if it was a black snood and a black hat.
Crane played comfortably by George Hill. In fact, he's going to get a run for that. So they go to 131 for 5, trailing by 171.
Yeah, pretty ordinary piece of fielding, wasn't it? That?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Mr. Crane will not be happy with that. This time there's much more purchase on the square drive. It's stopped at point and thrown immediately back into Crane to prevent the run. And it remains 131 for 5 off 37. I haven't asked you, Jonathan. You were talking on day one about your love of Easter eggs and your preference. Did you get one today, or is it waiting for you back home?
The one that apparently is intended for me was forgotten to be delivered. So I suspect that means it will be probably eaten by now. So no, I had to buy one for myself.
Oh, right.
It wasn't a particular, I'm going to stand there for ages and look. I was just in a, a one-stop or local supermarket type thing or something like that. And I just thought, yeah, go on, I'll buy one.
Why not? So you'll eat that later?
Just grabbed the first one that looked all right off the 4 or 5 selection. But I might not have purchased it if I was really thinking deeply about which flavour and variety I wanted. As Hadley is in for his first ball of this over from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, and George Hill punches that one just to the onside of straight where it's fielded by Tim van der Hoogten, and there is no run. Van Hoogten 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20 in this Yorkshire innings so far. He's been tidy. Hadley with that first wicket for Glamorgan, that of Adam Lyth. Good scalp for him to get. 1 for 25 now into his 10th over. Andy Gorvin went for a few earlier on when he had a go. 5 overs for 32. Hadley bowls, Hill blocks. Ben Callaway 6 overs for 25 so far. Hasn't managed a maiden either. He's been bowling his off spin as opposed to his left arm stuff. And Mason Crane doing the damage in that morning session. 3 wickets in the space of 28 minutes and 6 overs, a 6-over period. 2 of them coming in the same over. Sam Whiteman, LBW for 48, James Wharton for 2, also going the same way to the googly. And then he bowled Will Luxton round his legs, trying to play a sweep shot and missing completely. Short ball from Hadley this time. George Hill just happy to lean and watch that go by.
I think Hadley's had something for lunch, because he seems a little bit quicker than he did in the opening session.
I reckon that the lads have been saying to him in the dressing room, you're supposed to be quick, you're not quick, are you? You're goading him, seeing if you can...
Your right arm medium at the moment. Where's the right arm fast?
Yeah. Callaway, Ben's quicker than you. Come on, let's see what you've got. And he's bending his back here.
Stoked him up, haven't they?
131 for 5. Halfway through the 38th over. Good delivery. George Hill playing down the original line. And there's an element of nip about that away. And a diving, tumbling stop by Chris Cook behind the stumps. I've got a couple of slips and a gully in place. A ring field largely. Although short leg under the helmet as well. Would probably be about a yard or so in front of the painted crease line, and a pretty much bang on 2 strips away from George Hill to his leg side.
Yeah, I think that's Acer Tribe, isn't it?
In comes Hadley again. Hill playing from the crease, opens the face, runs it out to gully. Fielded in there by Sean Dixon. So 1 to come for Hadley to complete a maiden.
There's a change now. They're moving the gully out into the covers. Into the mid-wicket area.
In comes Hadley once again. Passes umpire Nigel Long. George Hill trying to flick a ball short of length off his hip, but didn't quite get it right. And that's been picked up by Cook. So end of the 38th over, 131 for 5. If you missed the news earlier on, and that's a particular reference to Sports Extra listeners who've probably been listening elsewhere, you may not be aware, well, you probably will be by now, that Johnny Bairstow is out of this game. He's been substituted out, with Will Luxton having come in to replace him at number 5. So Johnny can't play for 8 calendar days and therefore will miss the Hampshire match. Somebody was suggesting on a social media post that I was reading at lunch that the sensible option would have been for Johnny to bat 11 here because he might not be needed. And what about his hand first and foremost?
Quite. Mason Crane comes in from the tough end and a big swing of the bat which goes straight and easily makes the boundary for 4 runs. 135 for 5. It's a stroke by Matthew Revis. Sent Crane the wrong way then. Just moved past the ball. Good stroke by Revis. Looks a powerful striker of the ball when he gets going. Crane once more. This time he steps back, pulls it away down to deep square leg, and there's just the one. 136 for 5. We're in the 39th over. Extended day today because of the loss of time on day 1. Crane in from the far end and he's bowled him. Bowled him straight through top of the stumps, and Mason Crane takes his 4th wicket. He's having a golden 3rd day here for Glamorgan, and Yorkshire are now 136 for 6. And here we are again. It was straight through George Hill, who has to make his way off for just 2 runs. Bit of turn there, in fact turned past the bat.
Yeah, it's
a lovely ball. And Crane strikes again.
Yep, bowling really well, turned pretty sharply. George just hasn't covered it, has he? He's got across to leg stump on the original line, but it has turned sharply. You're rightly saying it turns past his outside edge. So, beaut of a delivery by Mason Crane. Not a beaut as far as George is concerned, because he's heading back to the dressing room now. And so far, it's been a disappointing start with the bat for Yorkshire. Only a couple of players making anything like significant contributions. Adam Lyth's 37 and Sam Whiteman's 48. 136 for 6. Don Bess can bat. First class tons to his name. He's making his way out, but they're getting lower and lower in the order, and the pressure's been wound up on them here.
Well, I would say that Don Bess probably gave us an indication as to how the pitch might be for Crane, because he took 3 wickets, didn't he, in the Glamorgan innings, and looked to get something out of the pitch. Well, Crane has done that and some. And we await to see how the spinner, and at the moment the Yorkshire captain, is he not?
Yep.
Don Bess, in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. See how the spinner copes with the spinner.
I found that tweet, or X, by the way. It was Alex W. who said, given we're probably going to bat once in this game, that's not aging well, given where the weather has put it, wasn't it worth Johnny just being at 11, then he gets a chance to play next week. So yeah, first of all, how is that thumb? You would think that if it's that bad that he's had to stop playing in this game, and he knows, they all know the rules and have accepted that, he can't play next week, that they must be thinking it's severe enough that it would have put his participation in doubt, bearing in mind it starts on Friday and we're on Sunday now, so there's not a lot of time.
And it didn't look great on Friday either, did it?
No.
Because he's a tough cookie, as Johnny Bairstow. So, Crane comes in, 4 wickets in the bag. Don Bess, comfortable, cuts it away down to deep cover for 1 run. Off the mark is Don Bess immediately. And this leaves Revis to face 2 balls from Mason Crane. 4 for 27 for the leg spinner in the opening county championship game of the season. Crane bowls. Revis reaches, touches it to Ace of Tribe, who's in close on the leg side. And Crane, with a jaunty step in his stride, moves back to his mark, no more than 8-10 yards away. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and Revis reaches forward again, comfortably keeps it down, but another wicket for Mason Crane in his 9th over. 4 for 27 for him now, and Yorkshire 137 for 6.
Yeah, plenty to think about, really. And the usual moans and groans about the time of year that we play this sport. And it is cold out there, but yeah, 3 wickets for Yorkshire's off spinner and 4 wickets for the leg spinner here. So who says he can't turn a ball on Easter weekend?
Quite.
First weekend in April.
In these Sunday Times, sort of Simon Wilde saying, looking at spin options in England, which spinner next for England, and there's no mention of Mason Crane. What we were saying earlier, that the coach, Richard Dawson, is one of the eyes and ears for Rob Key and Brendan McCullum.
Hadley to Bess, who pinged that one quite nicely, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, and Yorkshire have talked about starting well after last year when they had a disastrous first session of the entire season at Hampshire and then couldn't pull it back, chased the game for quite a while. They weren't that far away in the end, losing by 5 wickets, but they got off on the back foot. It took them until the halfway stage to properly get going. You're not writing them off yet, but they've only batted for 39 overs in the first innings of the season, and they had the decision as well, obviously, to bat or field on winning the toss, and they're 6 down as Bess doesn't play that altogether confident. There's a good piece of fielding there by Sean Dixon at gully.
Just dropped
diving,
short, didn't it, I think?
Yep, diving to his right. Was aerial for a moment.
Bess quickly looked, didn't he, to see where the ball had gone.
Yeah, decent player, Don Bess. I think there's been talk a year or two ago about him. Why do they not bat him at 6? I used to get social messages in. Yes, Hadley, good delivery again, and he's anchored, isn't he there, Dom? He's not getting forward. I think probably, in a good side, he's a good number 8. It's certainly worth his place at 7. 6.
Touch high.
Yeah, maybe. And just,
mind you, when he smacks 50 off 38 balls today, I'll be saying, well, why wouldn't you play him at 6?
There's no doubt he can bat. He's got more than just the odd shot.
So 3 slips now on a gully.
Yeah, so they're packing that cordon here. I think they've got an opportunity. Short ball and pulled nicely by Don Bess. He's going to get 4 runs backward of square, and I was just going to say that one of the things from watching him play a lot, maybe not so much in the last couple of seasons, but when he first came to Headingley, the short ball, or anybody with just a bit of extra zip, might have had him in a bit of trouble.
Took that one away comfortably enough, didn't it? Although it's sparsely populated on that leg side, isn't there? There's a fine leg, and the short Ace of Tribe is in a short leg, and a big expanse which he found beyond those two.
See what he gets here. Hadley in, and this is straight, and again he's flicked it leg side. He's going to get a boundary here, is Dom. Not that far away from the diving Mason Crane, though. He didn't get over the top of it fully, and it was probably in the air for 7 or 8 yards, something like that, at a guess. So he's added another 4 to his score. He's on to 945 for 6. They're still 157 behind. Matthew Revis has, as I guess you get when you bat at number 6, he may find himself having to bat with the tail again here. We've seen him do that quite a lot in the last couple of seasons. But he'll be hoping that this man, Dom Bess, can stay with him for some time before that perhaps happens.
So they're back to 2 slips now. Kieran Carson's taken himself back out of the slip cordon.
Hadley making his way in. Up there to drive, and Bess fancies a drive as well, and the ball nipping away from him. A drive and a miss. And the last thing they'd want at this stage is another nick through to the cordon. Survived it, 145 for 6 after 40 complete overs now. So the ball is starting to age to some extent. And the pitch has been slow throughout. But you'd have to say, in terms of batting conditions, that it's been the best of the match so far. Time for me to go.
Yeah, it's intriguingly poised now. Yorkshire 145 for 6. Remember, Glamorgan were 301 all out. 302 all out. So they've got plenty of work to do still. As Crane comes in and Revis pulls awkwardly that time. Out to mid-on. No run. Crane licks his fingers, flicks the ball from one hand to the other, then he starts his run. Revis straight drive, which he misses. And oohs and ahs again.
He'd be fancying a 5 for here, Mason. Crane, he's got 4 and there's still 4 wickets to claim.
Well, maybe it was your interview with him last night, Nick. Maybe it's inspired him. As Revis takes his guard once more, bat up in the air, and he flicks that out to the leg, so he'll get 1 at least here. He wants a second, but Bess says no. And they satisfy themselves with 146 for 6.
Yeah, frustrating experience for Crane, missing both the start and a chunk in the middle of last season through injury.
But he's making up for it here. Bess swept it on the run, just 1. Collected by Van der Hoekten for Glamorgan. He's taken one of the other wickets to fall. Ryan Hadley took 1 as well. 147 for 6 Yorkshire. Crane comes in from the taff end. Balls now. Revis gave himself room that time. Could stop at point.
So Crane didn't play in the first 7 championship games of last season. Bashir played the first 3, and then they just had Callaway as the main spinner.
Crane comes in again. Revis stands back, pulls it away, straight bat for just the 1.
Started poorly with 1 for 139 up at Leicester. Took 4 against Gloucestershire, but got injured in that match and missed 1. Then 6 and 3 up at Old Trafford, and 5 here against Northants in a draw. So he did pretty well when he managed to get in the team and on the park. And also a potent wicket taker in the T20 as well. But here comes Van der Hoekten, taking over from Hadley at the Cathedral Road end. The Castell Howell stand, which is now pretty much bathed in shade. There are a few away to our right, close to the main entrance of the ground, which is in a bit of sunshine on that 45 degree at mid-wicket area. 148 for 6. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Revis, edges and doesn't carry to slip. There's quite a few edges that haven't carried in this match.
Yeah.
So there's obviously not a huge amount of pace in this game. That one pitching a foot or two short, well short of Ingram at first slip. But the veteran of the Glamorgan side is certainly being kept alert. And this match, taken one, put one down. As that's a firm back foot prod by Revis that's well intercepted by a tumbling Carlson. Always a bag of tricks in the field. Kieran Carlson has been at slip for much of the time. Certainly one of the loudest on the field when he was vice captain, and always keen to have a little.
Well, there have been some big appeals today, haven't there? Of varying quality.
Yeah, I mean, if you hear one person appearing, that person is quite often Kieran Carlson.
Yeah. Well, lead by example.
Wherever he's fielding. 148 for 6. Yorkshire facing the need for rearguard action, but Glamorgan managed one as Van der Hoogten bowls, and on the back foot Revis steers it to mid-wicket. No run. Dixon is the fielder. One of the two debutants in the Glamorgan side, and will be hoping to make his mark in the second innings because he failed to get off the mark in the first. And that early, well, I say early morning, it was actually into the evening. Early evening chaos
Yes.
on Friday once we got going 5 and a bit hours late. Van der Hoogten with 2 slips bowling to Revis. No shot played outside off stump. We're still relatively early in the Yorkshire innings. This is only the 42nd over, and there are theoretically 64 remaining after this today.
Yeah, what time did you get to last night, Nick?
It was 2 minutes to 6, I think, when they went off, and about 15 minutes later when the umpires officially knocked it on the head for the day, because we would have been playing till 7 had it been a long summer evening.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten in bowls. Good delivery that forces Revis onto the defensive, but he meets it firmly enough and plays it back to the bowler. So Yorkshire hoping for runs from their lower middle order. Glamorgan batted pretty well down the order with Van der Hoogten and Crane hanging around. Van der Hoogten bowls and Revis correctly plays it back to the bowler. End of a maiden over from Tim Van der Hoogten. 10 overs, 1 for 20. Crane has also bowled 10 overs and he's 4 for 30. So at this stage, this Glamorgan attack, which is not over-resourced, 3 seamers and 2 specialist spinners, very unusual for this time of year, and it's doing well so far.
It's paying off so far, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crane has been exceptional, and he raced back to the bowling point. Really keen to get going again. Why wouldn't he be? With 4 for 30 and 10. He's got a leg slip. He's got a ordinary slip as well. As he bowls on and gets through past Bess. That couldn't have been far away. Cook removed the stumps, but Bess was inside his ground.
Yeah, so it was a bit of an airy drive from Tom Bass. That didn't
rather.
really get to it properly.
Played all over that, didn't he? In comes Crane again. This time a reverse sweep.
Nailed
And
it.
gets good connection. Goes down to the boundary for 4 runs, but Crane won't mind that too much. Actually, a really well executed sweep by Don Bess, the Yorkshire captain, in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Crane rubs the ball on his trousers, and he moves in again. Bairstow had a prod at that, went past his bat on the off stump. He's interested. So is Cook behind the stumps. Bess is scoring runs, but not comfortably. And big shout, I think, for LBW, but umpire unmoved that time. It's not a comfortable experience facing Mason Crane out there. Well,
Oh, that's a very good shout.
it was a really good shout. It was the leg spinner, pitched off stump. Leg stump, sorry, and moved back in. And I think if Crane gets to see that a bit later, he'll wonder why he didn't get the decision.
Maybe height.
Possibly.
Hit
But
round
he was
about
right
the
in
knee
front,
roll.
though, wasn't he?
It was. May well have taken the top of Midland off. Umpire say no.
Crane in again. Beats well, Bess once again, and it was one lovely reverse sweep. But other than that, it was moral victory to Mason Crane there. He's making the ball talk at the moment.
I don't think Crane's the sledging type, but you can imagine if that were a fast bowler who'd beaten a batter that many times in an over, there'd have been a word or two. 152 for 6, Yorkshire, 150 runs behind, with the resources to come, consisting of the all-rounder Van Beek, followed by Code and White, or White and Code. Johnny Bairstow not involved in the rest of this match, or sadly for Yorkshire next week either against Hampshire. Van der Hoogten in bowls. Revis, nice meaty drive into the offside, but well fielded at cover by Eddie Byram. So Carlson's mid-off. Byram has the responsibility of the covers, which is usually one of the better fielders in the side. Callaway, backward point, is possibly the gun fielder of the side. There's Van der Hoogten balls, and that one's firmly driven as well, but straight to Carlson this time at mid-off. And there's no run, so a good battle here today. Yorkshire were in the ascendancy during that second wicket stand of 76 in 20 overs, so nearly 4 runs and over. And Yorkshire seemed well set and plain sailing at that point. But Glamorgan have taken regular wickets since then. Van der Hoogten in bowls. Revis plays into the covers. A nice sounding bat, isn't he, Matthew Revis?
He has, yeah.
It's chunky.
Good connection, isn't it? He's keeping Byram busy.
Hasn't added to his score, though, of 21 not out.
It's whether Van der Hoogten can just get one to move off straight.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect a huge amount of movement.
No.
I think Revis moved one to bowl Chris Cook, didn't he? Is that the one that jagged a bit? Van der Hoogten bowls. Revis drives on the leg side this time. Sean Dixon fields, and there is no run. Other scores in Div 1. Hampshire were all out for 156 in reply to Essex's 461 for 7 declared. Don't know yet whether they're following on. 3 wickets for Sam Cook, 2 for Jamie Porter, 2 for Shane Snater. The others shared around between the... it's quite a formidable Essex attack, with those England contenders Porter and Cook opening up. Van der Hoogten bowls on the legs of Revis, who turns it down to fine leg for a single. 153 for 6. At Grace Road, Sussex 297 for 6 in their second innings, a massive 413 ahead of Leicestershire, with Jack Carson and new signing Tom Price from Gloucestershire going well on 82 and 60 not out respectively. Taunton, they've had a few interruptions, but not so nearly even Stevens with Somerset. Van der Hoogten bowls, appeal for LBW, maybe a hint of inside edge. No response from umpire Long. 153 for 6 at the end of the over. Just to finish those first division scores, Notts 326 for 8, just 21 in arrears with 2 wickets left. Clark made 92, 4 wickets for Pretorius and 3 for Ogbourne for Somerset. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire continue to take a substantial advantage over Surrey, second place last season, as we see the replay. Oh, that's jagged back a bit from Van der Hoogten, probably hit just outside off, I think, is the reason for it being turned down, but kept a bit low as well.
Yeah.
But the impact was outside off.
Yeah.
Best was playing a shot. Warwickshire 470 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 328. Mosley 144, Hayne 94, and virtually everyone's in the runs there.
Well, Matthew Revis is 22 not out here as he faces Mason Crane. Just long stride forward, touches the ball no more than 2 yards.
Yeah, he's got the advantage of being able to get a long stride in, hasn't he? Revis?
Yeah.
Important when the ball's turning.
6'2", 6'3", something like that. Difficult at my height to tell. Crane in again. Revis long stride forward once more. He's decided not to take too many liberties with Mason Crane. Still 2 slips, feeling interested.
6, 4.5 according to Playfair.
No, there we are then. Told you it was difficult for me to judge, didn't I? Crane bowls. Revis straight drive that time, but a diving stop in the covers, which Crane will be grateful for. And he's already back to his mark, eager to continue his 12th over. Revis waited that time, but Crane couldn't pick up. But there was a fielder behind him. Just trying to see who that is, actually. Turn round. Might well be Byram again. Revis waits, pulls that to mid-on. No run.
He had to dig that one out slightly, didn't he? Off the back, playing it off the back foot for once.
It's Ben Calloway in the covers there. I thought he looked athletic. The youngster. Crane bowls again, a little quicker this time. He does generate some pace with his leg spin, as leg spinners tend to do, rather than off spinners who flight a little bit more. But it's working for him at the moment. 4 for 34. Yorkshire 153 for 6.
And yeah, Crane can loop it up occasionally, but certainly today he's bowling more quickly and a little bit flatter and still getting turn. So he doesn't have to depend on the height to get turn. As Van der Hoogten into his 12th over from the Cathedral Road end. Balls to Dom Bess, who plays to mid-wicket, no run. Van der Hoogten will certainly earn his corn this summer if he stays fit, particularly after the late withdrawal of James Harris from proceedings. Best of luck to him in his future job. I did read his entry in LinkedIn to try and work out what he was doing, but
And you're none the wiser.
not much the wiser. No. It's sort of sports analysis area, but when I see him I'll ask him to explain. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and again played defensively by Bess on the leg side. Hope that James will still have time to do a little bit of commentary work during the T20 Blast on this BBC service.
Have you asked him?
Oh, it's not up to me to ask him.
All right, okay. I thought you were the king of all you survey here at Safari Gardens, Nick.
No, I'm doing what I'm told. If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
Really, yes.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Bess, who plays that one again defensively on the leg side this time for a bit of variety. It rolls up to Hadley at mid-on. So Yorkshire will hope to induce a little bit of a lull, but Crane is certainly asking them plenty of questions still, even if the seamers are having to work hard for their money. Van der Hoogten will try and keep things tight so the scoreboard doesn't progress too fast. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, played again on the leg side.
Well, at the moment they're doing what spinners normally do and holding up one end, aren't they?
Yeah, it's the spinners that are providing the danger and the seamers that are doing the holding role.
Yeah, Hadley and Van der Hoogten, who both are noticed. They must have the same maybe boot suppliers because they've both got orange soles on their boots. Have you noticed?
I hadn't noticed that particular one.
Now. There you go, look.
Yeah.
And I think you'll find that Hadley, who's not far away from him, has got the same.
As that's turned away on the leg side, but this time there will be at least a single. A turn, look for a second. They'll have to hurry, but the throw is, well, it was an okay throw from Crane, but it was not quite over the top of the stumps, and Bass was able to get home safely for the second run. He's under 16, 155 for 6. There was a period a few years back where players pushed the regulations and tried to get more and more colour on their white boots, but I think they've been told to keep it a little bit more discreet for the championship game. Van der Hoogten into bowl, thick edge, has beaten the dive of Tribe at second slip and run away to the boundary for 4 runs. 159 for 6. Bess goes on to 20. That maybe not quite intended, but it was safe. It was short and wide of second slip. 159 for 6. Bess 20. Revis 22 as the batters take a bit of hydration and a little
There's a bit
mop
of a coaching
down.
conference going on in the Glamorgan little meeting, isn't there? On the
Kieran Carlson asking for contributions, maybe.
He's just giving more instructions to Mason Crane, and Ben Calloway's involved there as well.
Maybe just
Spin
finding
for
out
both
how many overs Crane thinks he's got left in him in this spell.
I thought Hadley looked more threatening after lunch.
Yeah.
When he took the wicket.
Yeah. First spell was only 4 overs and was okay, but a little innocuous, and you expect threat from your overseas fast bowler.
Well, Crane has been a threat, but Matthew Revis has dealt with him pretty well so far. As just surveys around before Crane comes in. A sweep at that. Miss. A swing and a miss by Revis outside the off stump.
A swish outside off stump. Yeah, it's the sort that you expect to hear the keeper going up.
It was neither a cut nor a drive, that was it. It was a bit of both. As Crane comes in again, this time he does pull it away on the leg side through wide mid-on, and is it going to be cut off?
Byram.
Yes, it is.
Good tumbling stop.
Warm applause from the knot of spectators who had a perfect view of that.
We've got
The
to
tough end.
clap your hands to keep yourself warm, so anything good, they'll applaud.
But that was worth an applause.
That was saved one run. Revis gets 3.
And Don Bess, who had an uncomfortable last over against Mason Crane, is facing the leg spinner once more. Plays it forward, this time straight back to Crane. He's got a leg slip and a slip. on a very short leg.
Just needs a silly point now to complete that square of
Yes.
catches round the bat that I enjoy seeing.
Crane balls. Bess took a leaf out of the Revis book there and put a long left leg forward to get his bat right behind it, smother the spin. 162 for 6. Building the innings again, these two for Yorkshire. Crane balls, and this time a swish, and he's beaten the man. He put everything into the... Oh no, he didn't actually. It was blocked in the covers, so...
Yeah, just the single. Yeah, it was a good dive by Callaway in the end.
Yeah.
It looked as though we're expecting to see it racing away to the boundary, but Callaway got a hand to it and mid-off completed the fielding. So 3 runs saved by the dive.
That's why you have your young gun there. Crane in once more. Rever stands back that time. And touches it away. No run. No wicket either for Crane in that over. 163 for 6.
Just starting to build a partnership, these two.
They are. They came together at 136 for 6. So they're heading towards a 30 partnership, which is needed.
Bess has dominated it, even though he's looked in more trouble. 21 out of the 27 that they've added. After a fairly regular clatter of wicket from 87 for 2 onwards. Became 136 for 6. But Glamorgan still have a lot of work to do to claim a first innings lead.
Yeah, well, that'll be their next target, won't it, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, Yorkshire will still have some hopes of getting up to 300 to match Glamorgan.
Just shows the importance of Ingram's 100 yesterday.
Van der Hoogten starts a new over, bowling to Bess, who plays it firmly out to cover no run. And in terms of the progress of the match, even though Yorkshire have scored a lot more quickly than Glamorgan did, because we lost 2 sessions on day 1 and then bad light prevented any make-up on day 2, we're still, Glamorgan batted relatively slowly, occupied 120 overs, so if the two teams are round about parity, Van der Hoogten bowls and Bess plays it back past the bowler, there's no run. If the two teams are round about parity, then Yorkshire will still have to bowl pretty well to put pressure on Glamorgan in the second innings, because the match may be running out of time. But we've got plenty of overs theoretically to come tonight, 58 after this. Just depends whether cloud cover is over by 6 and off it before 6 last night. Van der Hoogten bowls. That's steered nicely through the offside by Dom Bess. It's racing off towards the boundary and it's beating the 2 fielders in pursuit, notably Byram, and it's stopped by Jamie McIlroy, but McIlroy is the 12th man in his gilet beyond the boundary. So 4 runs to Dom Bess, who joins Revis on 25 not out off just 27 balls. So he's been beaten a few times, Bess, but he's tucked into anything he can.
He's given the innings a bit of a renewed impetus, hasn't he, Dom Bess?
Certainly has to come. Van Beek, Code and White. No Bairstow. Van der Hoogten to Bess. Drives gently to mid-off. We've got this stage of the innings where we've got a man on the drive on the leg side as a catching figure instead of a second slip, so the Glamorgan bowlers reckoning that it's more likely to be hit in the air than edged. We've had 1 slip catch and 1 keeper's catch in this innings. 2 LBW, 2 bowls. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Bess drives on the leg side, no run. Yorkshire's bowlers failed to get any LBW decisions in their favour, as the Yorkshire contingent of the press box were noting.
Right.
Not entirely cheerfully. 167.
Well, at least they do have a contingent.
Yes, it's good to see, isn't it? From the visitors, we don't often get visiting written journalists. Very firm forward defensive from Bass. Back to the bowler. Was the one off drive from Bass in that over. The rest was firm defence. And Yorkshire 167 for 6, which the board helpfully informs us they trail by 135.
Well, it does look as if Crane is going to continue from the taff end, despite the little conflab there was previously.
Yes, let's just hope his fingers don't get too sore at this early stage of the season.
He's probably keeping warm.
Warmer bowling than
Yeah, quite.
lurking round in the field. Callaway's just doing a little bowling action at cover. As Crane tosses a practice delivery to him, but maybe Crane will be next on. Callaway next on.
Crane comes in, Revis faces, takes a stride back, pulls that out to the offside, beats the diving Callaway that time for 1 run, ambles across as Revis, he moves to 26.
Callaway peeling himself off the turf rather gently. I think he got a hand to that one as well to take most of the weight off the ball.
But he's quite lively there, isn't he? In the field, he's
Absolutely.
quite athletic.
That's why you have kids in your team.
Well, yeah, quite. Crane into Bess waits and then pulls through deep mid wicket. It's a chase on that far side and gets 4 runs for it. Does Dom Bess?
It's enthusiastic, Eddie Byram. Again, tried to put in a dive on the boundary ropes, but was just beaten. And Bess is going along very nicely at the
Well, he
moment.
times the ball really well, doesn't he? Flicks it away. And he's had his problems with Crane, but he's coming to grips with it now, you would think. Crane in again, Bess waits. Oh, I say he's coping with it. Don't think he meant the ball to go there, but he's gone, put it down to third man for 2. And we'll move to 31 from 32 balls.
Yeah, played it fairly late, but I think steered it away. Semi-intentionally, anyway.
As Crane tries once more past the umpire. Best long stride forward that time, taking no liberties there. No run, played out to point along the ground. And at the end of this over, there'll be a quick shuffle. If anybody's got music, we can play musical chairs. As Crane comes in, Bess. Well, there was interest there in that he flicked it down the leg side, but I don't think it was close to any fielder. And he takes the 1 run as Dom Bess, leading by example out there for Yorkshire. Captain in the side in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. Moves to 32. Revis is on 26. 2 slips for Crane. Drive by Revis. And that'll be cut off the deep cover boundary for 2 runs. 177 for 6. Over to you, Jonathan.
Thanks, Rob. He's a offer a well-earned breather. And yep, Best 32, Revis 28, as you heard, 125 behind now Yorkshire. So this little partnership is helping from 136 for 6, 41 to the pair of them so far. to try and get the Yorkies back on track. But they're in for a challenge here, there's no doubt about that, particularly the way that Mason Crane's turning the ball. Tim van der Hoogten is going to bowl from this Cathedral Road end. Is this a you over or a me over?
You have a go, I'll do Crane for a bit. Swap over.
So van der Hoogten then making his way in, past umpire Nigel. Long, big appeal, gone. He got nowhere really from the crease. Don Bess missed it. Very difficult from the angle we're sitting at, about 8 strips away, to tell you in terms of how straight it was, but it was straight enough for Nigel Long to raise the finger, and Yorkshire have lost a 7th wicket then. Bess gone for 32, 177 for 7, bang on 3 o'clock. It's hit him in front, there's no doubt about that. With the angle.
Yeah, on seeing the replay, I think Bess slightly unlucky.
Yeah.
Might have gone down leg, but as everything is in the county game, it's umpire's call.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's one of those where you definitely, as the batter there, would have been asking for a second look, would have been referring it. Here we go again. I mean, he's bowling, he's not tight to the stumps, angled in, definitely hits him in front of leg. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Maybe even middle and leg if you're a Glamorgan supporter. But with the angle,
yes,
it's got to be
just clip the edge of leg stump. I think you'll find, Jonathan. Don Bess, after a perky little contribution, 32 off 35 balls, like Sam Whiteman, not hanging around. And Bess timed some of his attacking shots very nicely, and occasionally looked a little bit at sea against the leg spin of Crane. And he is stopping and having a long word with Logan van Beek to offer his advice, which would, if it was me, it would be get forward to Crane, whatever you do.
Yeah, score a few runs. There's a bit of advice for you. You're going to need a few. Lengthy walk in, of course, from the side. Still got picture in my mind of that day when Harry Duke bounced out of the changing rooms on his debut. Do you remember? And he ran down the stairs, ran across the pitch, took his guard, and then got out first ball.
It's a long way coming out. It's probably even longer going back, because it is a good 30, maybe 35 metres from the boundary rope to the fence around the pavilion. Update for BBC Radio Wales.
Dragons over Stade Francais in the last 16 of the Rugby Challenge Cup. The men of Gwent crossed over twice in the last 15 minutes to shock the French giants in Paris and set a quarter-final tie against the winner of Zebre and Po. Meanwhile, it's the 3rd day of Glamorgan's first game back in the top flight of cricket's county championship. They're playing Yorkshire, and Nick Webb is at Sapphire Gardens.
Glamorgan continue to make headway with Yorkshire 177 for 7, still 125 behind. 4 wickets today for the leg spinner Mason Crane, 2 for Tim van der Hoogten, who's just got rid of Don Bess for 32, and 1 for Ryan Hadley, the Australian, on debut. Sam Whiteman, top scorer so far, the Yorkshire debutant, who's played most of his career in Australia. But Glamorgan's bowlers performing well. Yorkshire 177 for 7.
Thanks, Nick, and the ball-by-ball commentary.
So, Tim van der Hoogten then, tail up, following his second wicket, first ball of this over, and Logan van der Beek facing his first delivery, sporting Yorkshire colours. He's able to leave one that's thrown up there wide. So 177 for 7, the deficit 125 runs. And
the very enthusiastic about the other main sports story in that bulletin. The Dragons have won their European Challenge Cup tie in Paris.
Here's Van der Hoogten again, and Van Beek misses.
The prop Wyn Jones scored a late try to win it, 36-31. Tries by Angus O'Brien, Brody Coughlin, Chris Coleman, Elliot D. Jones. That's a good day for the front rowers. 4 out of the 5 tries scored by the front row. Angus O'Brien with the other try and 11 points for the boot.
Van Hoogten coming in again. Wide of Van Beek's off stump and is able to leave. And they're just getting underway in proper rugby back up in West Yorkshire. Wakefield against Cass in the Easter Monday fixture. Just got to get one back, obviously. And then the big game of the day in football, of course, West Ham United versus Leeds in the FA Cup. That was a shock, wasn't it, yesterday? Southampton knocking out Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal's quadrupled. It's gone up in smoke and going for a double now.
Van der Hoogten in again. Van Beek turning to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
And Dragons fans, they're away to either Zebre, which is in Parma in Italy, or Pau in the south of France. Next Saturday evening, a few people from Gwent scrambling to make travel arrangements, hopefully.
Van der Hoogten to Van Beek once again. A few vans around out there at the moment. They've got fleet insurance. Here's Van der Hoogten in and solidly blocked by Van Beek into the leg side to complete that over then at 177 for 7 with the wicket of Don Bess within it. 32 off 35 balls, 43 minutes stay at the crease for Dom, 6 fours included. And Van Hoogten now 2 for 31 from 14 complete overs, 5 of which have been maidens.
Yes, well known, I don't know if it still exists, the well known name that sounds like a South Walian come Dutchman, Barry Van Hire. Other car rental firms are available. 177 for 7, and Callaway takes over from Crane.
I stooped fairly low with mine there, and I think you might have even lowered the bar further, Nick. Thanks for that.
Yeah, a big sporting event in Cardiff last night. It was, of course, Lauren Price winning, retaining her world titles. And boxing, welterweight.
Nick Moxon has messaged in, says, has Adil Rashid still got a white ball contract for Yorkshire? Wow, Nick, I thought you were up to the minute on these things. Not for quite some time, I think, is the response to that. He's got an England Central white ball contract.
As Callaway starts a new over and Revis defends. So will that contract permit him to play white ball stuff for Yorkshire when available, or maybe he'll be rested?
Who knows?
Callaway gives that one flight as well. It's driven down the ground by Revis for a single up to long on.
There have been some speculative suggestions, no more than that because he's really good pals with Moeen Ali, who has of course signed for Yorkshire for 2026 in the T20 Blast, that his pal might get stuck into him, I think was the comment, and try and cajole him into playing a few games. I don't think he'd be available for more than half the group games anyway because of England's fixtures.
Callaway bowls and pushing forward goes Van Beek, and they take a quick single and they'll get home as Kieran Carlson has a shy that's just about backed up. 179 for 7. Yes, it's the perennial problem, isn't it, of clashes between county and England duties, that if you do get central contracted, you're not playing for your county much. Callaway bowls Revis back on his stumps, beaten. Cook was encouraged by that one. Holding the ball up, almost appealing, realising there wasn't actually anything to appeal for otherwise, other than the bat, the ball beating the bat. Callaway ambles in, ball slightly shorter, driven back to the bowler, no run. Short leg and slip in place for Callaway, who's bowling right arm off spin at the moment. Has the capability of bowling left arm, but we don't see it hugely often in the Championship. Callaway floats one up and Revis pushes it into a gap on the offside, and they'll walk through for a single by mutual consent. And the tidy over from Callaway. It's 179 for 7. Van Beek has 1. Revis has 29.
Yeah, Van Beek has a total of 102 first-class games to his name and has batted on 147 occasions, scoring the best part of 3,000 runs. He has got 2 first-class hundreds and 13 50s. So he's coming, what, 9 here, but not your stereotypical tail ender with those figures, averaging 25.
No, it's a could easily bat 7 or 8, couldn't he? Probably 7 would be his natural home in an average side.
It's Matthew Revis on strike. 1 slip, third man point, cover sweeper, mid-on, mid-off, straight mid-wicket, deep backward square leg is the makeup of it, and a fine leg. And it's going to be the man who's out at square leg who's trying to run round and cut this one off, but in vain. Lovely shot by Revis, who got a full delivery round about leg stump and flicked it away effortlessly off the legs. 34 now against his name, 184 for 7. And this is one of those cases in point I referred to when I was last on about Matthew Revis batting at 6. He's so often had to bat with the tail. He was batting at 7, in fact, before that. And he and George have kind of swapped places in the last year or two, since he's been more in the side. He just left that latest delivery. But those with long memories will recall up to a couple of years ago, maybe even the early part of last season, maybe when he wasn't feeling confident about his role in the side, when he was batting with some of the players who were older and more experienced than him in the tail, he wasn't kind of grabbing it by the throat and saying, I'm the batter here. But the more last season went on, much more he showed evidence of that as he defends again into the leg side, and that's probably just, you know, layering up that experience, feeling more confident. He batted tremendously well, and he does. There's just a different feel about his game, as I said numerous times last year, and again, just the way he's gone about his business so far here. Van der Hoogten, though, trying to take his wicket at this moment in time, comes in and bowls now. It's leg stump and well watched by Matthew, who's turned it round the corner for 1. 35 now against his name, 185 for 7. They'll just be content to keep rubbing off as many runs from this deficit as they can. And there are still 54.2 overs to go, so we're not even halfway through the day's play in terms of allotted time. I don't tell you what my co-commentator has just gestured. Van der Hoogten in, and that's turned to leg by Van Beek. No run.
A gesture implying some despair, I think, that we're not halfway through the day.
Have you got to get off to evening prayers, have you, this evening, Nick?
Bad boy today.
Something like that.
Bad boy today, missing church on Easter Sunday. I've been known to catch an 8 a.m. service, but I'm not quite feeling up to it at the moment. I think it was Lord's last year. Found a church near St John's Wood. About 10 people in it at that early time of the morning.
Van der Hoogten to Van Beek, who's turning to leg and fielded there for the concession of 1 by Sean Dixon. End of the over, and 186 for 7 is the score then. Logan Van Beek on 2, Matthew Revis on 35. Most recent wicket to have fallen, if you've joined us in recent minutes. Bang on 3 o'clock, Don Beth LBW to Van der Hoogten for 32 when the score was on 177.
Even songs at 6:30, so I'm not going to make that. And that'll improve the average quality of singing if I'm not there. Being the one Welsh person in 3 million who can't sing, can't hold a tune in a bucket. 186 for 7. Can Callaway add to the threat. He's giving it a little bit more air in that last over, but not nearly so far looking as threatening as Mason Crane, who's given a rest. Got 3/4 of an hour through till the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online. 4 o'clock is a fixed tea unless 9 wickets are down or something silly like that, or indeed unless 10 wickets are down, in which case it could change as Callaway bowls and Van Beek groping forward, seem to be beaten by that one. Has it just trickled either off edge or pad out on the offside? Couldn't see from this angle. Callaway, tall young man, bowls, and Van Beek back on his stumps defending. Not sure whether that's the ideal way to go. Callaway himself was bowled by one that from Best that turned appreciably through the gate and hit off. Now he's trying to induce the same. Van Beek pushes his way on the offside. There is a bit of a gap in the covers. Carlson trots round from point to do the fielding, because there isn't a close-in cover fielding. Ryan Hadley is out on that shorter boundary on the grandstand side of the ground. As forward comes Revis, pushing defensively to Carlson at point. It's a big grandstand that, but little used for the championship. Only about 1/4 of it is open the front rows. Callaway in to bowl. Revis drives back to the bowler. Hope to see that grandstand more thickly populated during the T20 blast, where you're, if you're lucky, peering into the evening sunshine. As Revis almost caught on the back foot there, but dug it out at the last minute, played it away on the leg side and takes a single up to deep mid-wicket. 188 for 8. Yorkshire are 114 runs behind, and we've now had 53 overs gone in the innings and 53 remaining potentially in the day's play. If we go the distance, which, as things stand, looks a bit more likely today than yesterday when we had more cloud around.
Ryan Hadley coming back on at this Cathedral Road end of the ground to replace Tim van der Houten.
Yorkshire have now opened their ground up to the public today after safety inspections following Storm Dave, but they haven't actually played. There's another inspection at 3:40 there. So pitch as ground damage as well as pitch damage, obviously.
At where, sorry?
The place north of you. I'm not sure if you're allowed to Riverside.
Rivers. I thought you said Yorkshire then for a sec. Hadley making his way in then to bowl here to Matthew Revis, who's turning one off his legs backward of square. Will pick up a single. Yeah, there's been some wickets tumbling around as well, and his Lancs are 88 for 6 against Northants in their second innings, but still got a lead of 214.
With the two teams in separate divisions at the moment, is there quite the same relish in your voice that there would normally be in detailing Lancashire struggles?
It's all good fun. Wherever, really, as that's flicked off the legs by Van Beek, who's going to pick up a couple. I say it pretty much every time I'm asked about that. It's rivalry. I think well, this is my take on things anyway. I always think that you want your rivals to be strong. You just want to be a little bit stronger and have the bragging rights. It's what's the fun if they're rubbish? It's not as much fun, is it? Not saying Lancashire are rubbish, by the way, folks. I'm not saying that. But if whoever your rivals are, is what I'm saying generically, are rubbish. What's the point? It's not that much fun, is it?
It's not quite the same for Glamorgan. All 17 arrivals because they're English.
Well, some of them are rubbish then, and some of them are excellent. That's turned nicely off his legs by Van Beek, and they pick up 1.
But, you know, they try and obviously talk up Gloucestershire and Somerset, and they are local rivals to a certain extent, but it's nothing like the same as it would be Lancashire, Yorkshire. Just means you get a few more away fans for those fixtures.
So you're disappointed, but I thought your arch rivals would have been, you know, Clwyd or Flint or something. Powys, as that's pushed into the offside for Carlson to do the fielding at mid-off now.
No, one county, one nation and all that stuff. Jamie McElroy's in the squad, is from the Powys area originally. I've had 1 or 2 North Walians in the squad, notably the skipper David Lloyd in recent years, and Roman Walker now with Leicestershire.
Have you got any home fixtures anywhere else but here this season? I think we got a Neath.
2 one-day cup matches
Yep.
at Neath as all
That's
the
it.
men's first team play away from base.
Here's Hadley, struck firmly into the offside by Revis. Probably didn't get the contact to go with the firmness. He's got 1 run to backward point. So no Colwyn. When was last Colwyn?
Last
Bay
Colwyn
match?
Bay was pre-COVID.
Okay.
That sort of that link has struggled since COVID. I think obviously it depends on financial backing from local councils and whatever, and they have other priorities, perhaps understandably, than supporting cricket. And I think there was a change of management at Colwyn Bay, and they had affected by a fire in the clubhouse as well.
Here's Hadley again. Bowling to Van Beek, who defends.
There have been ongoing discussions between the county and potential partners up north, but hasn't quite come to fruition for the men's team as yet. Although the women's team played 1 fixture there last year and are doing so 1 again this year. Apart from Neath, the women are playing. I think the women play 1 game at Neath, 1 or 2 in Newport, 1 in Colwyn Bay, and quite a few here. Both as double headers in the T20 and a couple of standalones in the One Day Cup the next couple of Sundays, in fact. Here comes Callaway into bowl, and Revis drives on the offside, pinches a cheeky single.
So at the height of the county game being spread far and wide in terms of venues, how many venues were Glamorgan using at that point? What's the most they've used in a season, if you like?
There was one in the early 90s where they played virtually every whatever the One Day League was called at the time, fixture in a different place, as Van Beek knocks 1 on the leg side. There was a game in Merthyr, game in Llanelli. Callaway bowls. Van Beek stretches forward, but then covers the single himself. Callaway at cover, does his own fielding.
Swansea still being used then?
Swansea was used up until 2019. Didn't reappear after COVID, much to the chagrin of many in the southwest, but the facilities really hadn't been updated for some years, and the council were unwilling to invest. The Balconiers propped it up for many years. Callaway bowls, half a bail as Van Beek props forward, but the ECB demands for facilities were made a bit more stringent, I think, after COVID, and St Helens didn't meet those standards, sadly. That one defended by Van Beek and almost spun back onto his stumps, and Ben Callaway has a rueful grin about proceedings. Glamorgan did play in a little place called Cresselly down in Pembrokeshire as well, as that one went past leg stump from Van Beek's inside edge. Kellaway bowls. Van Beek defends that one back to the bowler, so just a single off the over. 194 for 7. So now Yorkshire have played at many outgrounds over the years. It used to be the case with Glamorgan. Pontypridd as well, we didn't mention. I'm sure there's a full list of them in the Glamorgan yearbook, which is now available for purchase. And thank you to the club for supplying the BBC Wales half the commentary box with the Glamorgan yearbook, which has on its front cover 2 pictures of Asa Tribe and Ben Kellaway together as the young guns of the men's team, and also a picture of the women's team in the final of the One Day Cup, which was won by Yorkshire very easily at Worcester over a T20 format, because it was going to pour down with rain in the afternoon, so sensibly they played 2020 match.
Yeah, it was good sense, wasn't it? Sometimes you don't often see that with the administrators in sport, as that's punched wide of Kieran Carlson into the gap through extra cover. Really, Matthew Revis got plenty on it, and he's picked up 4 runs. Nicely played over the top of it. 43 now to him. 198 for 7. So scoreboard beginning to perk up again slightly for Yorkshire. Lily, who's the self-appointed chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club, messaged a while ago on Blue Sky to say that this is the big kiss of death, but I think Matthew Revis will score big runs. Well, so far you've not been wrong, if you like, because he's Yorkshire's second highest scorer currently, behind Sam Whiteman. And he waits his front foot only just over the crease line. He's been hit there, I think, by that delivery from Hadley as he lowered himself, ducked down underneath it. Not sure where it hit him. Don't think it was on the helmet, but he's walked away to square leg and he's dropped his gloves, bat, and now helmet. So
I think back or shoulder, somewhere around there.
I would have thought so as well. That's what I was going to suggest.
Looking at the replay, it seemed to balloon up off some shoulder, possibly.
Just having a minute.
See the front on replay.
Yeah, shoulder, by the looks of it, or shoulder blade, something like that. The left side. It was just that it ballooned up in the air and it through to the gloves of Chris Cook. So physio coming on to check him out. We've got a temporary stoppage in play, gives a chance to just catch up on a bit of correspondence. What else have we got for you? Lindsay Ship saying Gordon Bennett with regard to the end of Johnny Bairstow's participation in this match. Neil Dutton
Bennett, who's he?
Yeah, Neil Dutton asking if I think Matthew Revis could bat higher in the order. Presumably he's only 6th due to YJB's injury. Could he crack the top 6 more regularly? I think he's got the ability to do that, Neil. Yeah, I think he showed us that last year. At some point.
Yeah, talking about Glamorgan's bowling resources, Chris Drew on Blue Sky says technically we're playing 5 spinners. Mason, Ben, Kieran, Asa and Colin. Yeah, Kieran Carlson's a sort of semi-regular. Asa Tribe's sent down a few overs. Colin Ingram's bowling arm seems to have gone rusty in recent seasons. Because he used to be a sort of fairly regular, bring him on as a partnership breaker, Colin Ingram. Sent down a few overs in T20 as well. But when you've got Crane bowling top class leg spin, you don't particularly need Ingram to do so as well. Also, yeah, Gareth Hill offers me the services of an 11 o'clock service at Trinity Methodist in Abersachen. I was on air at that time, so sadly ruled out. But thank you, Gareth. I hope you managed to make it down for a couple of sessions, despite the demands on the clergy of the Easter season.
I think I've seen this programme twice already, or part of it. Bloke on TV this morning trying to get to meet the Pope.
Right.
As you do. Meanwhile, Ryan Hadley, having hit Matthew Revis with the previous ball, is bowling to him again, goes short. Revis one hand off the bat as he plays that into the leg side, not altogether convincingly. He's picked up one for it.
Yeah, I think our church organist has met the Pope, even though it's not a Catholic church. Hello, Norman, if you're listening. I think it was the current Pope.
Not some sort of April Fool joke, was it?
No, that's...
Ollie.
No.
199 for 7. Van Beek on 6 is on strike. 2 slips in place as Hadley bowls it now. Banged it in short, and he watched it well and dealt with it pretty well, dropping it down a couple of yards from him into the pitch.
So yeah, I mean, good luck to Ryan Hadley, expecting to get lots of bounce off this surface. Tall he may be, but he's going to have to work really hard to get any threat in that way, though it was enough to find the edge of Adam Lythe's bat.
Hadley back at his mark. Big, fairly imposing sweatband on his left wrist as he makes his way in again. He's kind of got 10 to 2 feet, hasn't he? And that's looped up in the air off the bat of Van Beek, and he's gone. Second slip, the easiest of catches, and Ryan Hadley takes the mickey out of Logan Van Beek by doing a bit of a sidestep through his own slip cordon after he's taken the wicket of the man who did just that yesterday when he took a spectacular catch in the deep. 199 for 8. Logan Van Beek has gone, and he didn't play much of a shot of that delivery, did he, really, to be fair? Took one hand off the bat. He's turning it to leg.
Tribe with the catch.
Top edged it, really.
Yes, Tribe just had to wait for it to drop into his lap.
Logan Van Beek was caught by
Ryan Hadley making like a vintage fly half there with his sidestep that we saw Van Beek determining, showing himself, demonstrating himself when he took that absolutely stunning catch. If you haven't seen it yet on social media, leaping one-hand catch to get rid of Andy Gorvin. Hooking at fine leg. 199 for 8. Van Beek has gone for 6. And Glamorgan with high hopes now, I think, of a first innings lead. And judging by Jonathan's slight lack of confidence in numbers 10 and 11 for Yorkshire, but no doubt they'll be keen to prove him wrong on this occasion. Ben Code has won the battle to be number 10, and Rob Phillips will come in alongside Jonathan.
Yes, I mean, Ben is capable. He's got a first-class 50 to his name, and he fairly regularly will swish you a quick 20 to 30, something like that. So definitely not in the old-fashioned rabbit category. Jack White, didn't really see loads of him last year. There was, I think, one occasion where he slashed a few around the park in particular. But no surprise that Ben is, as the number on his back suggests, 10 in this lineup. He has, I think, gone in at 9 an odd time. Maybe even higher. I can't remember now, but probably has night watched at some point a bit further up the order as well. And he's going to face this next Hadley delivery, the final ball of the over. Can he survive it? Yes is the answer. doesn't particularly leave the crease behind him to come forward and play it, but he's got bat on ball and defended it. So 199 for 8 come the end of that over. The lead 103 at the moment for Glamorgan, and Rob's back alongside.
Let's try the microphone on. That was a rather extravagant copying of the celebration, wasn't it? By Ryan Hadley. But what we were saying earlier, he had something at lunch to put an extra yard into his step, and that extra yard accounted for Van Beek then. And I return, and so does Mason Crane from the River Taff end. 199 for 8. They trail by 103. Mason Crane's on 4 for 48 from his 14 overs. And, well, anywhere, any lead of around 100 is... We shall see what happens with the last couple of batsmen for Yorkshire. As Crane comes in, and it's flicked away down the leg side by Revis for 1. 45 he moves to. And that is the 200 for Yorkshire, 200 for 8 from 56.1 overs. Still going at 3.56. And there's still just under 50 overs to go today. So there's plenty more cricket on this third day of 4. There's a slight delay while Kieran Carlson decides where exactly he wants his field. He's moved Van der Hoogten down to the leg side boundaries. Crane comes in, and Cole plays that on the offside, stopping the covers. No attempt at a run. And it's 200 for 8. As Crane comes in once more, Code reaches for that, gets contact, but straight to point. You're talking about the Pope. I actually covered a Pope tour.
Did you?
In South Wales when Pope John Paul arrived many years ago, and he was given a speech at Ninian Park, the then home of Cardiff City. So Mason Crane comes in once more, and a little dabble at that did Code, but straight through to Ingram. And I used to work for the weekly papers up in the valleys, and I was sent because I knew where Ninian Park was. And they thought, you're interested in sport, you'll know your way around that ground. Crane in again. And playing back to Crane does not seem the most sensible idea. Cole just stood there then, got his bat to it though. Yeah, that's how they make editorial decisions in those days. Oh, your sport, so you must know Cardiff
Still
City.
do to some extent, yeah.
And I was sat next to the man from the Catholic Herald, who was thrilled by the occasion. And of course I frequented Ninian Park a lot more after that. As Crane comes in, and again Code plays at it, just a little nibble that time, a tidy over from Mason Crane again. 200 for 8 Yorkshire.
I can imagine you saying, okay JP.
Well, he had his Pope Mobile. It was the first outing for the Pope Mobile.
Okay JP, the big question is Newport, Cardiff, Swansea or Wrexham?
Yeah, who do you support?
Yeah.
Yeah.
200 for 8 then.
I think he actually was a big football fan, actually, Pope John Paul, if I remember rightly. Yeah, wasn't he? Poland. That's the one. Anyway, the stadium was packed, and at that time Cardiff weren't doing that well, so it was good to see a big crowd there.
Yeah, 200 for 8. As Matthew Revis just does a bit of gardening before this first Ryan Hadley delivery of the over. They've had a good chat, the pair of them, these two batters. I wonder if Yeah, Ben Code would not naturally be that comfortable against a bowler of the pace of Ryan Hadley. I can say that fairly safely from watching him play the last 7 seasons. Maybe he said, well, I'll have a go at the leggy. Either way, he's banged that in short, and Matthew Revis has banged that for 6 over mid-wicket and raises his bat aloft. He's the first half-centurion of the 2026 campaign then for Yorkshire. Gets a hug from his teammate out there. That's reduced the deficit to below 100. And what was I talking about a little while ago about batting with the tail? Matthew Revis started to take control in these situations last year, and that is a very early sign that he may be about to do the same again. Hadley tries him once more with another short ball. This time Revis ducks underneath it, and he's gone. He's had a flick at it, and according to Nigel Long, he's got something on it straight through to the gloves of Cook. Yorkshire have lost a 9th wicket. Matthew Revis getting to his half-century in 78 balls and has now gone in 79. And Glamorgan are a wicket away from finishing Yorkshire off with a healthy lead.
Well, you do wonder whether the stroke before was the sign that, right, I don't expect these two to hang around too much longer. I'm going for everything now. And he seemed a bit reluctant, but he did go for a really well played 50, has to be said. There wasn't much of a nick on it, but just his bat was up in the air. And Hadley celebrates another wicket.
Yeah, he got into a strange position, didn't he? That was really the issue for Matthew Revis.
Like a periscope at that time, wasn't it, rather than flat?
He's gone back and across to give himself some room. He's been followed by the bowler, really. And, you know, in his mind, he's obviously decided he wants to get something on it now and take him on with the tail. And unfortunately, you've got to give Hadley some credit, really, for latching onto that straight away. And he's got his man. So
he's got 3 wickets now as well, 3 for 49.
Yeah.
With Jack White, the number 11, coming in.
Coming back to the Yorkshire,
a Cumbrian.
Jack White.
He's taking his time.
Yeah, Matthew Revis, 50, as I mentioned, coming up in 78 deliveries. Refresh the screen here. Still not refreshing, unfortunately. That's behind time. Let me try a different angle to give you the full lowdown on his stats. By hook or by crook, we'll get there. 50 off 79, then 122 minutes, 5 fours, and that 1-6 that was his last scoring shot.
Well, he went out with a flourish, it's fair to say.
So, left-handed Jack White. And just taking guard. Still got a couple in the cordon in regulation slip positions, plus a leg slip now. There's also a fine leg, a short leg. Man being moved a bit squarer at a straight mid-wicket. He's left mid-on open. He's obviously not seen Jack's beautiful on-drive.
Yeah.
As Hadley then round the wicket. I think we know what's probably coming here. Yep, short. Jack White backing away, understandably, but he's got 4. He's got his gloves high up in front of his face, and he's raced away down to the river end of the ground for a boundary. They all count, but Jack playing that from about 6 stumps away, outside leg, over the top of the tumbling Cook.
Well, he took off then, Cook, didn't he? Really did go aerial for that, but no chance. So it's 10 off Hadley's over so far, plus a wicket.
Yeah,
spectacular stuff.
He wasn't quick at stopping in his follow-through, was it there? He was right down the other end and asking Jack if he fancied that. They've now got 2 men virtually straight behind the back. They've certainly got one man behind the slip cordon. And that's wide off stump. Jack White, I think he was playing a ball that was outside leg, but it actually went outside off.
He stepped away and gave himself room. I think it's charitable to say.
He gave himself quite a lot of room, I think it's fair to say, Rob.
So
Yeah.
the two long stops, well, it's now a third man, is there, and a long stop. God, I've not seen that since school.
I think if they probably need to send out a long-handled bat here for Jack for this next delivery. 210 for 9. Hadley in, and at this time he aims diagonally in towards the batter, who has to duck to try and get out of the way of that short ball. So he's been peppered here by Ryan Hadley, who's got 3 for 53 against his name.
There's no such thing as a fast bowler's club, is there?
Oh, that went a long time ago, didn't it, really?
Yeah, it did.
Not sure. Did that actually hit Jack?
I think it did, actually,
Yeah.
and my screen's just gone off, so...
It felt like it looped up a bit like the Revis delivery earlier. Jack's not even rubbed it. He's learning the Yorkshire ways. Hadley in again. Up there to drive, and he's smashed it away backward of point, and he's going to get 4 after a bit of a faux pas down there on the boundary. Is it Mason Crane in the distance?
I think that's Andy Gorvin, isn't
Andy
it?
Gorvin, is it? And yeah, he's picked up 4 runs, so 8 for Jack White, with a bit of a yahoo there. Look at where he played from. You'll not see that in many textbooks, apart from maybe the number 11 batting textbook. But 214 for 9. Well done to Jack for withstanding that, because that was fairly aggressive, shall we say, from Ryan Hadley.
14 off that over, plus the wicket. So it's 214 for 9. The lead is 88. As Crane comes in. He's now wearing sunglasses, isn't he? Crane? My eyes deceiving me? Anyway, bowls. And played straight back by Code. 10 and 11 in for Yorkshire. He is wearing sunglasses. There we are. Didn't think my varifocals would let me down. They go dark in the sun, which is always a bit of a problem here. Crane in again, and Code takes a step down and drives that through the covers for a handsome 4, that one. Any number 10 would be happy with that. It's a good way to get off the mark. 4 runs to him, 218 for 9. It's easy, this batting lock. Crane in once more, and again Code stands and delivers. This time there is a sweeper on the boundary and it goes straight to him, so just the one. Walked through for the single, 219 for 9, and Jack White on strike for the first time to Mason Crane.
Ben's just coming down the pitch saying, sorry, I've got a 1 now. I know that I'm the club's leg spin expert with the bat, you know, and I'm and you should be taking the seam, Jack. You're the seam expert in the tail. So let's just flip it around again before we get to Ryan Hadley once more.
Here we go, the left armour, White faces up. Oh, went for a big swing. Got something on it, but it just flew out not too far away, so it ballooned out really, and cooked from behind the stumps. Went to collect, 219 for 9. I think it's 12 minutes to tea. Crane comes in again. And again, an attempt at a solid drive, and it goes about 6 yards.
He has got a highest first class score of 59, Jack. That would have been entertaining, I think. He's averaging 8.6 though.
White faces Crane. Again, There's a lovely swing of the bat, but goes straight to the cover fielder. No run. And it's 219 for 9 as we approach the 60th over. And I'm not sure at 28 for 4 in the first evening, many people expected Yorkshire to be facing an uphill battle to get even parity.
No, I don't think they did. The other thing for these two to consider, perhaps, I'm probably not thinking too much about it at the moment, but the longer, obviously, they can go without having to bowl again, the better. They've had just 59 overs rest in actual playing time. So,
although they might think the way the wickets have been tumbling, might not be such a bad pitch to bowl on again. We shall see. It's strange, isn't it?
yeah, Hadley just wants his field sorting here. He's going to be bowling to Code. He's stuck a long stop again behind Chris Cook. Don't think that's any comment on Chris's keeping. It's just for the short ball that might loop up in that direction with a bit of a swing of the bat, and that sort of thing really that we've just seen from that delivery, which was short, just wide of off stump. Code getting the front leg out of the way and having a flash, and it's for those types of top edges, I guess, that the player's positioned down there.
It's
There's
not much fun, is it, as a tail ender facing not the sharpest bowler you'll ever see, but he's quick enough. Makes you move around.
Yeah, I think he's
Ryan Hadley.
These days in county cricket, he's probably quicker than a few MPH, quicker than the average bowler.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes again then. This time straighter. There's an appeal for LBW. Nigel Long was having a walk off down towards the bowling club at the point that struck, I think, and was not interested in giving it out.
I once umpired having batting for or playing for the South Wales Argus cricket team. I was so bad I was Clubman of the Year, which is always.
Excuse me, I managed to win that once.
Yeah, so you must have been pretty poor as well then. You just get it for turning up. Anyway, I gave this guy out, debatably apparently, at LBW. I discovered afterwards when I went in that he was the quickest bowler they had. Big mistake.
Hadley short. Code pulls. It's in the air and will be 4. So difficult when you are bowling and setting a field as a captain at times like this, isn't it? Because tail end players play unorthodox shots. They just don't get into positions that batters do.
No.
Ben, as is usual in these sort of situations, understandably as well, when you're not a batter, he wants to get leg side of the ball always, really, give himself room outside off stump. If he does get runs, tends to be outside through extra cover, but he will haul the odd one away as he just did with that. Then he gets the short ball, which he's happy and comfortably ducking underneath. But if you throw the ball up at him, maybe this is something that Glamorgan have already worked out from bowling him previously. He certainly can get his hands through the ball.
Well, he's got rid of one of the slips now.
Yeah, because I mean this says everything really about Ryan Hadley's plan of attack. Third man straight behind the keeper, one slip. He's now put a man out at cow corner, 15 yards in from the boundary himself, Kieran Carlson. He's got a man more mid-wicket and then a man backward of square, both on the boundary edge. So unsurprisingly we get another short ball, which that's going to hurt Chris Cook. It bounced short of him and hit him. Yeah, I think he's just rubbing round about the heart area. So he's going to continue this peppering by the looks of it. He might produce that rabbit out of a hat at some stage and throw in a Yorker. Remember those Yorkers?
Yeah,
Yorkers,
so I was going to say a straight one might work.
Bancode's on 9. Jack White on 8. They've added 17 since the previous wicket fell, and he's played that nicely. Bancode, another short ball. This time he was getting leg side of it again, but he watched it well enough to run it down to third man, and that single means he goes into double figures and keeps the strike. 224 for 9. The deficit now 78, and we have 7 minutes before the tea break. Or do we? Yeah.
Well, I assume, would they just go to tea early if they take a wicket now?
Yeah, they can also go to tea late with 9 wickets down.
And
They can go to tea late with 9 down.
yeah. Is there much point in that? Going late?
Well, they might just want to get the job done out there.
Oh, right, I'm with you. Sorry, yeah. Not.
And then take tea when the
When the
wicket's
wicket
gone.
falls, yeah. Well, it's Mason Crane trying to make the wicket fall. 224 for 9. Code faces. Upright stance. Took a couple of steps down the pitch and didn't go where he wanted, but it did evade the offside fielder, picked up by the sweeper on the boundary for 2 runs.
That's precisely why I said that Ben Code was Yorkshire's expert at playing
Yes.
leg spin bowling. I mean, he's got it away from the field.
He did. And I said he didn't go where he intended, but he might well have intended that. Crane in again. And he's gone. Caught in the slips. Relatively easy for Colin Ingram, that one. And it's a 5 for 4. Mason Crane, excellent by the leg spinner today. And Yorkshire are all out for 226. White, the not out batsman, with 8, and they trail Glamorgan by 76 runs. Mason Crane's figures 5 for 55 from 16.2 overs. He really has progressed this match rapidly after taking 2 wickets in an over this morning. And as I said earlier, on the opening evening, when Glamorgan were 28 for 4, I think they would have bitten your hand off for a 76-run lead on first innings. Going into the last session today, and it's an extended session, 45 overs remaining today, plus tomorrow as well.
Yep, you've got to give them full credit, the way they've gone about it with the ball. And Yorkshire, well, yeah, no doubt that disappointing with the bat. 1 half-centurion, Matthew Revis batting at 6. Sam Whiteman certainly showed us that I think there's probably some good times to look forward to with the bat for Yorkshire for him this year, on the evidence of that 48. Adam Lyth grounded out pretty well, but then was caught at slip. But Don Bess, made 32, and a little bit of a flurry at the end, but not enough substance to the innings, and that is why there's a lead of 76 for Glamorgan. It's not an enormous lead, but it's clearly in a game that's relatively under par scoring wise. It's a lead you'd rather have on your side than not. Just means now you can kick on at 76 for none effectively when your openers come in. Still all results possible in the game, I guess, because if Yorkshire came out and had a fantastic 40 odd overs with the ball here, and Glamorgan end up in all sorts of trouble even with a 76 lead, there might be a chase on tomorrow. But if Glamorgan come out and bat well, they can obviously extend to a very healthy lead and then really put some pressure on Yorkshire on the final day, or it could peter out into the draw. So everything's still possible at this moment in time, chaps.
Absolutely. The Glamorgan bowling figures, Tim van der Gugten, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 37. Ryan Hadley on his debut, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 62. Much better in the afternoon, where he got reward for his efforts. Andy Gorvin, didn't really work for him today. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32. Ben Kellaway, 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31. And the pick of the bunch, Mason Crane, 16.2 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 55. And clearly the interview with Nick Webb last night inspired Crane greatly.
Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures.
Pause for tumbleweed there.
Yes. There's a roller on the pitch. And I assume they take tea now. Yep, so that will be tea. And we shall return as Glamorgan start their second innings with a handy lead of 76 runs over Yorkshire, and join us again after the tea interval.
5 for 55.
Yep. Okay.
So here are the latest scores from the other grounds where play has and has not been possible. Starting again at Chesterley Street, where no play today in the game between Durham and Kent, as I mentioned at lunchtime. Storm Dave caused a fair bit of damage during the night, blowing away the covers and also some scaffolding and various other structural issues. They're hoping to make a restart of that game at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. All the other games, though, in
Yorkshire 226 all out. We're at the tea interval. Glamorgan lead by 76 runs on first innings, and that's a pretty useful period situation after they started the game so badly. 5 wickets for leg spinner Mason Crane, 3 for new Aussie paceman Ryan Hadley. Matthew Revis top scored with 50, but a good performance by Glamorgan with the bowl. Yorkshire 226 all out, and we restart at 15:15.
Yorkshire were dismissed by Surrey for 544, and that's given Warwickshire a lead on first innings of 212. Tea time at Northampton sees Lancashire 113 for 8 in their second innings. So Lancashire lead Northampton by 212. and 39 runs. At Lords, Gloucestershire are also following on. They were dismissed earlier by Middlesex for 216. In their second innings, they're 56 for 1. At Grace Road, Sussex in their second innings are 364 for 9. They're leading Leicestershire by 480 runs with 1 wicket remaining. And the other game is at Derby, where Worcestershire in their first innings are 282 for 7. They're still trailing Derbyshire by 343 runs.
Rugby on in an S was here. I get a little bit of it. You pick up the odd word now and then and they just run. I think it was Kevin Phillips's son, isn't he?
Is that the one who had the motorbike accident?
Yeah. He goes on and on and on a little bit.
Before he took a box of the league, he'd have been up here yesterday. Got to the top of the league, it took you that long to come and say hello.
No, I was told that big lanky swine over there, what boy over there. You wanted to know why I am come to speak to you?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I still...
I'll see enough of you in the season.
I
If
waved
you
you
had
the
the second team game or the minor counties one.
I waved you the other day, didn't I?
Yes.
You can see what I was waving, never mind.
It would have been very pleasant.
No.
It never is.
What do you think of our wonderful team in Rainbow?
Has it shocked you?
2 hours, the next 2 hours might shock us. If we get through to 6:30 or whatever, by the time it is.
And I will include you in this. And Maynard was one of them. I think for years there's been a lot of negativity in this club. And Maynard, even Maynard, I like Maynard as a coach, but all he did was moan about the pitch. And I just looked at the start of last season, Dawson come in, and the first thing he said, I listened to him because I was ill last year, I watched the stream, Rick Webber did it. And Dawson said, the pitch is the pitch. If you can't do anything about it, so what you've got to do is adjust your team to play with the pitch. And I think a lot of teams will be caught out by this pitch this year. If you try and score on it, like Yorkshire did, you get out.
Oh, I see what you mean, like we grafted.
We grafted. And what you've got to do is get our team.
That again, we were 28 for 4, I suppose that.
Yeah, but last year, a lot of games last year, we scored 400 and pulled the side out of 200. But because we were 28 for 4, we had to battle. If we get a better, it's just that you were here the first day. That first hour, it was impossible. Balls up and all the show. Conditions have nothing to do with it.
Something I heard from Chris, apparently the weather, the rain stopped and left the top on.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know,
Well, we expected a 1:15, and we thought they expected us. We were thinking starting at 2. And then we heard they were expecting 3:15. Nothing changed. And then there's some Yorkshire blokes.
You did not say, especially yours. I don't know.
They should have got the covers.
I thought so. Yes,
If it already rained, it made any difference. The covers should have definitely come off earlier, so they could have just then got out and started, got the wicket ready. But apparently the rules, they're not allowed to until the umpires tell them.
But they are the.
They should have had the covers off at least about 1:30, 2 o'clock. They should have been off. There wasn't any rain there that made any difference.
Well,
back to mid-afternoon and said something ridiculous.
This is the nasty bit. How are you, young man?
It's a sun trap.
I just realised
It's a sun trap you stand by
Up
here.
here, you understand?
You walk out there.
Not too bad, yeah. Well, we have.
It's not so bad when the sun comes out, but there's a bit of a wind is good. It's going to go tomorrow, it's going to be better tomorrow. Will we more? Frosty tonight.
Alan? Last week they put Naylor, Scott Britton, pocket the
Oh, batting shot. knows I've been trained. The coach knows what he's doing.
And like I say, we don't know what fight it is.
We're going to go down to
And the beta. Our last 4 games,
you've got to get back around and the umpires are back out.
fourth one we played, but
yeah.
Mer's got to go, but he's got to play as well. Like I say, it's all he was to be would have been the last week. Reversal of the first crowd, isn't it? But yeah, I think but yeah,
It's nice to see you anyway, Mr. Bonds. You're looking really well.
I walked up the stairs or run up the stairs.
I wish I could walk up the stairs.
Man, he's got up in the left older than this other one. He was younger than him. He's 68.
He's older than me. You never tell his age, he won't.
He has.
He looks well for 86.
I tell you what. I know his age, but I'm not going to tell you. Send me a card. Big birthday, right? Have a guess.
I thought you were about to say.
I know I'm older than him.
7-0.
70 years. 70
Yeah, I know, you're about a year and a half older than me.
70 years. Calm down.
We're back. Look
Look at his next forward.
I will see enough of you in the season to have a chat to
I'm
you.
sure you will. Have a very written
The two Wales games were mail.
Good evening, wherever you are listening and watching here on BBC Sport Online, as we go into the second innings of this game between Glamorgan and Yorkshire, with Glamorgan leading by 76 runs, which is somewhat unexpected if you consider they were in the position of 28 for 4 on Friday evening. We have 45 overs to go in the day's play if the light holds. It's a marathon, not a sprint, covering county championship cricket. Byram and Tribe striding out to the middle, hoping to better their first innings performances when both fell cheaply. And Yorkshire, well, they'll need to bowl well to avoid being really on the back foot going into the final day. Mason Crane with 5 for 55, the leg spinner in Yorkshire's 226 all out. Matthew Ravis was top scorer with 50. Hugh Griffiths from Brecon says, pleased to see my prediction of 5 wickets for Mason come true. Leg spin rules. Leg spin certainly entertains anyway, and today it ruled as well. Nick Webb and Rob Phillips with you for the first section, alongside Jonathan Deutsch representing the BBC Yorkshire stations, and Ben Code to bowl the first over for Yorkshire, and Eddie Byram drives the first ball firmly into covers where it's well stopped by Wharton, and there is no run. So the Yorkshire innings, by the way, lasted almost exactly to half a ball or so. Half as long as Glamorgan's 60.2 compared to 120.3, so they scored quite a bit faster when they were there. As Byram's hit on the pad, pushing awkwardly on the leg side, but umpire Long says no. The umpires, of course, exchange ends for the second innings of this match, and that one was going down leg, as the replay shows if you're watching us on the Glamorgan or Yorkshire County websites as well. Welcome along wherever you're following progress. As in comes Code, balls, and Byram works that to mid-on, no run. And I thought maybe this morning that the chances of a positive result in this match were fairly low, given that we'd only basically completed the first innings plus a few deliveries last night. But Yorkshire being all out in 60.2 and having scored quite quickly during that time, much more quickly than Glamorgan, does open the game up a little. Here's Code, right arm round, bowls, Byram tries to flick it away to fine leg, makes no contact. Through to Finlay Bean, who is keeping wicket for the duration of this match. In case you didn't catch the morning coverage, Johnny Bairstow is out of the match with a hand injury, which will mean he's also out of the next match under the new ECB substitution laws. Code is in to bowl. Byram edges short of slip, and in fact it's gone through Bassett's slip. Wasn't a chance, but his failure to stop it means that Byram can rather nervily get off the mark with a single. Brings the right-hander Asa Tribe on to strike. So Byram made just 5 in the first innings and Tribe 11. So the Glamorgan top 4 have got something to prove, with Dixon and Carlson also falling cheaply.
Well, their approach is going to be interesting, isn't it, Nick? Just to see what they do. It's a big session this afternoon.
If it goes the duration, even if Glamorgan scored at 3 and over, they'd be potentially 200 ahead overnight. Depends how many wickets they have in hand, to see how adventurous or otherwise their approach will be. As Code is into bowl to Tribe, who's forward, playing it cautiously out on the leg side, and there's no run. 1 for 0 after the first over. I think they'll just play the game naturally for the next 2.5 hours or however long we've got tonight, and see what happens, really. See how big a lead they can take into the final day, and ideally, I suppose, they might look to take a few risks in the second hour tomorrow and extend a potential lead, but they've got to build a very solid base first and take absolutely nothing for granted.
They have, yeah, and it's Jack White who's coming on the ball from the Taff end. 1 for 0 wicket, Glamorgan. White took 3 for 40 in the first innings from his 20 overs. He's going to have 3 slips to start.
Yep. White from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, Cathedral Road, sorry. Did I say Taff? Apologies.
I was trying to
all my life.
I was trying to correct you unobtrusively, Rob.
That's okay. I'm happy to admit my errors. People normally point them out. Anyway, White is in to Tribe, who lets that go through. And let's get it right. It's Byram. There we are. I've had a good tea, Nick. Actually, really nice gatto. I've got to say, you do.
Oh, don't.
Do get farewell here at Glamorgan.
Don't. I'm off the cake at the moment.
Okay, apologies.
Even though it's after the end of Lent, I'm off the cake for a couple more months.
So it's Byram, the left-hander, facing White, who strolls in around the wicket. It's just played straight. And the Yorkshire fielders, well, they're all clapping. Must still be a bit chilly out there. It's lovely sunshine now, though, you have to say. Bright tea time afternoon here in Cardiff. And we've got a game which has probably got a different complexion to what many of us thought might happen as we rolled up today. White balls again. Confidently played onto the onside by Byram. No run. And the lead is 77 at the moment. As you said, Nick, Yorkshire scored at a much quicker rate than Glamorgan in their first innings. 3.74. Glamorgan were moving along at 2.5. But the game has seen a lot of progress in the last few hours. White around the wicket. That's played out on through mid-wicket for 1 run for Byram.
Yeah, if you have any contributions that you wish to commit to email from either Glamorgan or Yorkshire supporters, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, as Jonathan has yet to find the key to his station's email account.
Oh, we're all on social media. I'm Rob Phillips here on X and Instagram and Blue Sky. Nick Webb is Nick Webb 2017. Is that
On
right?
X and Blue Sky, yeah.
On X and Blue Sky, and Jonathan Doidge is
Jonathan Doidge on
Jonathan
X.
Doidge on X, yeah. Whiteman again over the wicket this time. Tribe defends that.
I've got an Instagram account, but it's used purely for lurking. I very rarely, if ever, post on it.
Are you down with the kids on TikTok, Nick?
One thing I'm rarely accused of is being down with the kids. Since my younger daughter turned 30 a couple of days ago.
I have been on TikTok, but I don't have a TikTok account.
I haven't quite got the dance moves. In fact,
No,
I never
quite.
had.
Neither have I, which is why I've only been on there once, I think. White into Tribe once more. And Tribe clips this off his legs. It's a chase, but a forlorn chase, and it's 4 runs for Asa Tribe off the mark in good style. 6 for no wicket after 2 overs. And the lead now 82. And this may be the best time of the day to bat. But it's fair to say the Yorkshire bowlers were never... Whiteman looked really accomplished, I thought. So did Lythe. And Revis was in good form. Other than that, nobody really got in too much.
No, Bass is 32, was a little bit nervous. Hit the ball hard on occasion and missed quite a few from Crane. As Code comes in and bowls, and Byram works on the leg side and takes a single. 7 without loss. Important period of the season for Eddie Byram. Last season he played the first 3 games, averaged a reasonable 29, but lost his place to Asa Tribe. Now they're working together as it's Zainul Hassan who has lost his place, and the fact that Ul Hassan is out of the 11 leaves Glamorgan with a few headaches in balancing their bowling attack, but they've got round it today with 5 wickets for Crane, 3 for Hadley and 2 for Van der Hoogten. Code back over the wicket to Tribe, who turns to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tribe noticeably trying to cut down the angles as he did in his very first innings spell by taking a step down the wicket pretty frequently. Bess is in there tight in, I think, a catching position at short mid-wicket, and they're just 2 slips, and we've seen this pretty frequently at Sapphire Gardens, that teams find it easier to get catches in front of the wicket sometimes. Code bowls, Tribe drives, Bess can't get to it, but it's fielded at mid-on by Van Beek, and there is no run.
Yeah, you can see why Bess is fielding there, can't you? That was... I don't think that was entirely on the deck, that one.
Well, Tribe typically plays so much through mid-wicket. A lot of his scoring work is done in that arc, that there's now a short and a single saving mid-wicket for him to try to pierce as Code bowls, and forward comes Tribe. Plays out on the offside. No run. 7 without loss. Lead, which thankfully is in the score on the scoreboard on the top right, to save us having to do too much maths on the radio.
Which is just as well.
83 the lead.
Never a strong point of mine.
Code bowls, Tribe drives to mid-on, no run. And it is a second season situation for Asa Tribe, really. I mean, he made his debut in the last month of the previous season, 24, but last season was his first almost full one in the first team, so he will have seen a lot of bowlers, not necessarily from the first division clubs though, and they'll have a lot of video of him batting. Code in, bowls to Tribe, who plays to short mid-wicket. No run, just the single off the over. Glamorgan is 7 for naught after 3, and we have 42 potentially to go. So we're looking, if the light holds out, at a 7 o'clock finish, but the light didn't hold last night. It looks more likely to go a bit longer tonight.
It does, and you'd probably say if he reads the media and listens to the media, Tribe has got a bit of pressure on him, because he's being mentioned, isn't he, as a possible England contender. There was even mention while I was in Australia that because he was doing so well with the England A side, as White comes in to bowl to Byram, who plays that out on the onside, no run.
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely that Glamorgan will be without Tribe for a chunk of the summer, because England Lions have a few fixtures in the middle of the summer as well, so Glamorgan going to have to do without him at some point. And I think he'll be at least in the second string side, having performed strongly for them in both Australia and against the Pakistan seconds in the Middle East.
White into Byram, who plays that square on the offside. Yeah, I mean, he seems to have Michael Vaughan on his in his camp, doesn't he? Ace of Tribe, big supporter of Tribe, the Jersey boy.
Yes, they'll be sort of cheering him on in Jersey.
Yes,
because if he plays for the England senior team, he can't play for Jersey for 3 years then after his last appearance for the England senior team.
But with respect, he's not turning down England, is he?
No.
White balls around the wicket this time. Byram, the left-hander, firmly out to short cover. No run again, 7 for no wicket. The lead is 83.
Yeah, looking at the England Lions engagements, which of course may also include Callaway, they're playing South Africa A in a couple of first-class matches in the end of May, and then 3 one-day matches in the first 9 days of June. So that might affect either or both.
As White balls to Byram again, shoulders arms this time. And the slips arms went up, but I don't think he was anywhere near that. It was Eddie Byram.
Yorkshire, of course, with their own contenders for England Lions.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because you lose key players at key times. But then
you want the individuals to do well.
Honours, isn't it? Yeah.
You want the individuals to do well, but you don't want them to be missing from your team too often.
There's no such thing as an international window like you have in football. As White moves in again, gathers pace, gets to the wicket. Byram plays it square in the offside again. No run. Just feeling their way into this innings, the Glamorgan openers. 7 for no wicket. Byram on 3, Tribe on 4.
Yeah, it's my theory. The season ought to be chopped up into chunks, so the counties are playing red ball cricket at different times to the England side.
White comes in once more around the wicket. That's firmer by Byram. It doesn't beat the man at point. Good diving stop that. Saved 1 or 2, definitely. And at the end of the 4th over, Glamorgan are 7 for no wicket, leading by 83.
And in my back of the envelope sketch of the season, the counties would be playing red ball cricket in the first bit, when some players are away at the IPL, obviously. Then you'd have a block of England playing tests while the counties play one of the white ball competitions. Then you swap over in the middle of the season for England to play white ball. Their best players have had a good run of practice in the counties. Anyway, that for another time. As Code bowls to Tribe, who turns on the leg side, and there's no run, because I think there's too much crossover between the England red ball and white ball teams, and they ought to be basically separated apart from the odd major competition, because the schedule is so packed these days.
When you also get the situation in summers where, you know, if an England player is struggling, nobody's in red ball form.
Exactly.
To replace. You've got nothing to judge them against. With the proliferation of white ball cricket.
As Tribe gets a thick inside edge to that one, but we'll get a single for it to square leg as it's picked up by Wharton. 8 without loss. Byram 3, Tribe 5. But you know, the international load that is on players who play both red ball and white ball for England, and the counties see Yorkshire with Root and Brook. Their supporters wonder why they don't see much of them.
Yeah, quite.
Here comes Code around the wicket. Byram defends on the offside. No run.
Yeah, I think isn't Root playing 3 championship games, Sussex, Somerset and Surrey, and Harry Brook is sitting out April. Will play against Warwickshire and Surrey again, so they're going to have a topped up side for Surrey.
Yes, the Yorkshire press release that I had the other day was bigging up that one. Here comes Code, bowls to Byram, who blocks it to short mid-wicket. They're implying for Byram as well as Tribe. I thought it might be just a Tribe thing, because he scores through that arc quite a lot, but they're obviously looking to induce catches on the drive potentially from both batters. The international summer beginning with a test between England and New Zealand at Lords on the 4th of June, as Byram drives back past the bowler but not firmly enough to get any runs. All sorts of opposition. India are here for some white ball stuff, and Pakistan for 3 test matches, then Sri Lanka for white ball stuff in September. So 4 different international opponents for England's men's team. Couple of games here. ODI against India and a T20 against Sri Lanka. As Byram runs that down onto the offside, fielded at Gully, no run. And England's women play their first game at Sophia Gardens, and that is against New Zealand in May.
I was here for a one-day game featuring India a few years ago, in a press conference with MS Dhoni, but the atmosphere was just sensational. I mean, they really do bring something extra to it, and even their commentators can't walk 2 yards without being waved at and hollered at and basically lauded wherever they go.
Yeah, I remember
Sachin was one of the pundits that day and barely moved.
Remember being in the crowd for an England-Pakistan one day here. I think it was Champions Trophy, possibly semi-final. There was quite a mixed crowd, it must be said, of mixed allegiances.
Here, White moves into Tribe, who drives that smartly, but a lovely stop by Don Bess at that short mid-wicket. He's no more than, 12 yards from the bat, and Tribe got a bit behind that.
Yeah, on that occasion there were obviously English people supporting England, most of the Welsh audience supporting England, but some support anyone but England.
Yeah.
There were Pakistan supporters following their side, and there were some Indian supporters, because India might have been involved in that match, so they turned up anyway to support England against Pakistan.
Quite. White into Tribe flat bat. And short out to the offside, 8 for no wicket. Well, I came to the 2005 Ashes here, brought my two sons who were both Australian cricket fanatics. And they were both wearing their shirts on the first morning, and chap next to me hadn't said a word. And then he said, "Oh, you've come a long way." I said, "Actually, where are you from?" He said, "Cheltenham." I said, "Well, actually, you've come further than me." Don't be fooled, they're just Aussie fans. Welsh Australian cricket enthusiasts. Brett Lee in particular at that time. White balls. Tribe, firm defensive shot again. No chances being taken at the moment by this Glamorgan opening pair. And why would they?
The England-India game, by the way, is a sellout. Here at Sapphire Gardens, quelle surprise.
What is the capacity here now for international?
It's somewhere 14,500 to 15,000, I believe, last time I checked.
White over the wicket to Tribe. Shout, but nothing going there. Tribe just practices the shot again. Bess has the ball, furiously rubbing it. The captain, in the absence of Bairstow, took, what was it, 3 wickets in the first innings?
Yeah, he bowled really well, didn't he,
Yeah,
Bess?
and after Mason Crane's 5-4 today, maybe fancying turning his arm later. Crane got plenty out of this pitch. Callaway got the odd one to go as well, the off-spinner. White balls, he's quick, and Tribe not in complete control, but just dabs that out to point. No run again. Didn't we say in the first innings it was attritional?
We did.
Same approach by Glamorgan, but it's they prospered with it so far.
Glamorgan 4-2 up on bonus points, by the way, at the end of the first innings.
As White turns, short sleeves, some are, and Tribe giving himself a bit of room then, but can't break through the cover field. And that was a maiden over by White, and Glamorgan remain 8 for no wicket after 6. Jack White took 3 for 40 in the first innings, yet to make a breakthrough here.
Yeah, White bowled well. Also, as did Code, really, albeit not quite as successful on this bright but chilly Sapphire Gardens afternoon. As Hill is an early change on for Code.
He is.
After just 3 overs. I wonder what's behind that. Jonathan will have more idea than this. It's a cautious start for Glamorgan, 8 off 6 overs, leading by 84. As Hill is in to bowl and Byram plays it to point, and there's no run. You wouldn't normally expect a change after so few from a seamer, rather than, obviously there are some out-and-out pace bowlers who are deployed in very short blasts.
Yeah, and certainly Code at 2 for 53 in the first innings.
Hill bowls driven firmly by Byram, but can't beat mid-off, no run.
Hill wasn't really on top of his game, 1 for 57.
No, somewhat surprising given his consistency last year. His remarkable figures, 50 wickets at 16.7. But Yorkshire with 5 seamers to choose from, as well as the off-spin of Dom Bess. With Adam Lyth as potential backup if any big stands develop. The golden arm of the White Rose. As Hill in balls. Byram looks to force on the offside and is lucky to miss it. Thought for a second it would be a little edge through to Hill.
That was a bit of a swish, wasn't it?
Not a great shot. And Byram at his best can be an elegant stroke maker. He's stroke player rather than out and out hitter. As Hill works his way in, bowls. Byram steers it on the offside. No run. Byram can look as though he's playing and missing quite a lot, because when he leaves the ball, he just tucks the bat very gently towards the body rather than any big movement. So if you are just joining us, Yorkshire 226 all out. Revis top scored with 50. Whiteman made 48. Hill bowls. Byram pushes it firmly up to mid-on. No run. And on the bowling front, Mason Crane 5 for 55. And Ryan Hadley 3 for 67. At least we have cricket in a sunny Easter Sunday, albeit, and cold temperatures. At Durham, no play today because of Storm Dave. Byram looks to cut again. That was too close to the body, and he missed. And there was initial excitement from Lythe that slipped, but no one else. So no play today at Riverside, where Durham 83 for 2 lead Kent by 221. Shame really, because that was well placed for the home side, but the ground suffered some damage, and also one of the covers was blown away, so rain getting on the wicket as well. In Division 1, Hampshire 86 for 2. That is still 219 runs behind Essex after following on. Prest is out after making 55. Hampshire are due at Headingley next week. And the fourth innings at Leicester. Give you that after this delivery.
Yeah. And it's Tribe who faces Jack White, his fourth over, none for 5 so far. There's not had much change out of these Yorkshire bowlers, again, you have to say. It's the run rate at the moment is 1.12.
Yeah, they've been very accurate in both innings, haven't they? Sussex made 364 in their second innings at Leicester. Leicestershire 16 for 1 in their second innings, needing another mammoth 465. Leicestershire, the other promoted side, won Division 2, went up alongside Glamorgan.
White balls, Tribe Waits. Again, a solid defensive. Not much else on there, you have to say, because of the accuracy of Jack White.
Over the water at Taunton, Somerset and Notts were pretty much even on first innings. Somerset led by 9, and they're 63 for 1 in their second innings. Other side of county. And at Edgbaston, Surrey are 44 for 0 in their second innings. Still 172 behind Warwickshire, who piled up 544 in their first innings.
White approaches the wicket now, balls. And again, it's I'll have this on repeat. Solid forward defensive shot from Asa Tribe. The last 2 overs have been maidens, haven't they?
And sometimes in a cricket season where you need to put your stock phrase on repeat. Bowl, block, repeat.
Yeah. Well, there's no need to take any chances at the moment. They've got a decent enough lead, Glamorgan, which probably surprises them as much as anybody. White balls now. Tribe a bit more on that, and a throw the stumps at the bowler's end, but Byram had to hit the ground, and he gets has a little laugh over it. I think it was Don Bess who threatened to throw at the stumps, but now he's rubbing the ball in his sleeve, so all good. There was a little bit of back chat, wasn't there? The umpires both walked towards the wickets in the Glamorgan innings, in the Yorkshire innings. I think Kieran Carlson might have said a bit at slip. White balls, Tribe plays that away on the leg side, but again, that short mid wicket of Don Bess is a busy man, and immediately stops the ball, gets the hanky out and rubs keeps the shine going.
Yeah, surprised he hasn't got the little thing that looks like a beer mat sticking out of the back of his trousers, which Mason Crane seems to have permanently stitched into his cricket kit.
Well, he's going to ruin that one sleeve on his left arm, isn't he? Because it's pulled right over his hand.
Yeah, and who's in charge of the washing machine?
Will the next one go to him? No, it goes past him, and Tribe gets one away on the leg side down to deep square. And there's just one run, so moves on to 9 for no wicket after not very much action by the batsman the last couple of overs.
Yeah, Glamorgan's batters, life in Division 1, they're not going to give their wickets away, are they? There's no tomfoolery in the Welsh approach to this game. Batted 120 overs for 302. Yorkshire got to 226 in half the time, 60 overs. But Glamorgan would obviously settle for what they had in that first innings of the game. So is there going to be a rapid progression in the second innings? Hale bowls and Tribe plays it straight back, so straight that it's just nudged onto the stumps. Byram turned and made his ground comfortably. I said Glamorgan might have another 100 on the board, or possibly even be 200 ahead this evening. The scoring rate.
That's looking optimistic.
That
now.
Is, if they score at just over 1 and over, it's going to only be a lead of 120 yards.
Yeah.
Tribe works that one on the leg side. It is real stalemate at the moment, as Yorkshire have worked out Glamorgan's likely scoring areas. And to give credit to the Yorkshire attack in this match, for the first match in the season, there's been remarkably little in the way of wayward bowling. Almost everyone has seemed in the groove. Hill bustling in, bowls, Tribe drives. He's played that in textbook style really, but it's straight to a deep-ish mid-off, and he's hit it too firmly to be able to try and
it's
risk
quite
a
elegant
single.
though, wasn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
I think if I ever hit a shot that elegant, I'd be tempted to run anyway, no matter where it went.
Yeah, but in your standard of cricket, you would have taken a risk on the field, wouldn't you?
Yes, probably. As Tribe works that one away on the leg side, down to backward square. They'll run the first one quickly, but it's well fielded by Wharton, making ground down to backward square. It's just a single, 10 without loss. Glamorgan at last crawl into double figures, and the lead is 86, still with all 10 wickets standing.
Probably the nicest part of the day, this. Shadows from is that the gymnasium there, I think, to the left, isn't it? And
yeah, cricket school.
Yeah.
As Byram drives on the offside, but straight to mid-off, Codefields. No run. Yeah, the floodlight pylons start to stretch across and flicking the edge of the square at this time of day. I presume there'll be a further pylon to go up on the this near side of the pavilion.
But you were saying there are no lights at the moment.
No lights in this game, no. Byram plays that one back to the bowler. The end of another quiet over that just produces the single. No floodlights in this game. They haven't been in Championship cricket for a while now because of Cardiff Council regulations. There was a rumour that it was about to change, but we'll see if they've got all the lights in place by the time of the next home match here in 3 weeks' time. They've replaced 3 of the sets of lights on the top of the pylons. And I presume, as I say, the full Monty is meant to be 5 at various places around the ground.
So Ben Code has swapped ends. He's coming on from the Cathedral Road end now.
Yeah, White's 4 overs just costing 6 runs. Yorkshire got plenty of seamers for Captain Dom Bass to play with.
Took 2 for 53 in the first innings. And he has tribe faces. Oh, went for a swishing drive there, and it went past the bat and through to Finley Beam behind the stumps. And he'll look. Go suspiciously down the pitch, but I don't think anybody's too fooled by that later.
What batter doesn't look suspiciously on the pitch? Actually,
yeah, when the ball goes past.
Checking his guard. What's he going for? Middle and off, by the look of it. Keeper standing up to restrict his footwork.
As Code goes in again. This time much better drive by Tribe. It's just stopped before it got to the boundary. We did take 1. It was Whiteman who got there, and Tribe moves to 8, and Glamorgan scored to 11, the lead to 87.
Yeah, it's quite a sharp single, that. It was firmly hit, and although Whiteman is set a little way back at mid-on stroke mid-off, did well to get to it, and did keep the batsman honest with a sharp throw.
Well, they did have a little chat, didn't they, between the overs there. I wonder whether they've said, okay, there aren't many boundaries to be had, let's take a few quick singles, put the pressure on. Eddie Byram faces now. Code goes around the wicket.
Yeah, Bean standing up to him as well.
Yeah.
Just preventing the batters from getting down the wicket, and Tribe likes to take a step forward in particular and play the ball early, if you like. But this is a real ring of saving the single, isn't it? It's 6 saving the single at the moment.
There's not much room to breathe in the middle there. There's Code bowls, and again, straight drive on the offside. No run. We've said that plenty of times so far.
Yeah, it's just slip and a ring of 4 saving the single, more or less. Gully's back away. Mid-on. Mid-wicket, and a short mid-wicket is the catching player on the leg side, and then the only man out at deep backward square come fine leg.
Code balls once more around the wicket. Tribe gets that in behind square. Byron gets that in behind square. He's gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, just turning it off his leg, as I suggested. Fine leg is round towards backward square, so had no chance of cutting that one off, and with these shorter straight boundaries at Sophia Gardens,
Went
that
very
one raced
straight,
away.
that one, yeah. He moves to 7, 15 for no wicket. Glamorgan lead into the 90s, 91. As Code approaches the stumps now, bowls around the wicket. Byram taps that behind square on the offside into backward point. No run. 15 for no wicket.
Off 10.
Off 10 overs, yeah. Easy to work out the run rate.
Well, this is the sort of position where the chaos started happening for Glamorgan's batters and Yorkshire bowlers. Wickets falling in the 9th, 10th, 12th and 14th overs of the first Glamorgan innings, but the overheads were a bit different then on the first evening, as Jonathan Deutsch will drop back in alongside me, half an hour or thereabouts into the final session, as Tribe drives up to mid-on. Rob continues my great tradition of knocking headphones over somewhere or other during the course of the changeover. Did actually destroy a headphone socket once in the studio, and I got my size 11s tangled up in it.
He'll never be Gareth Edwards with a handling error like that, will he?
As Tribe pushes forward up to mid-on, Sir Gareth Edwards, whose magnificent statue in action is still in a shopping centre in the middle of Cardiff, reminding subsequent generations of his greatness. It's a fairly substantial statue as well, but Gareth Edwards for a scrum half was reasonably chunky and powerful. So Gareth still involved with rugby. I believe he's still on the Cardiff board. He was when last I looked anyway, unless the ructions in the last year have changed that. A little bit of a breeze affecting some of the viewing. The fixed camera at the far end. As Hill bustles in and bowls, and Tribe plays on the leg side. Bass intercepts, and there is no run. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales in around about 3 minutes' time, by the way.
Finn Bean obviously feeling confident with the gloves to stand up to George Hill, just to drag Asa Tribe back.
Yes, it's intelligent keeping with Tribe liking to stride out of his crease. Hill bowls, Tribe works it on the leg side. He'll get runs here. He'll get 4 of them as he's managed to bisect deep square and fine leg and work it away, flicked powerfully off his legs by Asa Tribe. And Glamorgan gallop on to 19 in the 11th over without loss. So keepers standing up. Lythe is a solitary figure with no one to chat to at slip. 3 saving the single on the offside. Just I think one of the covers definitely is, the other probably is. Mid-off is a little way back. Hill bowls, Tribe drives again nicely on the leg side. This will just be a single as it's fielded at deep mid-wicket. 20 without loss. And, well, Yorkshire have to keep on plugging away. The pitch is not noticeably deteriorating. Ryan Hadley managed to get a bit of life out of it eventually, as Byram forces towards deep mid-on, but doesn't get a single there.
Dragons stunned French giants Stade Francais as they picked up a Challenge Cup last 16 scarp in Paris.
For BBC Radio Wales to follow before the next over, and the voice of Jonathan.
Or Poe in the quarter-finals next weekend. Meanwhile, it's the 3rd day of Glamorgan's first game back in the top flight of cricket's county championship. They're playing Yorkshire, and Nick Webb is at Sophia Gardens.
A solid start by Glamorgan in their second innings. They're 20 without loss, leading by 96 after dismissing Yorkshire for 226 today in the 61st over. Mason Crane, the leg spinner, was the star performer with 5 wickets. The new Aussie paceman Ryan Hadley picked up 3. Glamorgan then with a lead of 76 on first innings and have some freedom to dictate the game, but they're taking things cautiously at the moment. They're 20 without loss.
And here is Ben Code from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. First delivery there to Asa Tribe. He's whipped away behind square on the leg side. Van Beek doing the fielding, and they get a single.
Some freedom might have been slightly over-optimistic in that radio summary, because Yorkshire, as they did in the first innings, bowling very tightly. And they're not going to be able to whisk the scoreboard upwards at great rate in this evening session, it seems.
That's really all they've left themselves to do here, Yorkshire, with that deficit on first innings, as that is flicked away to leg by Byram. No run, so they've got a tight ring of fielders. I mean, it is a tight ring, that, isn't it, on the offside. Slip gully, point, extra, and mid-off. Jack White at mid-on. Looks as though Ben Cliff's on there as well at the moment. And Don Bess has brought himself in at a short straight mid-wicket, just a couple of strips off the straight, plus a long leg, Van Beek down there. In comes Code then, with Bean standing up as the keeper in the absence of Johnny. Another dot ball played into the leg side. So a lot of work for the Yorkies to do, but it does present itself here as, you've got to say, a big opportunity for the hosts to really push on if they can and ask some serious questions of Yorkshire on the final day. But as we know, wickets can tumble early doors. Still early enough, 11.5 overs in. Nice drive this time by Byram. The ball pitched up round about off stump, but couldn't get it past Matthew Revis, who's patrolling around there in short extra cover to the left-hander. But yeah, it is an opportunity. Now Benco's just thrown the ball back to his captain, his acting captain, Don Bess, who's giving it an inspection. He's not going to approach the umpire.
It's a bit early
at this stage.
It hasn't exactly had the leather hit off it.
Oh, now then, he's wandering away to square leg. He must know that the relevant equipment is in the pocket of Nigel Long, and he's just asked him to put it through the ball hoop. And he's okay. Got the nod from Nigel Long to crack on. Now Benco's thrown it to Sam Whiteman so he can have a look. Everyone will want the two penneth. Jack White was also interested as a bowler. Don Bess is just winging his arms around a little bit now. 21 without loss as Code comes in round the wicket. And Byram plays to Whiteman at mid-off.
Yeah, I think the skipper will possibly have a longish spell this evening.
Jonathan's emailed in saying, re Bairstow pulling out of this match, is it still okay to appear as absent hurt on the scorecard, or is a sub obligatory? No, sub's not obligatory, is it?
No. Yeah, if he thought that he could bat in the second innings and he didn't want to miss the next match.
In comes Code, and that's solidly blocked again by Byram and picked up by the bowler. No run, so 21 without loss at the end of that over.
I presume he won't appear in the scorecards, but he'll just be a sort of note in the team sheet. As he didn't. He did take a catch, I suppose. But it'll be interesting to see how the journals of note.
Yeah, it's going to be another edition, and cricket being that sort of sport that statisticians love.
Yeah, what about,
how's it going to be recorded now? There'll be an excuse
little
for
cross
meeting,
or an
won't
asterisk,
yeah.
Or a cross or a thing with the cross with a double thing across it, whatever that's called.
There'll be a scorer's convention for this, won't there? Somebody will be giving a lecture.
Yes.
The Wendy Wimbush lecture, something like that. The Bill Frindle lecture on how this should be recorded from henceforth in county cricket.
Yes. I'll leave that to the sub-editors to worry about. When I write me a couple of 100 words per match for Wisden.
You can see the travel companies perking up just listening to that mere thought now. Then they're going to take them all away to Portugal for a long weekend, looking at old scorebooks at the same time. Wow.
Here comes Don Bess into the attack, and Asa Tribe plays that one on the leg side. No run. Well, if anyone can go to Portugal, if we don't run out of fuel by the end of the summer and we'll be reduced to bicycling to away games. Bess is in to bowl. Tribe pushes forward and defends. In Pakistan, no spectators, I think, for the Super League, and they've restricted the number of venues to cut down the amount of travel that has to be done. As Tribe drives semi-aggressively, but back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, you dread to think whether we'll get to anything like the COVID season where everyone converges on Birmingham and we play every county match there. As Tribe plays that one gently to short mid-wicket, no run. There's a short leg in now for Bess, as well as a slip. As in comes Bess, balls, and Tribe stretching forward. Dead batting it out on the offside. So gently that's fielded by short leg rather than the bowler. 21 without loss. Glamorgan leads by 97. Bess in, balls. Quicker, flatter, defended exactly the same by Tribe. 21 without loss. The lead is 97. And, well, these two, having got low first innings scores, obviously aren't taking any risks. And Glamorgan's approach with the bat has been risk-averse throughout.
Yep, Malcolm Palmer in sunny Alicante. Good afternoon to you. Hello for the first time this season, Malcolm. Our batting is looking a touch fragile, he says, of Yorkshire, but it's great to see cricket once again. At my age, it's just nice to be around for the start of another season.
Yes, I share your sentiments.
Ben Coad going to continue at the Cathedral Road end, bowling to the left-handed Eddie Byram. Bean still standing up here. Coad in, a beautiful shot. Just a bit too much width and half volley length from Ben Coad, and he's climbed into that. Eddie Byram brings himself up a lovely boundary through the covers, on to 11 now, 25 without loss. Nick Briggs, who likes a good old chunter, says LBWs. It'll be interesting to see how many LBs are given for and against Yorkshire throughout the season. Yesterday we didn't get any despite 2 or 3 good shouts. Glamorgan have already got 3, and the last one, Bessie, would barely have hit another set down the leg side. Just saying, he says. So Code's in. There's a big appeal for LBW here, Nick, and it's not given.
It's a conspiracy against Yorkshire. Infamy, infamy. They've all got it in for me.
Matron. Best of another inspection of the ball as he then walks on and lobs it to Jack White. John Hanson has been in touch as well. Quite a lengthy email. See if we can get through that as Code's in and bowling to Byram again, who's flicking away off the legs, and we'll pick up one here to Revis, who retrieves it. So John says, just catching up with this, the first championship game. Pleased that we've got full commentary. Had a few ideas over the close season. I believe the competition could be revised as follows. This is the John Hanson blueprint for the future of county championship cricket. Number 1, 2 equal divisions, each play each other twice over mid-May to the end of August. 2, each game 3 days with first innings limited to 65 overs. 3, each game played Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 4, the point system changed accordingly. As Code comes over the wicket to Tribe, who can't get it away past the tumbling Bess at mid-wicket, no run. 5, perhaps the pitch should be left open after commencement to allow as much baking as possible. And another 5, which I think probably should be 6, a Sunday League 50-over game to be played by the same sides on the following Sunday. Would this not create a more exciting, balanced game and stop teams batting each other out of the game in the first innings? More of the game played at the business end. And good luck to Leeds United this afternoon, who were drawing 0-0 last I heard. About 15 minutes ago as Code bowls, and that's punched in front of square on the offside. Good effort from Matthew Revis, I think it was. Or was it Sam Whiteman? Or was it Logan Van Beek? It was one of those 3.
Leeds United, I can tell you, are 1-0 up.
Excellent.
Tanaka, the scorer after 26 minutes, now 42 gone. That's against West Ham.
Now John added an extra email on to say, P.S. with regard to 6, even though he'd called it 5 previously, the Sunday 50-over game to be played with red ball, of course, and kookaburra balls not used for any cricket. Here's Code again, final ball of the 14th over. He's defended by Byram into the onside No run. 27 without loss then. The lead 103 after 14 overs of the Glamorgan second innings.
And who on earth invented orange balls, which are used in some of the South Wales leagues? The Yorkshire team again showing the ball to the umpire, who is holding it up, Mr. Warren, and giving it back to Jack White.
The only orange ones you ever see are on old football replays of 70s FA Cup third replays when it's in the snow.
Yeah. No, they use orange in some of the leagues in South Wales. Not at our level, thankfully. 27 for naught. Glamorgan lead by 103. I don't think we're likely to go back to 3-day county cricket at any point. As Tribe is forward to Bass, defending, although would have the advantage, I suppose, of making more equal competitions so that sides could play each other twice. Pass in. Balls. Tribe goes for this one on the leg side, and he's got it away somewhere through mid-wicket. It's a diving attempt by Van Beek, and he has not made much, if any, contact with it, but full marks for effort. Must have been in the air for some part of its journey, because there were shouts of catch. As Tribe, for once, looking to go on the offensive, and lofted it away for 4 runs. 31 for no wicket.
He was just completing his celebration from yesterday there, Logan, and diving for a try.
As Tribe plays and misses there outside the off stump, looking to force Bass, who has his head in his hands. In case you didn't pick it up on social media or live at the time, Van Beek took a stunning catch on the boundary, one-handed and diving behind him, and then set off on a sidestepping run. It's short. Tribe is LBW, looking to pull again and getting on the offensive, and Bass strikes. Glamorgan a 31 for 1, and there is Yorkshire's first LBW of the game, as Tribe looked to smash it away through mid-wicket as he'd done previously, but that was his downfall.
Yeah, from about 85 yards away and 8 strips to the leg side, it looked absolutely plumb from here. You've got to say, no, I raised the finger straight away. It just looked, it didn't bounce at all, did it? Really?
That was
probably hitting 2/3 of the way out of the stumps, maybe.
That was as plumb as a jar of plum jam. That one. Tribe might as well have walked. There's a little bit of turn, nothing outrageous, but Tribe obviously had in his mindset from the previous shot, a couple of balls before, that he wanted to get after Bass, and he pays the price.
And you can kind of understand that approach in the sense that spin's done the damage. He got 3 wickets himself first up, and that's his 300th first-class wicket, let's not forget. Don Best, so congratulations to him for ticking off that particular landmark. So given that he's now got 4 wickets in the match, Mason Crane's taken 5, yeah, you can understand that Asa Tribe might want to knock him out of the attack early and go back to seam and set the platform for A, tiring out the Yorkshire bowlers more, B, maybe finding it a tad easier against seam than spin, and therefore kicking on. But it's not come off for him.
It was a little bit agricultural, that shot, wasn't it? It was a bit of the old blacksmith on the village green, looking to heave away through square leg or mid-wicket, and the ball wasn't quite there, or didn't quite bounce high enough for the shot. Right, Sean Dixon under some pressure with a duck in the first innings. The Glamorgan debutant, signed from Somerset. Very much seen as a white ball specialist in recent seasons. Lasted 9 balls in the first innings. He's only been averaging 20 in the last 3 seasons in the Championship, which is not enough to justify a regular place, as he found out. But did help them to blast victory. His best bowls. Dixon is back on his stumps. Oohs and ahs get forward. get forward. As Yorkshire found to Mason Crane, playing back was somewhat risky. Best bowls, flatter. Dixon pushes on the leg side, no run. End of a successful Bass over, 1 boundary, 1 wicket. Glamorgan 31 for 1, leading by 107. And just going back briefly to Sean Dixon, he had played a fabulous innings to get them into T20 finals day, hitting 71 off 26 deliveries in the quarter-final, and then got, I believe, 33 not out off 22 in the final to see them over the line. So Glamorgan supporters can look forward to some white ball fireworks from Sean Dixon potentially, but he wants to be a 3-4 player and contribute with the red ball against the red ball as well.
Yeah. Kate Holdsworth's been in touch. Dutch bird Kate. Seeing as no media outlet has yet to adopt retired not out and retired out correctly, there is 0 chance that they'll add the option of substituted if a player is substituted after a life event, as George Hill, coming on at the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Byram, who drops it into the offside, no run. She says it'll still say retired hurt, which in scoring terms does not exist. Not that she's a pedant about any of this sort of stuff, while she's sitting with her feet up getting sickeningly tanned in Seville at 30 degrees.
She is a regular on the scorebook, I think, isn't she, Dutch Kate?
Yeah.
And an enthusiastic contributor to county social media.
Here comes George round the wicket once again, dropped into the offside by Byram. No run.
Yes, I mean, retired grandmother sadly passed away. Could be reality, couldn't it? In effect, but they'll have to think about that one, as you say. A scorers conference out there in Spain, maybe in October.
Hill in again, punched up to mid-off where Ben Coe does the fielding. Me LUFC has sent in a picture of Bazza, Barry Manilow, in a big fluffy shirt, saying surely the Otley Road run is made for Copacabana, from our conversation earlier. Adrian Keithley thinks that the substitution rule that's just come in is utterly bonkers. Can't think of any other sport that enforces an 8-day stand down when a player's injured. As Hill's in, that's driven nicely by Byram and well fielded by Ben Coe, but he can't prevent the single, diving away to his right.
Well, there's concussion in rugby union, at least. I'm not sure the league protocols, but you have to pass concussion tests in rugby union if you're taken off with a head injury.
Yeah, I think it's 7 days mandatory stand down in league. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong or not. It may have changed since I was last regularly doing league commentaries.
I think I've done my stint and bring in
Is that in
Mr. Phillips.
Life in general, or just in the com box? For
Hopefully not life in general. No, I'd be very keen to continue in that aspect.
George Hill. Half time in the Leeds West Ham match, by the way. Leeds in front 1-0 as Hill is in and bowling, and he's played into the offside by Sean Dixon, who, as Nick was saying, got a duck first up and is on a pair at the moment. Remind us that earlier Glamorgan all out for 302, back end of yesterday. Yorkshire already dismissed for the first time today for 226, 5 for 55 for Mason Crane, who did that in 16.2 overs, 3 of them maidens, as Hill bowls here, and Dixon drops one out into the offside to complete that over. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doige on X, or Jonathan Doige 1 on Instagram, or jonathandoige.bsky.social on Blue Sky.
I can't believe there are too many Jonathan Doiges to get mixed up with, Jonathan.
There's only one.
There's only one Jonathan Doige.
Boom. So Don Bess got through with that first wicket of the Glamorgan second innings, and as I said, that was his 300th first-class wicket. And he's taken those at around about 34, an economy rate of just under 2.99, just under 3, and a best of 7 for 43. This is 114th first-class match since he made his debut for Somerset against a team at the time known as Pakistanis at Taunton on July the 3rd, 2016.
Best tries again. Byram reverse sweep, but doesn't get too far. And it's 32 for 1. Well, as I said, on the first day he took a wicket, didn't he, Don Bess? And maybe it was maybe we should have seen that as a portent of things to come in the Yorkshire innings, with Crane snapping up 5 around the wicket. Bess, Byram touches that through the onside, a gap between the two onside fielders, so he scurries through for 1. 33 for 1, and Dixon not yet off the mark. Sean Dixon.
You have Doc Green?
Close.
Wrong spelling, of course.
He will face Bess, who goes over the wicket now. Born in South Africa, Dixon almost ran out of his crease, thinking the ball had gone, and Finley Bean picked it up quickly, but he just thought better of it and moved back in time. Yeah, he took a step out, didn't he? Just then turned and put his bat down rapidly. Best comes in again, slightly uppishly towards the silly mid-on fielder, but it did take a bounce, so no run. Best 1 for 5 off 2.4 overs. Leading by example the Yorkshire skipper, as Dixon just tucks up, plays that back to the bowler. Lead is 109 now. And Leeds United still leading 1-0 at half-time in the FA Cup, with a couple of Welsh players involved, Ampadu and Joe Roden. Goalkeeper Carl Dallow on the bench, so there's a Taffy up at Leeds. As Bess comes in, straight bat by Dixon for no run.
And of course during the winter we lost Taff himself, as all the Leeds United players used to call him.
I got very close to Terry Orth at once. I used to ghost a column for him, and what a great man. One of the, I think it was Ellis James said, if there was a Mount Rushmore for Welsh football personalities, Terry Orth would be there.
Yeah. Yeah, sad.
Tough as teak as well when he played in that Revy team.
He must have been a good player to be sought after and signed in that group of players that they had at the time, that squad.
Well, of course he had Bremner and Giles and
yeah, so
up ahead of him, but he was there.
And he certainly, I suppose, forced his way in, didn't he, in the end? He was playing by the time of the second championship win, 73-4, as Hill comes in and bowls. That's flicked away down through fine leg, and it's going to beat Logan van Beek, who's giving chase. So 4 nicely played runs to Byram, and George Hill just straying too far down the leg side with that delivery. Angled in. Yeah, he's picked it up off leg stump, hasn't he? And it was going further that way from the angle that George bowled it at.
Well, he had Yorkshire traits, did Terry Orth. I was told a story when I went to Eleanor a few years ago that he was still involved in hospitality, etc., but they had to tell him to tone down the criticism of the Leeds United side.
And that played into the deck by Byram, down towards Gully, no run. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm not sure he ever did any summarising on BBC Radio at Leeds, but of course he was still involved at Bradford City.
Yes.
Quite a while, and I know that, I remember the lads talking about him in the office when I first started in the 90s.
And he spoke very movingly of the Bradford fire because he was
yeah.
there then with his family, of course. So yeah, sad loss.
Here comes George Hill again. Once more around about leg stump, this time turned in front of square. Revis out there with his familiar pick-up and then 2 or 3 skips before launching it flat back to Finley Bean. I picked up 1. So Byram on 19, Dixon still, might be just a slightly increased heart rate at the moment until he gets off that pair. 38 for 1, I'm not sure whether he's ever had a pair before or not in the various clubs he's played for.
Well, if he hasn't, this is not a good time to start.
George Hill switches back to over the wicket and Dixon drives. He wants to get off the mark here. Chance for Jack White with the throw. And talking of throws, Dixon threw himself over the whitewash at this Cathedral Road end of the ground and he got home. That was risky.
So if he's 40 not out, he doesn't go for that, does he?
No. No, he's just itching to get off a pair. Hard to tell whether he would have been out or not, but it would have been tight and certainly would have been a decision, I think, for Russ Warren to have to make.
That was a T20 scramble.
Hill round the wicket. Byram turns it to leg and fielded by Warren. So still that tight ring of fielders in the offside to the left-hander in particular. There are a couple of men set back as if there might be a short ball from George. It's not a tactic that he resorts to very often at all. Short balls are at a premium. Got a wicket with one, of course. That of Andy Gorvin in the previous innings. Final ball of the over is another dot. So 39 for 1 after 18.
Yeah, and the lead is 115 now. 27 overs still remaining today. But it's that mindset, isn't it, when you're on a king pair, just got to get off it. And as I said, if he's got even 15 or 20 runs on the board, he just doesn't bother with that single. But it doesn't look great in the record books, does it? On your
Run yourself
debut.
out.
Yeah, quite.
For a pair.
So this time he faces Don Bess from the Taff River end. 3 wickets in the first innings for Bess. Took the only wicket here as well. Played a bit more confidently to the onside. Short mid on collects and hands it to Bess. Really nice evening here. Best balls again and Dixon flicks it away to square on the offside to jog a single. 40 for 1 Glamorgan, and the shadow of the floodlight pylon is now across the batting end at the Cathedral Road end. As Best goes around the wicket to the left-handed Byram, who clips that off his legs behind square. Don't think it's quite got enough to go for the boundary, so they scamper through for 2, 42 for 1. The lead 118. Byram goes to 21. He'll feel slightly better with himself than he did in the first innings, as he waits for Best to come in again. Reverse sweep. Doesn't beat the man behind square on the onside. Just the one slip for Bess. That's Adam Lythe, who was looking pretty confident today before he got out. Best balls again. Byram tickles it around the corner. No run. And it seems that Bess is going to hold up one end, Jonathan. Maybe busy day or so for him.
Yeah, he's going to try and continue to snap away at him and make some more breakthroughs. I think he'll be helping. Evening all, says Richard Mallender. Apologies if this has been mentioned already. Are there extra overs available tomorrow, or is it normal 96 in the day? Yeah, it's the latter. No additional time is played on the final day of any 4-day matches, and I think we usually get lunch and tea set in stone as well on that last day. George Hill going to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, at which we are situated here in the commentary box. And he comes now over the wicket, and Dixon defends into the offside, and there is no run. I just, keep myself entertained.
I was going to say, where did the Yorkshire accent go?
Marvellous.
Although I suppose there's posh Yorkshire as well, isn't
marvellous delivery. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Super duper. It's a good job that wicket fell, because I might have ended up lapsing into Bill McLaren when Logan van Beek did the dive for the try. Hill is in, and that's driven back at him. Not so far off, been a return catch. Bounces short. Good bit of fielding off his own bowling. 42 for 1. You can imagine Bill, can't you? Logan van Beek. A brilliant try.
He really did enjoy his celebration. Fair play. Looked, he looks as if he had a bit of rugby in him. I'm not saying which code, but he looked like Dupont from France, I thought. I'll give him that honour.
Hill bowls, cracked firmly by Dixon off the back foot, but straight to Luxton at point, no run. He enjoyed a good old singing in the valleys tonight, didn't he, as well, Bill McLaren, during his commentaries?
He did.
They'll be singing in the valleys tonight. John Jeffrey, the Kelso farmer.
And of course they all thought, how do you follow Bill McLaren? Well, the late great Eddie Butler made a brilliant job of it.
Did. Hill is in. That's defended into the onside. Once again by Dixon, no run. I was present for one of the great Welsh sporting moments. Now it comes to mind. Rob, I was at Cheltenham in March 1990 when Norton's coin came up the hill in front at 100 to 1.
Yeah.
I've done a couple of interviews with the trainer, Cyril Griffiths, subsequently. Lovely fella. Don't know if you know the story of that.
Norton coin bought by a syndicate, wasn't he?
Hill in and punched by Dixon into the offside no run. I can't remember that bit, but what I do recall is that he was clearly given no chance before the race, because it would have been 100 to 1. I think he was a better horse than a 100 to 1 shot, but sometimes everybody concentrates on those first few in the market and the prices just get shoved out. But he certainly wasn't a fancied runner, if you like, in the first half dozen in the race. But he liked fast ground. He'd won round Cheltenham, I think I'm right in saying, the previous April, over a shorter trip as Hill bowls, and that's defended by Dixon, and there is no run, 42 for 1 at the end of the 20th over. Still 25 scheduled to be bowled today, and the light is good at the moment. But the thing was that we didn't know, that the general wider public didn't know before the race, was that Cyril himself used to ride the horse out at home, and he was about something like 15, 16 stone. So the maximum weight carried in the Cheltenham Gold Cup at the time, I think I'm right in saying, was 12 stone. And so after the race he said, well, I've been riding him out in, I won't do the Welsh accent, but I've been riding him out at home, and so he'll think he's got nothing on his back today. And he beat the great Desert Orchid, didn't he?
He did.
Toby Tobias was second, I think, to recall. That was my first trip to see a Cheltenham Gold Cup.
As Bess is into Byram. Byram tickles that square on the onside, and the scampers through for 1, 43 for 1. I was actually on the selection committee. I was a late call-up for the BBC Wales Sports Personality of the Year. And a few of my friends gave me terrible stick for the fact that the committee, it wasn't my choice, I was part of a committee. as you get in Wales, of course, that we didn't go for Sean Bowen, the jockey.
Yeah, he's very, very good.
Bess in, walk down the pitch.
Welsh jockeys, was Neil Doughty from Wales, Grand National winning jockey in
Yes, I
1984?
think he was, yeah.
Hello,
Horse
Doughty.
racing is not my speciality, I've got to say, but
Let's check him out. I think I'm right in saying he was.
Dixon crouched as Bess comes in from the taff end again. He took a step, and this time it's driven. Is he going to be caught? Yes, he is caught at long on or mid on. And it was Revis who judged it nicely. Had to go back a few steps, then change his position again, but safely pouched, and Glamorgan have lost their second wicket, and it's another one for Bess. And they are 43 for 2.
Yeah, he's just drawn him into playing the shot, hasn't he? Run down the pitch at him and didn't get hold of it. As soon as he hit it, you felt like Matthew Revis was in the game there. He's a good outfielder. He doesn't put many of those sort of chances down. In fact, I've not seen him put any of those sort of chances down, I don't think. 2 for 9 for Dominic Bess now. So he's past the 300 mark. 301 wickets for him. And Sean Dixon, a 0 and 2 in his first game for Glamorgan, walks off disconsolately.
Yeah, lasted 19 balls in the second innings. Not a debut to remember for him. But Bess is coming to the fore. And as I said, it was a nicely judged catch by Revis. And I think Dixon was off well before he pouched it. So Kieran Carlson comes in for Glamorgan, the skipper. The lead is 119. And if wickets keep falling with the regularity that they have today, it could be quite some final day tomorrow. Weather permitting, as we always say.
Yeah, Neil Doughty was born. In fact, he was born in Glamorgan.
There we are.
You can pronounce that.
If I can see it, I will. Oh, that's Clonapia. That's
Oh,
up in the wrong.
that's,
There you
I mean,
go. That's nothing.
That's a terrible pronunciation. I mean, I had it sorted.
Yeah. You got to remember, I used to sub cricket scores on the Western Morning News in Plymouth. You can imagine my puzzle, the puzzle look on my face when Piranha Worthel's result came in.
Yeah. I can. I'm puzzled already.
And I said, hang on, you complain about Welsh names. Where's Piranha Worthel from? But it's a place in Cornwall, of course. So Kieran Carlson takes guard. Bess is 2 for 9 from 4.3 overs. And he's adding yet another twist to this game. Balls now. Carlson steps back. Clips it away into the covers. No chance of a run there. And who would have thought spinners would have such a big part to play in the opening county championship game of the season?
Me, I've predicted it all winter. I've been saying, you wait till I first man.
Yes. As Carlson lets that one go through. I think there was a bit of turn there because everybody looked interested, but it was a good leave by Kieran Carlson, who's had a good day so far with the changes that he made in the bowling. And the right-hander, stocky right-hander, drives confidently through the covers. He's going to get one. It will be just the one, but he's off the mark. Morgan 44 for 2. A lead of 120.
Yeah, so 120 for 2. It still feels not too bad. There've been a couple of fairly ordinary shots, those two dismissals. And you wouldn't want to kind of throw it away, would you, the advantage you've got here?
No,
You
but I
know.
wonder what teams would feel confident in chasing. It's difficult to tell on this pitch, isn't it? Because
Yeah, I mean, both of them have got 200 plus already.
yeah,
It doesn't feel like it's deteriorating massively, so I reckon if, you know, something around the 200 mark, probably wouldn't want to let the opposition get too far ahead, so
No.
that's still a lot of work for Yorkshire to do, to pick up 8 wickets for 80, but they might say no, we can chase what we like as long as we've got the time, but they'd have to bat better than they did first up, and of course they'd have the difficulty, because the pitch will be wearing to some extent clearly, of facing Mason Crane again. 5 for in the first innings. Jack White from the Kirkstall Lane end, from the that's the end we commentate.
Yes.
From the Cathedral Road end, and that's driven into the offside by Kieran Carlson, who picks up a single. 45 for 2. There is a lane behind us here, but I don't think it's called Kirkstall.
no. Kirkstall Lane end, yeah. Now you're talking.
Well, there's Cathedral Road, obviously, but there's another little lane behind the back of the building, isn't there, which I don't think is Cathedral Road. It probably will have some sort of name. Jack White is bowling then to the left-handed Eddie Byram at 45 for 2, and he's round the wicket. And that is a good length ball, and just defended solidly once again.
Well, Byron may already think it's my job to just stay here now and make sure at least my end is safe. Well, it's an intriguing prospect for tomorrow. Although, say tomorrow, we've still got 23 overs left to go here.
White then, turning and leaving behind our commentary position to bowl it now. Byram back at the bowler, no run. He's still got 2 men set back here. Don Best for his seamer at this end. He had them both for George Hill to the left-handed Byram, and he's set them back again. Matthew Revis is the one in front of square, clapping away at the moment, just inside the boundary rope. And down at long leg is Logan van Beek. Then comes White with that familiar rocking style, and that's defended once again by Byram. Probably time to take you around the grounds as well and have a quick look in at what's going on elsewhere today in the world of county cricket. Somerset 134 for 1 in their second innings, 143 runs ahead against the champions Notts, with 9 second innings wickets in hand. That could be an interesting final day. Hampshire 128 for 4 second time around, 177 behind Essex at Southampton. As White's bowling to Byram, who lays his bat on that one pleasantly and plays it past Will Luxton, who chases and keeps them to 1. Surrey 104 for 1 in their second innings. They're 112 behind Warwickshire's 544. That's including the 328 Surrey put on first up. Lancs 177 for 8 in their second innings. 303 in front against Northamptonshire, and are putting themselves, you'd say, in a very strong position to pick up a first win of the campaign when you consider the bowling attack tomorrow, if the weather holds up. White bowls here. Carlson, nicely played. He's laid his bat on that one, got across into a good position and has guided away through third man intentionally for 4 runs to complete the 22nd over at 50 for 2. Carlson 6, Byram 23. Elsewhere in Division 1, Sussex and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 69 for 4. They need a further 412 to win that, and it looks as though Sussex are going to start the campaign with success. They've got plenty of runs in hand there anyway if they bowl well. And then in Div 2, quickly, other than that Lancs match I've mentioned, Durham 83 for 2, off of course because of the issues there due to the weather. Gloucestershire 101 for 3 in their second innings against Middlesex. They're 128 behind. And Worcestershire are batting for a second time, 25 without loss, having been bowled out for 312, 288 behind Derbyshire.
Best balls to Byram, who plays it away on the offside. Not too far. Best goes around the wicket to the left-hander. Appreciative shouts from the Yorkshire fielders. It goes in again.
Kate sent in a photograph of what happened up at Durham, which apparently our colleague Martin Emerson's been posting on socials, of the cover that's blown onto the top of that temporary stand in the Lumley Castle side of the ground at Chester Street.
As Best moves in once more, and Byram tucks it away on the onside. Short mid-wicket collects, no run. 50 for 2. Yeah, Storm Dave, I don't think he's coming this way. You're just south at the right time, Jonathan. As Byram cuts that, won't go through for 4. He'll pick up the man on the boundary on the offside, but he will get 1. 51 for 2. Byram goes to 24.
I don't know about 20 is plenty, Rob, but 20 will be welcome down here, wouldn't it? I think you're going to get 20 down here after we've left on Tuesday and Wednesday, by the sound of it.
Best into Carlson. Carlson, big shot for LBW. Tried to sweep that, didn't get anywhere near it. Got the benefit of a replay. Well, worth a shot, I think.
Yeah.
But umpire said no. Best in again. This time, Carlson takes a couple of steps to the leg side and then just plays it straight batted up the pitch for no run. 51 for 2. The lead is 127. Byram's on 24. Carlson is on 6. And it's an intriguing part of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, what I will say is that the seamers have bowled a really accurate line. So if Bess is threatening, which he is at the moment, then it's as it was in the Glamorgan, when Glamorgan were bowling. Crane was the attack bowler and the seamers were just keeping it tidy and steady at the other end.
Yeah, you just want some pressure at both ends. Don't want to be bowling somebody who's been milked and alleviating that pressure, so keep asking questions. Jack White, he's pretty good at doing that, and he's in and bowling round the wicket here. And Byram punches that one back at him, throws it to the designated ball shiner, his opening bowling partner Ben Code. Sunglasses on for one or two people. Caps certainly on in this sunshine. Adam Lythe's just been brought. Is he being brought out of slip, or is he coming out of slip voluntarily to speak to Don Bess? Could be the latter.
Maybe offering a word of advice or something to think about. Oh, and they both.
They're both asking Jack White if he wants to put somebody. In fact, Lythe's saying, shall I come out of slip and just off the straight, just to the leg side of the strip, only a couple of 2 or 3 yards from the stumps at the bowler's end, so no slip in place. There's a gully. White comes in, and that's flicked in front of square. Revis doing the fielding out, sweeping on the leg side, 1 run, and that probably gives you an indicator again of the pace or lack of in this pitch. Balls, unless they've been properly leg stumped, have largely been dispatched in front of square.
There's no great devil in this pitch, is there?
No.
It just make you wonder. We've seen 12 wickets today.
I think you've got to tip your hat to Mason Crane. Bowl well. Got George Hill with a peach.
Wait, there's a huge insect just flown by. I don't know what that is.
I think it was
Is
a
that a dragonfly
sycamore.
or
I
something?
think it was a sycamore leaf.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, right, no wonder.
helicoptering its way down. Yeah.
Right. I will check my
Well, I say,
varifocals.
you see that green thing in front of us? That's
That's the pitch, is it? I wondered.
Here comes Jack White, who is on it, I can assure you, and that's turned in front of square on the leg side. Whiteman will skip in and field. 1 run.
Well, this has been my county championship debut, so I'm just feeling my way into the wildlife side of it.
Welcoming the return of listeners to Sports Extra here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Glamorgan batting for a second time, 53 for 2. That's a lead of 129. Eddie Byram left-handed on strike on 25. Kieran Carlson is captain. At the other end is not out 7. Jack White in for ball number 4 of this 24th over of the Glamorgan second innings. Turn to leg, no run. Can't remember when you were last with us, but Yorkshire were bowled out for 226. Ben Code, the last man out for 12. Jack White not out 8. And the story of that Yorkshire innings, well, 5 for 55 for Mason Crane with his leg spin. And the odd googly thrown in. 3 for 62 for Ryan Hadley, who got more and more aggressive as the innings went on, really. And 2 for 37 for Tim van der Houten on the Andy Gorvin and Ben Kellaway returning wicketless analyses. As Jack White is in, he's given too much room here to Byram, who's cut that one away firmly backward of point over towards the roller, far corner of the ground at the river end, and picks up 4. And then 2 wickets have fallen in this Glamorgan second innings. They're led by 76 runs at the outset. Asa Tribe played a fairly ordinary shot, although I might just give him the benefit of the doubt that I'm not sure the ball bounced quite as high as he thought it might. It might have been just ever so slightly low in its trajectory off the pitch. 46 balls for 19, including 3 fours. That was Don Bess's 300th first-class wicket. As White is in, and that's punched into the onside to Lyth to complete the over at 57 for 2. That wicket falling in the 15th over of Asa Tribe, and then the score was on 43, and poor old Sean Dixon, who got a duck in the first innings and had already risked his wicket in trying to get off the mark. He did so successfully. He ended up making just the 2 of 19 deliveries before impatience, I suppose, got the better of him slightly, and he came down the pitch to Don Bess and lofted one to Matthew Revis, who had to run a bit of a distance and take it at a slightly awkward angle, but did the job well at long on, take the catch. So Bess has both wickets so far. Dixon was gone for 2.
Bess in discussion with Code at the taff end as Carlson gets ready to face. He's on 7, Byram's on 29. As you heard Jonathan say, the lead is 133. Carlson reverse sweeps, he's got something on that, plenty on it, and there's no chance for the man running around from deep square leg. So that's 4 runs to the Glamorgan skipper. Plenty of bat on that one, well executed. Reverse sweep, 61 for 2. Carlson goes to 11. The lead 137. Best comes in again. Carlson this time sweeps around to backward square leg, but there's no run.
Got plenty on that, Robert. There's still that feeling, isn't there, the way that Kieran Carlson's just approached those last 2 deliveries, that are a bit like Sean Dixon or Asa Tribe trying to hit Bess out of the attack and give Yorkshire something to think about. They're still feeling like they're trying to do that.
Yeah, they are. This time he plays a very straight bat indeed. Discretion gets the better of him there. Wasn't much room for manoeuvre from that best delivery. as Best comes in, and he took 2 steps to the leg side then and then cut it away for just 1 to the man in the deep. So Carlson goes to 12, 62 for 2.
Should point out, by the way, for those who've just joined us more recently, still 20 overs and 2 balls left in the day's play here, and we're just about to click on to 6 o'clock. So if it goes the distance, we'll be here a fair while. And conditions are good at the moment. High, fluffy white cloud, lots of blue sky, and plenty of sunshine.
There's Best balls to the left-handed Byram, cuts that away, and this time it's cut out 10 yards from the boundary. They've gone through for 2 though. 64 for 2 now, Byram to 31, lead 140. Sun appears to have gone in at least for a short while. I bet it's very chilly out there now with the sun down. Best balls again. Byram tickles it into the leg side. Carlson wants 2, but it's only going to be 1.
I can confirm it is very chilly out there.
65 for 2 after 25.
And Carlson's parents watching anxiously from the pavilion area.
So Jack White, by the look of things,
BBC News for Wales.
it's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Sounds like an update coming shortly for Nick.
Donald Trump has issued an expletive-laden threat against Iran's infrastructure if the Strait of Hormuz is not
Eddie
opened.
Byram on
President
strike.
Trump posted that Tuesday will be power plant
32
day
to him.
and bridge day, all wrapped up in one.
141 run lead for the loss of 2 wickets here. Glamorgan in a strong position at the moment. Still these 20 remaining today, plus the 96 scheduled for tomorrow.
Questions as answers.
It's unclear exactly what's going on here, because President Trump has previously said that Iran is begging for a deal and that they asked for a 7-day.
Going to be a break in play while Don Best comes to confer
Iran saying they're not begging for a deal.
with Jack White and Ben
if
Code.
the US strikes any of its energy infrastructure, it too, in retaliation, will strike oil facilities in the Gulf region.
Logan Van Beek also going through a few loosening exercises, notably.
Oil and petrochemical facilities.
He's down at short third man at the minute.
Industrial plants in Abu Dhabi and Bahrain have also been hit by falling debris. The main sponsor of the Wireless Music Festival, Pepsi, has pulled out of supporting the event because Kanye West will headline on all 3 nights.
So in comes White to bowl to Byram on 32 not out. And he forces that one away on the offside and takes a single down to deep point. 66 for 2. Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners shortly. And still with 5 Sports Extra, I believe. After a fascinating games day in the game, which has moved on rather more quickly than yesterday. Yorkshire bowled out for 226 in 60 overs, scoring much more quickly than Glamorgan did yesterday, as White is in to bowl to Carlson. Carlson drives back to the bowler and there's no run. Long shadows stretching across the fire gardens. In comes White to bowl to Carlson, and he defends it back to the bowler again. And the radio update that we're expecting doesn't come. There we are. Obviously, time has run out on them.
The traffic news waits for no one, Nick.
Timed radio bulletins wait for no one. If obviously overrun on the doings of various global personalities. Nice square drive from Carlson, but doesn't get him any runs.
Carlson is going to move things along a little more rapidly than they were.
Yeah, I mean, it's in his nature, although he has developed his more defensive game. He obviously thinks it's incumbent on him to try and take the attack back to the Yorkshire bowlers as White bowls and Carlson blocks it out on the offside. So there shouldn't be any terrors in this pitch. There's a bit of turn, and the ball that got rid of Asa Tribe kept a little bit low, you have to say.
Well, I was talking to Jonathan earlier, wondering just what a chaseable score would feel like. And you've got to say, the lead is 142 now. As you say, no great terrors in the pitch, but do you want to be chasing more than 230, 240 on the last day?
Yep, so White is in to bowl, and that's driven by Carlson. They think about a quick single and decide correctly against it. Not sure if it's Jonathan's turn for a break, is it? Roughly, approximately. He doesn't look too distressed at the idea of taking a break anyway, before returning for the final, what, maybe 45 minutes or so. I guess we might be beyond 7 o'clock, and possibly well, it's a good job we've got the stream booked until 7:30. I don't think we've ever overrun here.
No.
We might have at Northampton once, I think, where we were taken off air because the game went on close to 8 o'clock for some reason. I can't remember why. Anyway, the evening sunshine, it is really bitterly cold in the shade, and there's hardly anyone sitting in the shade now because most of the remaining spectators here, and many have left us, have migrated up to the River Taff end. What's this interruption for?
Looks like
Kieran Carlson is having.
He's having a drink of something, is he, or a tablet maybe?
Some sort of maybe pain-killing tablet. Maybe he's taking a knock in the hand. He's looking slightly gingerly at his right hand, and
well, that glove is off, definitely.
In conversation
yes,
with physio Tom Gilpin, and he's obviously taken a blow there somewhere. And Glamorgan could do without any further interruption because the progress has been a bit tentative in this innings, to be honest, hasn't it?
It has. 66 for 2. The over rate is the run rate is 2.54.
Similar to the first innings.
But it's still a pretty healthy lead, 142.
Yeah, Sean Dixon unfortunately looked a bit jittery, didn't he?
He did.
Nearly ran himself out getting off the mark to avoid the pair. Just made 2 off 19 balls before offering a catch off the bowling of Dom Bass, who has accounted for both wickets so far. Carlson is patched up, still holding his right hand in some difficulty, but he's been known to play through hand injuries before now.
So it's Byram on 33 who's going to face Bess again. One slip, live in the slips, and cuts. Oh, tempted to cut it, but went into the onside. Didn't know much about that. From the Yorkshire fielders. And he only just got to that. That was sneaking through. But a vital touch to knock it into the onside. Best comes in once more. That time much more straight pat by Byram.
We were talking about stand downs. Reverend Gareth Hill offers that his grandson in Cardiff Uni recently had a 3-week stand down for concussion playing rugby league.
Bess in again, hurries Byron, cuts it away, not too far though, no run.
Edward Bevan offers the thought that with the pitch not getting any easier, a 250 target could be useful for Glamorgan's set Yorkshire.
Well, I don't question Eddie's judgment on these things. As Bess comes in and Byron plays it up the pitch. I've got to say thank you to Mrs. Bevan for supplying what was left of the Welsh cakes. I missed out yesterday, but delicious accompaniment to my lunch today. Hope Eddie's well as well. As Byron cuts that with a bit more power this time, gets through the inner field. Just the one though on the offside. He's actually probably watching Swansea City now, Nick. Oh no, it's tomorrow, isn't it?
Tomorrow,
yeah, Easter Monday. Oh, apologies.
Friday and Monday, most of the football, isn't it?
I keep thinking it's a different day. The Easter holidays puts me all out. Carlson faces Bess over the wicket. Straight bat to him as well. Just took a step backwards. And that's the end of the over. 67 for 2. Now Byron on 34. Carlson on 12. The lead 143 with 18 overs left today.
Steve West's asks, do we, i.e. Glamorgan, have a genuine chance of winning this game? Potentially, if they can get that lead up to 250. But they haven't found batting easy. Yorkshire scored a lot more quickly than Glamorgan have in this match. But potentially it needs a bit more graft to get there, though.
I'd say a lot more chance than they thought they had at 28 for 4 on the opening evening.
Other contributions on X in the last hour. James Lumber wondering whether Crane might have played himself into England reckoning for the New Zealand series, crying out for a spinner who can get some runs down the order. I think Crane would probably have to produce a couple more fifers in the next few weeks to get back into serious test consideration. There's one test having been some time ago. Ian Holmes is on his way back to Sheffield after 2.5 days at Sophia. Says it's even colder. Ian, a Sheffield resident but a Glamorgan supporter. Great to listen to Crane and Hadley's successes en route. And he says, see you at TB. Well, I won't be at TB. You'll have to look out for young Rob instead.
Oh, come and say hello.
Ian Holmes, who finds obviously easier to get to Glamorgan matches in the Midlands and the north of England.
We were talking about Crane earlier, Nick. He's got one fan, Nick Friend, the journalist.
As Van Beek takes over at the Cathedral Road end and Byron plays and misses, flashing outside off stump.
He's a journalist for the Cricketer magazine, and he said, Mason Crane running through Yorkshire's middle order. Such a good attacking leg spinner, playing in a side the back spin. Good to see, although he did add a word which strengthens that, you might say, exciting year for him. We shall see just how exciting.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 29, still got a bit of time on his side, Mason Crane. Van Beek bowls and Byron forces into the offside. We'll take a single out to deep cover. Of course, spinners can go on to late 30s, 40ish, early 40s in the case of former Glamorgan captain Robert Croft. John Hughes, after a busy day packing for holidays, I was delighted to tune into your coverage and see that 20 overs remained to be bowled at that point. Yep. 17 and a bit now. Also delighted for Mason Crane, who said leg spinners can't take wickets in chilly April.
A point I made myself on social media earlier.
Indeed. Van Beek is just altering his field somewhat. The Dutch all-rounder. Getting rid of his only slip. And for some reason he wants a deepish backward point for Kieran Carlson, and there's now no slips in the 28th over of the innings, as Carlson blocks one on the offside. So Carlson's got a bit of freedom to fiddle outside off stump if he wants.
Or even just drop one down and go. He's quick enough.
Yeah, just angle the bat on it. As long as he doesn't get an edge through to the keeper, there's no one else waiting to catch. Now backward point comes in front or to the straighter side of the umpire, and point goes to backward point, close in, almost gully, as Carlson does just that, runs it down off an angled bat with no danger whatsoever to third man for a single. And the score moves on to 69 for 2. Byram has 35. He'll be desperate for big innings to cement his place in the side. They tend to give them at least 3 matches to be fair batters at the start of the season, or
if you're an England player, a lot more than
3
that.
years. 69 for 2.
Good news for Yorkshire football fans. Leeds United are now 2 up in the FA Cup quarter-final over West Ham. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has put a penalty away, so they could be heading to the semis.
Van Beek bowls, and Byram defends on the leg side. No run. That game must be well advanced by now.
Yeah, they're up to the last 8 minutes or so. And as I said earlier, Ethan Ampadu, Joe Roden, Welsh internationals, both playing. Carl Dahl, the goalkeeper's on the bench. A bit of Welsh interest there as well. And
Van Beek is in, right arm round, and Byram again knocks us into a gap in the offside. Goes through for the single to deep cover point. And this is fairly sensible for Glamorgan. It's still a scoring rate of only 2.5, but they're just looking to knock the ball into gaps and not take too many chances. Lead now is 146, 17 overs to go, so even at 2.5 runs and over, it'll be 180, 190 maybe this evening.
yeah, up around the 200 mark.
Which would allow them maybe to try and up the tempo of the game tomorrow morning if they still have wickets in hand. They've got a long way to go before they can take any liberties, and Yorkshire bowled so well on terms of containing the scoring rate.
But we've already seen on this pitch, Nick, you can't rush things. The 2 wickets that Glamorgan have lost have both been shots trying to be forced rather than taking their time, as Best comes into Byram, has been steady on 36 from 84 deliveries. And as I said earlier, it looks like he's decided he has to stay there no matter what. Forward defensive again, and on the offside.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need to play for the team, but the individual's interests coincide on this this occasion. That as long as he keeps the scoreboard gently ticking and tries to anchor the innings, that's fine. Reached 40 odd a couple of times last season, but didn't get a 50 in these 3 games.
Besser on the wicket. Reverse sweep by Byram, and Lythe the slip. Tried to second guess that, and he dived the wrong way, or rather he went too far across to his left, and the ball went in between him and the wicket keeper when he was sprawled.
That was a little bit uppish. If Lythe just stayed where he was.
Well, I think he knocked it into the turf, Nick.
Oh, was it?
So
It's on the bounce, was it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Right.
It was Bess. Bowls again. This time Byron more circumspect.
Wasn't sure the top edged or bottom edged it. Essex looked like getting a victory over Hampshire. Next week's opponents for Yorkshire.
Bess in again. Byron waits. Firm straight drive.
Hampshire 139 for 5 in their second innings, 3 for Simon Harmer. Veteran spinner still 166 behind Essex with only 5 wickets in hand.
As Best sizes up another delivery around the wicket of Byram. A little bit more venom in that shot as he plays it forward drive to mid-off. Gets the one. 73 for 2 now. Byram moves to 39. The lead is 149. Kieran Carlson there on 13, the Glamorgan skipper.
Looks like being a win for Sussex, and they need it with a points deduction of 12 before the season started for financial worries. Issues. Sussex made 364 all out in their second innings. Leicestershire 106 for 5 and need an unlikely 375 more runs to win. Over at Taunton, Somerset 162 for 1 in their second innings. That's a lead of 171 over Nottinghamshire. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on 70 not out, and James Rew, the prodigious youngster, is on 80 not out. And surely an England cap awaits him, maybe sooner rather than later. The other Division 1 game, Surrey battling away, still well behind Warwickshire. They're 128 for 1, still at 88 runs in arrears. Logan van Beek into his second over was the least economical of the Yorkshire bowlers in the first innings. Nothing disastrous, but still conceded a few more than the others. Right arm round to Byram, who plays it firmly but defensively to mid on, and there is no run. In Division 2, at Derby, Worcestershire 38 for 1. As that is angled down to third man for a single by Byram. 40 for 1, still 273 behind Derbyshire. I think that was following on, wasn't it? Durham against Kent, no play today because of damage to the ground by Storm Dave and damage to the covers as well, allowing rain to get in overnight.
Caused some havoc there, didn't it?
Certainly
Storm Dave.
Van Beek into Carlson, who cuts hard past backward point. The point deep fielder is running round the boundary and has knocked that in field, and they will come back for 3 runs. And to double take, they had to run hard for the 3. Good
that was
combined
Whiteman out there. It was a really good stop by him.
Good combined effort by the Yorkshire fielders in the deep in front of the pavilion. Middlesex against Gloucestershire. Middlesex in charge there. Gloucestershire following on 120 for 3 in their second innings, still 109 behind. So there are a few uneven, unequal games around the country. Van Beek on his way to Byram, 77 for 2. Byram pulls, gets it away, and towards long leg, and is caught on the ropes. And Byram has to go. Didn't get enough of it, and is caught on the boundary. Byram goes for 40 at 77 for 3. Oh dear.
Well, what was I saying about trying to force it?
Yeah, Van Beek's short pitch ball took off, was helped away, but Revis made a good, well-judged catch, a metre or 2 in from the boundary. And really, the first match, the first shot that Byram's played in anger for a while.
And he probably regrets every every part of it now. Never really had the legs to beat Revis, who takes his second catch of the innings. And kind of think that was a bit unnecessary, Nick.
Yeah, Byram maybe just getting a little frustrated, having faced 92 deliveries. Just give you that final score at Northampton. Northants 7 for 1, chasing 321 overall to win. Lancashire bowled out for 194 in their second innings. After an appalling start, they were 40 for 5, 75 for 6, managed to scramble up to 194. Ajit Singh Dale with a few tail end runs was top scorer. Now the Glamorgan lead 1-5-3. You'd probably rather be Glamorgan than Yorkshire still in match terms, but Yorkshire with a little bit of momentum because Glamorgan haven't put any real partnerships together in this second innings.
No, in steps the man who scored a century in the first innings, could make all the difference by the end. Colin Ingram, we know he's in good form, and was together with Carlson.
Grantius messages, Reed Dixon, Cook and Ingram, whenever a South African plays for Glamorgan, I assume they come from the Cape Province towns of Llandudno or Carnarvon, unless told otherwise. Yes, I'm not entirely sure about that, but easy mistake to make, the confusion. Dixon born Joburg, as was Cook. Ingram born Port Elizabeth.
I'm not sure my South African geography, having never been there.
As flaky as Graham Henry's was, maybe, with his New Zealand Welsh geography. As that's defended by Ingram on the offside, no run. With case of Brett Sinkinson, whose Welsh granny came from Oldham.
Is that how he qualified?
Shane Howarth, whose yes, antecedents were unclear.
Well, that's okay. Pat Van and Howe played for the Wales national team, football team. Solid Belgian antecedents.
Van Beek bowls, and Ingram plays it defensively to Gully, and there's no run. So a successful over from Van Beek, 4 runs and 1 wicket from it. Wicket of Eddie Byram, caught on the fine leg boundary by Revis off the bowling of Van Beek for 40. Revis also taking the catch earlier that dismissed Sean Dixon. Convenient, not very convenient for me while I was making my way down the media centre stairs. Robert Logan messages, thank you to the team for a great Sunday of cricket. Still a bit more to come. Yeah, hour or so. Hope it doesn't go beyond 7:30, otherwise we'll...
so do I. Got a birthday party to get to tonight. So
nice to see that you're keeping Rob Phillips gainfully employed, says Robert.
Thank you. As Best comes in, and Carlson flicks this away behind square on the leg side, gets the 1. 78 for 3. Carlson goes to 17. And now the first innings centurion, Colin Ingram, will face the man who's taken 2 of the 3 Glamorgan wickets, Don Bess. Captain, of course, in the absence of Johnny Bairstow. 2 for 24 for him. This is his 10th over. Took 3 wickets in the first innings.
I think well done to the ground staff for producing a pitch that's taking a bit of spin in week 1 of the season.
Absolutely, with all the rain as well. They've got a short mid-wicket in now, about 12-15 yards from the bat as Bess comes in. Or short cover, sorry. And they've got a cover. There's a man behind square at backward point, and then a deep backward point on the boundary. There's a mid-off 2, 1 slip, and not many on the leg side. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, as Ingram plays it into the covers. No run.
Yeah, man lurking in front of the grandstand.
He's looking in front of the ground. I can't.
Yeah, he's
oh, there he
square.
is. Yeah, there we are. Bess in. Ingram waits. Tried to cut that down beyond the slip, but got too much on it, and it went out to the man behind square. backward point. Bess around the wicket to the left-hander, Ingram. Solid bat that time. Ball just squirts out on the offside. Once again, no run. Seagull has a look and decides to hover away. As Ingram waits for Bess once more. And provides a full face of the bat for just the one off the over against Don Bess. 2 for 24 now for him. And Glamorgan 78 for 3, leading by 154.
Yeah, 14 overs to go. I think Glamorgan would settle just for not losing any more wickets this evening.
Yeah.
Carlson likes to put the pressure back on the bowlers wherever possible. He's got 17 off 22 deliveries. Not sure if his dad is still pacing anxiously somewhere.
Does he get nervous when his son's batting?
He said, I still get as nervous as I did when he was 15 and playing club cricket.
Right. Yeah.
As Van Beek to Carlson drives, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. Kieran Carlson captaining Glamorgan in all formats, having been white ball skipper for several seasons. Unless, of course, he gets a late call to the 100. As he drives into the offside, calls positively straight away. There may be two. Oh, they thought about it, and there was a sort of bit of a recount. Byram decided he didn't fancy coming back, and he was probably correct. So just the single.
Well, Carlson wanted it, but Ingram didn't, did he?
Ingram, yeah.
He said no, the arm is too strong.
Yeah, and
I think that's Whiteman out there.
So Ingram on strike. He had to get off the mark, as he does get off the mark now, as he pulls out towards square leg, and he's done Whiteman somehow, who ran past that one. And it's a boundary to get Ingram off the mark. A controlled pull shot. He didn't put the full effort into it, but it still went pretty quickly. But Whiteman ran too far.
He ran past it.
Then tried to correct his momentum and just fell over in a rather undignified fashion, in the manner which would earn him a bit of barracking from teammates at amateur levels of cricket. 83 for 3. Ingram shapes to play that one, but makes no contact through to Finley Bean behind the stumps.
He would probably point to a divot that diverted the the path of the ball, Nick.
Yeah, not sure if there was any spin on it. Wouldn't have thought so, the way that Ingram played the shot. It was fairly square of the wicket. As Van Beek is on his way in the evening sunshine on this Easter Sunday, and Ingram slashes to point. No run, picks out the fielder. So Yorkshire's bowlers doing their best to keep things accurate, to keep themselves in the match, restrict Glamorgan, force a bit of frustration, as the likes of which we saw from Dixon and Byram, looking to get on with things. Both caught by Revis, playing attacking shots, one off Bass, the other off Van Beek, who has ball in hand again to finish his third over. And Ingram, again, I think, trying to run it down to third man, getting a bit too much bat on it, and there's no run. 83 for 3. The lead is 159. And a couple of closer plays in Division 2. Gloucestershire, well, must have been just before that we last gave the score. 120 for 3 in the second innings, still 109 short of avoiding an innings defeat against Middlesex. and Northants are 9 for 1, needing a further 312 to beat Lancashire. The game up at Derby is still going, as is the rest of the First Division action.
Yes, late nights in Division 1, late night here. As Best comes in from the taff end, Carlson waits and drags that around to the onside. Ambles through for 1 that time. Whiteman's busy on that square leg boundary.
It's almost the sweep slog from Carlson, that.
What was that?
Played, I think, with control anyway. And the shadow of the floodlight pylon has gone across the playing arena, so it's no longer distracting. That tells you we're late in the evening.
Ingram waits for Bess. Just touches it square, a couple of yards. Inley Bean decides to jog over and collect that one.
Ingram can be a man of patience when he needs to be.
Best comes in once more. More of an attacking drive that time, but didn't go where Ingram wanted it to go, I don't think. Just squirted away on the offside. No run. 84 for 3. As Best moves in once more. Firm defensive shot by Ingram that time.
In his first innings, Ingram's first 50 took 105 balls, and his second a further 120, so he actually slowed down playing according to the demands of the situation.
Best moves in once more, and this time Ingram lets it go past everything into the hands of Bean. 84 for 3. As Best bowls once more, and that time, well, Ingram pushed down on it and then it bounced in behind him, but no danger to the stumps. He did watch just in case, having got his bat on it. And if you think we got a late night here, Nick, in the FA Cup quarter-final, Leeds United were sitting pretty 2-0 up, but West Ham have scored 2 goals in injury time. Matias Fernandez and Axel Disasi have scored injury time goals to peg it back to 2-2, and they will now be playing half an hour extra time.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Some squeaky bum time for Leeds United supporters then.
Looking for their first semi-final since 1987, and they were on the brink. The first goal came 3 minutes into the added time, and they got another one 3 minutes later.
Here's Van Beek from this Cathedral Road end in bowls. Oh, Carlson drives on the onside, didn't really know where it had gone, but set off, and quite rightly Ingram sent him back. I think he thought he'd hit it more firmly than he had, Kieran Carlson. Facing this odd field, it's now 5 saving the single, 4 out on the boundary, and no slip. And the closest to a catcher is a shortish mid-wicket on the drive. As Van Beek bowls, Carlson pushes this one on the onside, thinks about a single, then decides it's not there.
He's basically a bit of a fidget at the crease, isn't he? He wants to run every time, Kieran Carlson. Wants to be involved in the action, doesn't he?
You need to put pressure on the fielders, but you also need to remember that the guy on the at the other end is 40 years old and had a dodgy knee at one point. That was repaired, but maybe
didn't look too dodgy first innings, has to be said.
As fleet as a foot as he might have been in his prime. As Van Beek bowls, Carlson looks to force that one, but Whiteman, who's now situated at cover, having not enjoyed a moment on the boundary a few minutes ago. Made a good stop on that occasion. 84 for 3. I think maybe if you take a brief break, Rob, and then come back in about 5 overs time, that would be lovely. Jonathan will drop in alongside me. And Carlson looks to force on the onside. Again, can't penetrate the Yorkshire ring of steel. And it's yet another dot ball, of which Glamorgan have faced plenty while batting in this game. Van Beek then 1 for 12, having had Eddie Byram caught on the boundary. And in he comes. Bowls to Carlson, who takes a big swing at that, trying to deposit it into the stand and makes no contact at all, but it whistled safely down leg side, taken by Bean. So Glamorgan really struggling to get going in this second innings. 31 for the first wicket, 8 for the second, 34 for the third. Van Beek in, bowls, Carlson drives and takes a single to retain the strike. 85 for 3 at the end of the over. Ingram 4, Carlson is on 20, and the lead is 161. The batting to come: Callaway, Cook, Van der Hoogten, Crane, Gorvin and Hadley. And the game still interestingly poised in Glamorgan's favour, but not irretrievable for Yorkshire.
No, you never say never in cricket here, but it's a task from here. 161 behind. But yeah, like you say, they kind of stuttered along to this 85 for 3, as opposed to playing with fluency. Bess, reverse sweep attempt by Kieran Carlson, taken by Finlay Bean. They have got a leg slip in place in George Hill, but that would have been I think we did see one.
The position that Carlson was caught on at in the first innings leg slip.
Here's Bess. Carlson playing a cut shot to the incoming Logan Van Beek, who I just had a word with on the boundary edge as I was having a lap. He was happy to have taken his first wicket, said he thought it might never come. And Ben Cliff looks like he's back out on the field, which is probably the best place for him at the moment. As a big Leeds United fan, as I walked around the far end of the ground, he was fielding previously for Sam Whiteman, I think it was. And he was asking me if it was still 2-0 at that stage, which I confirmed.
Yes. Into extra time.
That might end up going on longer than this. Here's Bess round the wicket, bowling to Ingram, who turns it to Whiteman, mid-wicket, no run. Every time he turns to walk back to the rope, Ben, he'll be glancing up to the changing rooms, see if anybody's going to give him a positive sign. Of course, they're not all Leeds fans in the team, so there'll be a few taking the mickey if they blow a 2-0 lead as Bess bowls, and that's pushed into the offside for Wharton to field.
Well, you've just got so many sides in Yorkshire, haven't you?
Well, it's not necessarily that. I mean, Ben Coe, for example, is I think a Newcastle fan, even though he's a Yorkshireman. That's punched out backward of point this time by Ingram, and they pick up a single. So, you know, you might have a giggle if Leeds don't make it. Don't think there are any Hammers fans, unless it's one of the new players who happens to have that affiliation. Matthew Revis takes the sweater off to make his way to this Cathedral Road end of the ground. So 87 for 3 after 35 overs of their second innings. Minimum of 10 overs remaining today.
The Cathedral Road end, Matthew Revis.
We may get them all in, but the shadow is lengthening from this corner of the ground, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends how the umps feel about shadows, really, doesn't it? And how much it affects vision in the middle. Still, they'll have taken their base reading last night when they take them off, so they've got a level to go on and make objective decisions by in the remaining days of the game. You know, it's too dark at such and such a level, so just drop the light meter on the stumps and see if the light levels are above or below where they went off last night. So, Revis, tall man, powerfully built, is charging in as Hadley did earlier from this end, and Ingram drives into the offside. No run. 1-6-3, the Glamorgan advantage. But 3 wickets down. Another couple tonight for Yorkshire, and they would fancy their chances of dictating the tone of the final day, as Ingram tries to force through point, but he's hit the fielder. And to be fair, bless you, sir or madam below us, to be fair to Yorkshire, there's been an awful lot of Glamorgan shots hitting the fielder, which shows they're bowling to their field.
Yeah, they've kept it tight. The spectators I was talking to at the far end of the ground were saying, "Are we bowling well, or are they just slow?" So I don't think they're bowling wicket to wicket majority of the time, and the bad balls that have been bowled have gone, haven't they? Really,
been very few
obvious
of them.
bad ones. Yeah.
Bass readjusting things. What's he up to now? He's sending point back towards the ropes, situating himself at a shortish mid-wicket, virtually catching, as Ingram defends. Back to the bowler. No run. So the singles square of the wicket, backward of the wicket on the offside. Likewise on the leg side. As, in front of the wickets, got several saving the single. Ingram takes advantage of points being pushed back and pushes it out square of the wicket for a single. He moves to 6, 88 for 3. The lead is 1-6-4. It's not quite blink and you'll miss it in this game, because the Glamorgan innings, both of them, have proceeded quite slowly. And the Yorkshire innings, things happened a bit more quickly. As Carlson cuts, and we'll get a single down to third man. 89 for 3. Yorkshire scoring at what, about 3.7 runs and over, but being bowled out inside the 61st. So Glamorgan grinding it out once more in this second innings. Ravis bowls. Ingram turns on the leg side, asks for a quick single, and Carlson is happy to respond as the bails come off at the striker's end. And it's rare, I think, that Ingram is the man who initiates the quick single, but Carlson was home a stride or two before the ball hit the wicket directly, so it's a good piece of fielding from side on there. One step to aim at, as they say, from Wharton, but slightly too late. Glad someone in the crowd up at the far end is still enjoying the sun, even if they are more wrapped up than they would be on some occasions in midwinter, let alone Easter Sunday.
Yeah, Don Bess then to continue at the river end of the ground. Round the wicket, bowling to Ingram, who's forward and trying to play a little paddle sweep, but missing out. There is an appeal, not given. I have news on the Johnny Bairstow front.
Okay.
He has a small fracture in the top of the thumb.
Oh dear.
So that is why he has missed the majority, as it's turned out, of this match. As in comes Bess and dropping that into the pitch. Ingram, no run. Now there seems to be a confidence that he will still be okay, because he's got to miss next week's match, and presumably with that he would have missed it.
Yeah.
Anyway, and that he should be okay in whatever it'll be, 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks time for the next Yorkshire match that he can play in. Ingram cutting one out to point, no run. I guess, sorry, 1 run. I guess that with those sorts of things, you never can tell really. It's just, it heals when it heals, doesn't it? But you wouldn't have wanted to be out there, as some people have been suggesting, in the field, just in case you got that one shot that was a flyer that you had to dive for and you did more damage, or clearly batting was a major risk and would have been painful, as I think was the case when Johnny obviously tried that indoors yesterday. Best bowls, and that's flicked around the corner by Carlson to Jack White, no run.
So that's in round 4 effectively, but it's the 3rd game for Yorkshire against Sussex at home.
That's right. Late April, as a nice piece of fielding by Will Huxton. He doesn't know much about where it's gone, having stopped the ball, but he stopped it pretty nicely. Carlson striking that one firmly into the leg side. Bess in again. Carlson hits it in the same direction to the same fielder, who does a similar piece of fielding. End of the over then, dot ball to finish it. The lead 167, Glamorgan 91 for 3, Ingram 8, Carlson 22.
It's all a bit painstaking at the moment, isn't it? I suppose it needs to be, from the Glamorgan point of view, as they have perished really playing attacking shots. All 3 wickets to fall. Tribe looking to hoik Bass through the leg side. Ditto Dixon. And Byram looking to hook Van Beek for 6. Didn't quite connect firmly enough, so all 3 have fallen to Glamorgan's efforts to move the scoreboard along. And none have been out playing defensive shots so far. So Glamorgan may be correct to crawl along. Safety first. Revis, right arm fast medium from the Cathedral Road end, running away from us. Bowls to Ingram, who forces off the back foot and straight to Whiteman at cover. Whiteman looks suspiciously at the ball. Code likewise. It's in its 38th over, this ball. And indeed the innings. Yorkshire did get 1 ball change in the 65th over of the first innings, without noticeable change in their fortunes. Revis in. Bowls. Ingram drives. Straight to mid-off. No run. The ball has just got a soggy sound coming off the bat at the moment, hasn't it? Even 2 guys who we know can strike it positively, like Carlson and Ingram, and it just sounds like a dull thud. Hadley managed to get a bit of conjure a bit of life out of the wickets, getting a bit of bounce for his 3 wickets earlier. As Ingram defends again, and there is no run. 91 for 3 as the shadows stretch across Sapphire Gardens, and we'll see whether that affects the light levels enough for the umpires to get twitchy. Certainly Mr. Warren at this near end is still sticking to the snood because the temperature levels keep his neck warm. Revis bowls. Ingram flicks it round the corner for a single down to fine leg. Van Beek is the fielder. 92 for 3. The lead 168. So you'd hazard that there is no chance of Glamorgan getting the lead to 200 in the remaining 7 overs, the way things are going, unless they change up about 5 gears. They're barely getting out of first gear. The scoring rate is Ravis bowls, Carlson defends, jabbing down on it. Having started quite perkily, Carlson, he's slowed down as well. And Yorkshire doing a good job to keep things tight, and if they can't drag the match back in their favour, at least they can make sure it doesn't get away from them. As Carlson plays and misses. Outside off stump. 92 for 3. Lead 168. 7 overs to come. I'll go and finish off my match report for the BBC Sport website. And Rob Phillips and Jonathan Deutsch will see you through the remaining play.
Yeah, so just the 42 deliveries if we get them all in, and conditions are still chilly but very fine otherwise out there. Those shadows have lengthened quickly from when I mentioned it about 3 or 4 overs ago, when they were probably 20-25 yards onto the field. That has at least the shadow of the indoor school away to the left has doubled in size during that time. So we may, who knows, it wouldn't be the strangest thing that has ever happened in cricket if they get taken off at some point with about 6.5 balls to go, something like that.
You have little faith.
Here's Bess, swept by Ingram in front of square for 4. Nicely played. Watched it well. Knows where the field is set, and there is a man out there in the deep, but behind square.
Yeah, he caught that well enough, didn't he?
Yeah, short leg has disappeared. And he pushes out into the offside this time. Ingram. Jack White does the fielding. So an in-out field. We've got a squarish cover sweeper as Bess bowls again, and that sweeper might come into play here. It's a shot that was driven, but it's ended up coming towards the outside edge of the bat, bottom of the bat really it felt. Jack White dived and missed backward point, and they've ended up with 3, and it was the sweeper, George Hill, who made a good 50-60 yards probably round to bring that in before the rope.
That was a determined stop, wasn't it? Fair play to him.
Best then over the wicket now to Kieran Carlson, who's flicking that one away into a vacant area in front of square on the leg side. George Hill will probably be pleased to be keeping warm, coming in to field that. No run, looks like it's heading towards a penalty shootout at the moment at the London Stadium.
Yeah, they're into the second half
105
of
minutes plus
time,
2.
Yeah.
Here's Bess again. Back foot this time for Ingram. Opened the face, run it to backward point where Jack White did the fielding.
Of course, Yorkshire's such a big county that not everybody are Leeds fans, are they?
Oh,
who
no,
are Yorkshire
absolutely not.
fanatics?
No.
2 big Sheffield clubs as well.
Here's Bess, and blocking that one solidly once again. Ingram, who's on 16, Carlson 23. 100 for 3 means that Glamorgan have got a lead of 176 and still 7 second innings wickets in hand. Bess going for 8 in that over now. 14 overs, 2 for 36 in the match in which he's passed 300, first-class wickets.
Yeah, and it will be Revis from the Cathedral Road end to continue. Just 4 runs off his 2 overs so far. Took 2 catches as well. So he's enjoyed his day. Matt Revis. And Kieran Carlson will await Revis, who takes 12-15 strides up to the wicket. Gets a bit on it, but Carlson knocks it behind square on the onside to go to sorry, Ingram that was. No, I was right, it was Carlson. It was Carlson who goes to 24. The lead 177 with Glamorgan 101 for 3 as the clock ticks to 7 p.m. Ingram waits. Revis goes around the wicket, tucks that away off his legs, and easily gets through for 1 again. And I suspect there'll be no great fireworks from either of these two, although Carlson does like to push it along, but with 5.4 overs to go, no real need to rush. Come here again tomorrow, and whatever happens now, it's an intriguing day ahead. As Revis bowls, Carlson defends, no run. 102 for 3, the lead is 178. If they can hold it to this Glamorgan, just the 3 wickets, they may have a dash tomorrow morning and set up what could be a good finish. Revis bowls again over the wicket this time. Carlson straight bats, straight back to the bowler. It's been a lovely day. It's been chilly, but probably did need your suntan oil on.
Oh, extra time West Ham goal ruled out.
Oh well, there we are. As Revis bowls once more, and Kieran Carlson plays it defensively back to the bowler. What is Revis, about 6'4", 6'5"?
Not sure he's quite that tall. I mean,
as I said earlier,
we're going 6'3".
When you're my height, which is not too tall, everybody over about 5'10" looks about the same height. But at least they feel the rain before I do. Revis bowls, Carlson clips that away rather awkwardly on the onside, but gets enough purchase on it to get 1 more run. He goes to 25, 179 the lead, 103 for 3. The second innings score after Yorkshire were bowled up for 226 in reply to Glamorgan's 302. If you missed the action earlier, Mason Crane took 5 for 55 for Glamorgan, the leg spinner, thoroughly enjoying himself. And you would think he will play a big part tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a huge part for him to play tomorrow. Don Bess bowling to Kieran Carlson. He dragged the ball back, I think, to Don Bess that he was trying to just play a cheeky little cut shot to. James Wharton is backward of point waiting for that. Adam Lythe's gone in at slip. It's largely a ring field with a sweeper out either side. Carlson not playing that confidently to this latest best delivery. Van Beek is round to field. Pitch now almost entirely in shadow. That is the strip when I say the pitch, not as opposed to the entire ground. Carlson again playing out into the offside. Wharton round to field. Once more there's no run. Could be a few of that rinse and repeat in the next 10 minutes or so. Bess in again. Carlson does play a scoring shot off this. He's got it away wide of slip, and we'll come back for 2 quick as he is between the wickets. 27 now to him, 105 for 3.
Yes, he could play a big part tomorrow if he's still there as well, because he does like to get the scoreboard moving, Kieran Carlson.
Batting again. Carlson flicks off his legs. White is sliding to stop and keeps them at the same ends.
Might have been a run there, mightn't there? But England didn't want to know that time.
No.
Because White had to slide to stop it.
Carlson running one down again through third man. Wharton giving chase. He's quick as James, and he's managed to cut off the second run this time. So 28 to Carlson. He'll keep the strike. Ingram 17, 106 for 3. The lead now 182. What's Easter Monday got in store? Have you got some football to cover tomorrow?
No, I'm not covering anything tomorrow, but I will see my daughter tomorrow. She's on her way back from university for a few weeks. I think she's run out of food in London, so she's coming home to Dad for a few weeks. But no doubt I will take in some football. Big games tomorrow with Newport and Notts County fighting for their lives, and Cardiff City going for promotion. They're at Peterborough, and in good battle for Swansea City at home to Coventry in the tea time game tomorrow. So, and I'll be watching this as well as Revis bowls and England plays it back.
I've got this vision of you in the kitchen now, pinny on, cooking food for your daughter, with several screens on around the kitchen walls.
Well, I do a football podcast every Wednesday with Nathan Blake, the former Wales international, a former Sheffield United player, of course. And I have been known to watch one game on the TV and another on the iPad. Other tablets are available. Revis bowls. Ingram meets him again. No run.
It's kind of, unfortunately, what you have to do these days, isn't it, if you want to keep up with everything?
Yeah. It's very handy to have 2 options. Not always appreciated by my partner, but my daughter got used to it after 27 years. Revis bowls again from the Cathedral Road end, met with a straight bat once more from Kieran Carlson, who is on 28 from 54 balls, just 3.3 overs to go now. It's been a long day, but my word, it's been a good day of action for those who braved the chill but enjoyed the sunshine. Still a few hardy souls have seen it through to the end. Revison again over the wicket. Carlson, textbook defensive front foot shot. No run. And big shouts from the Yorkshire fielders. They know that one more wicket tonight would help. Not exactly tip the balance their way, but it would certainly help with these two looking to be well established. Carlson keeps out that Revis ball. It's a maiden so far. The shadows all across the pitch now as the sun goes down on the capital. Revis bowls. Kieran Carlson whips it away on the leg side, goes through for 1. Ingram will be a spectator again, at least for the first ball of the 43rd over of this innings. 107 for 3. The lead is 183. Carlson's on 29 and Ingram is on 17.
Bass going to continue at the River end of the ground then. The entire playing surface not far off being fully covered now, but I think we're going to get through these last 3.
Yeah.
And it will be one of the longer days of the season, I would imagine, at probably about 7:15 or so, between 7:15 and 7:20. Not that many days longer than that. It's kind of standard that it's going to be a minimum of 6:30, 6:45-ish, fairly often. Here's Best then to Carlson. Steps back a fair way outside leg stump to make room to cut, and then doesn't time it that well. James Wharton round to field. But a very, very healthy lead of 183 when he got 7 second innings wickets in hand. Batting and bowling. Carlson gets it towards the inside of the bat. Fiddly Bean dashes out from back of the stumps to field. So really we're looking at Glamorgan batting themselves into a position where there's not enough time for Yorkshire to win this match the way things are going tomorrow, but then giving themselves enough time to try and win it, as Bess induces an edge this time from Carlson, but it drops short of the retreating Adam Lyth at slip.
So in all your experience, Jonathan, I'll turn to you. What will be a score that Yorkshire might fancy getting?
I think they're
or what would be prohibitive to a chase?
I mean, anything where you've got to score more than in your first innings and you've got an OK score. So 226, was obviously on the low side. It's not a disaster, is it? As that's flicked away by Carlson. But I think if you're asking him to score more than that second innings, and against the clock, then it'd be interesting to see if they took it on. Actually, there's been a lot of talk from both Otis Gibson previously and Anthony McGrath about trying to win games. So who knows? They might, if they set a target, take it on. But I can't imagine Glamorgan first match up are going to want to do that.
No.
That was a dot ball, by the way, good piece of fielding out at point. They're going to want to make sure they don't start the season with an L
Absolutely
against the name. And so, they're in control of it now. There's Bess. Carlson propping forward, big appeal, not given. End of the over, 107 for 3. So they're in control, aren't they, Rob, at the moment? There's 2 overs to go today. If they bat well tomorrow morning, and they've still got, top middle order players in here, we're not talking that they're down to the tail end.
No.
If they were down at the tail end, then Yorkshire would be favourites at this stage. You said 183 to knock off, or it'd be somewhere in the balance, but maybe with a leaning towards Yorkshire. But that's not the case, and so let's see where they are after an hour tomorrow morning, and then might take it closer to lunch to try and get enough runs to make sure that there's not enough time that they feel that Yorkshire can get the runs in. Everything did go fantastically for the visitors. And then unleash your Mason Cranes and your Ryan Hadleys again, and try and really put some pressure on by picking up some wickets in probably that middle session, and see where we get at tea.
Yeah, see what happens. Yeah, it's going to be worth visiting or watching or listening tomorrow, that's for certain.
It certainly will be if you're a home supporter, and the away supporters are here anyway because they've already travelled down with the intention of stopping for the match. So get yourselves along if you're a Glammy fan, because you're on the front foot at the moment.
Revis bowls to Ingram, 2 overs to go, and Ingram pods that out on the offside. No run.
If you were a critical Glammy fan, and I'm saying this objectively as somebody from Yorkshire, then you might be saying, well, how positively have they played here this afternoon? Have they really tried to kick things on and give themselves best chance of winning, or are they playing conservatively? Yeah, you've got to give some credit to the Yorkshire bowlers, but maybe there's been an erring on the conservative side of things as well.
Revis in again. This time Ingram turns it around the corner. We'll get 1. All I would say to that is that a couple of the really attacking shots by Byram and Dixon have ended up in the hands of Revis.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So,
good point.
The way these two are going about it, just building up the singles, this is where the first innings lead comes in really handy, isn't it? It's a bit of a difference 108 for 3 when the lead is 184. As Carlson sees that one off from the aforementioned Revis.
You hear, players and coaches talk quite a lot about opportunities in games. I'm not talking about creating opportunities as in a nick, but getting yourself into a position where you have an opportunity. At 28 for 4 in the first innings, Yorkshire created an opportunity to try and ram home an advantage that they couldn't quite manage to do, because Glamorgan ends up with 302.
Revis balls, Carlson drives to mid-off, no run.
So then Glamorgan give themselves a bit more of an opportunity because they bowl Yorkshire out for less and have a lead, and they're working themselves into a position here of giving themselves the biggest opportunity at some point tomorrow morning, you would think, if they can clock on tomorrow and start to up the ante a little bit.
Revis balls again, Carlson fends that off. Tomorrow morning's key, isn't it? How it goes.
But then, so many times Nick will have been there, sat there in these positions before, and when we're commentating, we're following the teams around all the time. Yorkshire and declarations, that they so often come later than everybody wants on the team who are in control of the game. They want to see their team.
Because you don't want to
now.
lose, do you? As Revis balls, Carlson again cuts that down fine. Just be the one, but he's going to have strike as the start the final over. 109 for 3. And the lead is 185.
So clearly tomorrow morning it's incumbent on Yorkshire, well, A, try and take wickets if they can, but B, at least keep things tight and squeeze that scoring rate for Glamorgan, so that they're not getting that far in front, that they are confident that they've got enough runs and therefore can throw Yorkshire back in there and have a go at them.
Yeah, and I think that apparently it's quite a nice day tomorrow, so you should get a full day's play. I don't want to put the hex on it.
That's it now, torrential overnight rain.
Oh yeah, quite.
Don Bess is going to bowl the final over of the day then from the river end.
And he comes in. Kieran Carlson waits. Well, said he was going to play at the over maybe. He went for an extravagant whip on that and didn't get anything on it. It was a muted shout initially for LBW, but I don't think Bess was too interested in that. So he comes in again. And this time he lets it go past the off stump. No run. He's probably berating himself for even trying that, Kieran Carlson, but then the way he plays, maybe he's not. As Bess comes in. Oh, and that one past the bat. I think he just... That turn, I think, difficult for us to see up here. But, well, certainly turned in a little. Taken by Finley Bean behind the stumps. Bess comes in again. Kieran Carlson dabs that down on the offside, not going very far. 2 more balls to negotiate this evening. They've earned their money today, these players. $109 for 3. Bess comes in. Carlson gets power on that as he cuts it behind. It's going to be cut off before it reaches the boundary. And Carlson has gone through for 2, so that makes it 111 for 3. The lead is 187. Carlson has moved to 32. Ingram to 18. And Kieran Carlson, the captain of Glamorgan, will face the final ball of the day as the clock ticks towards 18 minutes past 7. Bess comes in. Carlson fends it away, straight bat, and that is the end of a day where Glamorgan have put themselves in the box seat, but there's still plenty of work to do. Ingram walks off on 18. He was a century in the first innings. Kieran Carlson, the captain, goes on 32. And Glamorgan are 111 for 3 in 45 overs, but more importantly the lead is 187 after they bowled out Yorkshire for 226, with Mason Crane taking 5 for 55.
Yep, good day's play, a better day's play if you're Glamorgan than if you are a Yorkshire supporter, and Glammy are in the box seat at the moment. Are they good enough to ram home that advantage with a win? Will they be happy to take a continued, slightly more cautious approach to make sure, first and foremost, that they don't lose, and therefore maybe end up turning this time-wise into the only result possible being a draw tomorrow? We'll find out as that goes on. We've seen Logan van Beek take his first Yorkshire wicket. Don Best passed 300 first-class wickets, and Eddie Byram, top scorer of the players in the Glamorgan second innings, with 40. So from Rob and from Nick and yours truly, I think we'll say a goodbye for day 3 here from Easter Sunday at Sophia Gardens. We'll be back again when the players walk out tomorrow morning to do it all again and see how this one works out on day 4. Good night.